Section 1 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James HEADLAM. Chapter 1. Birth and Parentage. Otto Eduard Leopold von Bismarck was born at the manor house of Schönhausen in the Mark of Brandenburg on April 1, 1815. Just a month before, Napoleon had escaped from Elba, and as the child lay in his cradle, the peasants of the village, who but a half year ago had returned from the great campaign in France, were once more called to arms. A few months passed by. Again, the King of Prussia returned at the head of his army. In the village churches, the medals won at Waterloo were hung up by those of Grossbeeren and Leipzig. One more victory had been added to the Prussian flags, and then a profound peace fell upon Europe. 50 years were to go by before a Prussian army again marched out to meet a foreign foe. The name and family of Bismarck were among the oldest in the land. Many of the great Prussian statesmen have come from other countries. Stein was from Nassau, and Hardenberg was a subject of the Elector of Hanover. Even Blücher and Schwerin were Mecklenburgers, and the Moltkes belonged to Holstein. The Bismarcks are pure Brandenburgers. They belong to the Old Mark, the district ruled over by the first Margraves who were sent by the Emperor to keep order on the northern frontier. They were there 200 years before the first Hohenzollern came to the north. The first of the name of whom we hear was Herbert von Bismarck, who in 1270 was master of the Guild of the Clothiers in the city of Stendal. The town had been founded about 100 years before by Albert the Bear, and the men had come in from the country around to enjoy the privileges and security of city life. Doubtless, Herbert or his father had come from Bismarck, a village about 20 miles to the west, which takes its name either from the little stream, the Weser, which runs near it, or from the bishop in whose domain it lay. He was probably the first to bear the name, which would have no meaning so long as he remained in his native place, for the von was still a mark of origin and had not yet become the sign of nobility. Other emigrants from Bismarck seem also to have assumed it. In the neighboring town of Prenzlau, the name occurs, and it is still found among the peasants of the mark. As the Wends were driven back and the German invasion spread, more adventurous colonists migrated before the order and founded a new Bismarck in Pomerania. Of the lineage of Herbert we know nothing. His ancestors must have been among the colonists who had been planted by the emperors on the northern frontier to occupy the land conquered from the heathen. He seems himself to have been a man of substance and position. He already used the arms, the double trefoil, which are still borne by all the branches of his family. His descendants are often mentioned in the records of the Guild. His son or grandson, Rudolf or Rulle, represented the town in a conflict with the neighboring dukes of Brunswick. It was his son, Nicholas or Klaus, as he is generally called, who founded the fortunes of the family. He attached himself closely to the cause of the Margrave, whom he supported in his troubles with the Duke of Brunswick, and whose interests he represented in the town council. He was amply rewarded for his fidelity. After a quarrel between the city and the prince, Bismarck left his native home and permanently entered the service of the Margrave. Though probably hitherto only a simple citizen, he was enfeoffed with the castle of Burgstall, an important post, for it was situated on the borders of the Mark and the bishopric of Magdeburg. He was thereby admitted in the privileged class of Schlossgesessen, under the Margrave, the highest order in the feudal hierarchy. From that day, the Bismarcks have held their own among the nobility of Brandenburg. Claus eventually became Hofmeister of Brandenburg, the chief officer at the court. He had his quarrels with the church, or rather with the spiritual lords, the bishops of Habelburg and Magdeburg, and was once excommunicated, as his father had been before him, and as two of his sons were after him. Claus died about the year 1385. For 200 years, the Bismarcks continued to live at Burgstall, to which they added many other estates. When Konrad of Hohenzollern was appointed Margrave and Elector, he found sturdy supporters in the lords of Burgstall. He and his successors often came there to hunt the deer and wild boars, perhaps also the wolves and bears, with which the forest around the castle abounded, for the Hohenzollerns were keen sportsmen then as now, as their vessels found to their cost. In 1555, Hans George, son of the reigning elector Albert Achilles, bought the neighboring estate of Letzlingen from the Albenslebens. There he built a house which is still the chief hunting lodge of the kings of Prussia. Soon he cast envious eyes on the great woods and preserves which belonged to Burgstall, and intimated that he wished to possess them. The Bismarcks resisted long. First they were compelled to surrender their hunting rights. This is not sufficient. The appetite of the prince grew. In his own words, he wished to be rid of the Bismarcks from the moor and the Tangier altogether. He offered in exchange some of the monasteries which had late been suppressed. The Bismarcks, the family was represented by two pairs of brothers, who all lived together in the great castle, long refused. They represented that their ancestors had been faithful vassals. They had served the electors with blood and treasure. They wished to remain in the pleasant place to which they had been assigned by God Almighty. It was all of no use. The prince insisted, and his wrath was dangerous. The Bismarcks gave in. They surrendered Burgstall and received in exchange Schönhausen and Krevisse, a confiscated nunnery, on the condition that as long as the ejected nuns lived, the new lord should support them, for which purpose the Bismarcks had annually to supply a certain quantity of food and 18 barrels of beer. Of the four co-proprietors, all died without issue except Friedrich, called the Permutator, in whose hands the whole of the family property was again collected. He went to live at Schönhausen, which since then has been the home of the family. No remains of the old castle exist, but the church, built in the 13th century, is one of the oldest and most beautiful in the land between the Havel and the Elbe. House and church stand side by side on a small rising overlooking the Elbe. Here they took up their abode. The family to some extent had come down in the world. The change had been a disadvantageous one. They had lost in wealth and importance. For 200 years they played no very prominent part. They married with the neighboring country gentry and fought in all the wars. Rudolf, Friedrich's son, fought in France on behalf of the Huguenots, and then under the emperor against the Turks. His grandson, August, enlisted under Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar. Afterwards he fought in the religious wars in France and Germany, always on the Protestant side. Lastly he took service under the Elector of Brandenburg. It was in his lifetime that a great change began to take place, which was to alter the whole life of his descendants. In 1640, Frederick William, known as the Great Elector, succeeded his father. He it was who laid the foundations for the system of government by which a small German principality has grown to be the most powerful military monarchy in modern Europe. He held his own against the emperor. He fought with the Poles and compelled their king to grant him East Prussia. He drove the Swedes out of the land. More than this, he enforced order in his own dominions. He laid the foundation for the prosperity of Berlin. He organized the administration and got together a small but efficient military force. The growing power of the elector was gained to a great extent at the expense of the nobles. He took from them many of the privileges they had before enjoyed. The work he began was continued by his son, who took the title of king, and by his grandson, who invented the Prussian system of administration and created the army with which Frederick the Great fought his battles. The result of the growth of the strong, organized monarchy was indeed completely to alter the position of the nobles. The German barons in the south had succeeded in throwing off the control of their territorial laws. They owned no authority but the vague control of the distant emperor and ruled their little estates with an almost royal independence. They had their own laws, their own coinage, their own army. In the north, the nobles of Mecklenburg-Holstein and Hanover formed the dominant class, and the whole government of the state was in their hands. But those barons whose homes fell within the dominion of the kings of Prussia found themselves face to face with a will and a power stronger than their own. They lost in independence, but they gained far more than they lost. They were the basis on which the state was built up. They no longer wasted their military prowess in the purposeless feuds or in mercenary service. In the Prussian army and administration, they found full scope for their ambition, and when the victories of Frederick the Great had raised Prussia to the rank of European power, the nobles of Brandenburg were the most loyal of his subjects. They formed an exclusive caste. They seldom left their homes. They were little known in the south of Germany or in foreign countries. They seldom married outside their own ranks. Their chief amusement was the chase, and their chief occupation was war. And no king has ever had under his orders so fine a race of soldiers. They commanded the armies of Frederick and won his battles. Dearly did they pay for the greatness of Prussia. Of one family alone, the Kleists, 64, fell on the field of battle during the 7 Years' War. They might well consider that the state which they helped to make and which they had saved by their blood belonged to them. But if they had become the Prussians, they did not cease to be Brandenburgers. Their loyalty to their king never swerved, for they knew that he belonged to them as he did to no other of his subjects. He might go to distant Königsberg to assume his crown, but his home was amongst them. Other provinces might be gained or lost with the chances of war, but while a single Hohenzollern lived, he could not desert his subject of the mark. They had the intense local patriotism so characteristic of the German nation, which is the surest foundation for political greatness, but while in other parts of particularists, as the Germans called them, aimed only at independence, the Brandenburgers, who had become a Prussian, desired domination. Among them, the Bismarcks lived. The family again divided into two branches. One, which became extinct about 1780, dwelling at Krevitz, gave several high officials to the Prussian civil service. The other branch, which continued at Schönhausen, generally chose a military career. August's son, who had the same name as his father, rebuilt the house, which had been entirely destroyed by the Swedes during the 30 Years' War. He held the position of Landrat, that is, he was the head of the administration of the district in which he lived. He married the Fräulein von Katte of a well-known family whose estate adjoined those of the Bismarcks. Frau von Bismarck was the aunt of the unfortunate young man, who was put to death for helping Frederick the Great in his attempt to escape. His tomb is still to be seen at Wust, which lies across the river a few miles from Schönhausen, and at the new house which arose at Schönhausen and still stands. The arms of the cottage are joined to the Bismarck trefoil. The successor to the estates, August Friedrich, was a thorough soldier. He married the Fräulein von Diffwitz and acquired fresh estates in Pomerania, where he generally lived. He rose to the rank of colonel and fell fighting against the Austrians at Chotzitz in 1742. "Ein ganzer Kerl, a fine fellow," said the king, as he stood by the dying officer. His son, Karl Alexander, succeeded to Schönhausen. The next generation kept up the military traditions of the family. Of four brothers, all but one became professional officers and fought against France in the wars of liberation. One fell at Mockern in 1813. Another rose to the rank of lieutenant general. The third also fought in the war. His son, the later Count Bismarck-Bohlen, was wounded at Grossbeeren, and the father at once came to take his place during his convalescence in order that the Prussian army might not have fear of Bismarck's. When the young Otto was born 2 years later, he would often hear of the adventures of his three uncles and his cousin in the Great War. The latter, Bismarck-Bohlen, rose to very high honors and was to die when over 8 years of age after he had witnessed the next Great War with France. It is a curious instance of the divisions of Germany in those days that there were Bismarcks fighting on the French side throughout the war. One branch of the family had settled in South Germany. The head of it, Friedrich Wilhelm, had taken service in the Württemberg army. He had become a celebrated leader of cavalry and was passionately devoted to Napoleon. He served with distinction in the Russian campaign and was eventually taken prisoner by the Germans in the Battle of Leipzig. The youngest of the four brothers, Karl Wilhelm Friedrich von Bismarck, had retired from the army at an early age. He was a quiet, kindly man of domestic tastes. On the division of the estates, Schönhausen fell to his lot, and he settled down there to a quiet country life. He took a step which must have caused much discussion among all his friends and relations, for he chose as a wife not one of his own rank, not a Kleist, or a Katte, or a Bredov, or an Arnim, or an Alvensleben, or any other of the neighboring nobility. He married the simple Fräulein Mencken. She was, however, of no undistinguished origin. Her father, the son of a professor at the University of Leipzig, had entered the Prussian civil service. There he had risen to the highest rank and had been cabinet secretary to both Frederick William II and Frederick III. He was a man of high character and of considerable ability, as was not uncommon among the officials of those days. He was strongly affected by the liberal and even revolutionary doctrines of France. Fräulein Mencken, who was married at the age of 16, was a clever and ambitious woman. From her, her son inherited his intellect. From his father, he derived what the Germans call Gemüt, geniality, kindness, humor. By his two parents, he was thus connected with the double foundation on which Prussia had been built. On his father's side, he had sprung from the fighting nobles; on his mother's, from the scholars and officials. In later life, we shall find that while his prejudices and affections are all enlisted on the side of the noble, the keen and critical intellect he had inherited from his mother enabled him to overcome the prejudices of his order. The early life of the young pair was not altogether fortunate. Several children died at a very early age. The defeat of Prussia brought foreign occupation. Schönhausen was seized by French troopers. The marks of their assault are still to be seen in a beam over one of the doors, and Rittmeister von Bismarck had to take his wife away into the woods in order to escape their violence. Of all the children of the marriage, only three lived: Bernhard, who was born in 1810, Otto, and one sister, Malvina, born in 1827. Otto did not live at Schönhausen long. When he was only a year old, his father moved to Pomerania and settled on the estate of Kniefhof and Kulz, which had come into the family on his grandfather's marriage. Pomerania was at that time a favorite residence among the Prussian nobility. The country was better wooded than the Mark, and game more plentiful. The rich meadows, the wide heath and forest were more attractive than the heavy corn lands and the sandy wastes of the older province. Here, in the deep seclusion of country life, the boy passed his first years. It was far removed from the bustle and turmoil of civilization. Naugardt, the nearest town, was 5 miles distant. Communication was bad, for it was not till after 1815 that the Prussian government began to construct high roads. In this distant province, life went on as in the olden days, little altered by the changes which had transformed the state. The greater portion of the land belonged to large proprietors. The noble, as in old days, was still all-powerful on his own estates. In his hands was the administration of the law, and it was at his manorial court that men had to seek for justice, a court where justice was dealt not in the name of the king, but of the lord of the manor. He lived among his people, and generally he farmed his own lands. There was little of the luxury of an English country house or the refinement of the French noblesse. He would up at daybreak to superintend the work in the fields, his wife and daughters that of household, talking to the peasants, the pleasant Plattdeutsch of the countryside. Then there would be long rides or drives to the neighbors' houses, shooting, for there was plenty of deer and hares, and occasionally in the winter a visit to Berlin. Farther away few of them went. Most of the country gentlemen had been to Paris, but only as conquerors at the end of the Great War. They were little disturbed by modern political theories, but were contented, as in old days, to be governed by the king. It was a religious society. Among the peasants and the nobles, if not among the clergy, there still lingered something of the simple but profound faith of German Protestantism. They were scarcely touched by the rationalism of the 18th or by the liberalism of the 19th century. There was little pomp and ceremony of worship in the village church, but the natural period of human life, birth, marriage, death, called for the blessing of the church, and once or twice a year came the solemn confession and the sacrament. Religious belief and political faith were closely joined, for the church was but a department of the state. The king was chief bishop, and he was general of the army, and the sanctity of the church was transferred to the crown. To the nobles and peasants, criticism of or opposition to the king had in it something of sacrilege. The words "by the grace of God" added to the royal title were more than an empty phrase. Society still organized on the old patriarchal basis. At the bottom was the peasant. Above him was the gnädige Herr. Above him, unser aller gnädigster Herr, the king who lived in Berlin, and above him, the Herrgott in heaven. To the inhabitants of South Germany and the men of the towns, these nobles of further Pomerania, the Junker as they were called, with their feudal life, their medieval beliefs, and their simple monarchism, were the incarnation of political folly. To them liberalism seemed another form of atheism, but in this solitude and fresh air of the great plain was reared a race of men who would always be ready, as their fathers had been, to draw their sword and go out to conquer new provinces for their king to govern. End of section 1. Section 2 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James HEADLAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim. Manic Basho, Portugal. Chapter 2 Early Life, 1821 to 1847. Of the boy's early life, we know little. His mother was ambitious for her sons. Otto, from his early years, she designed for the diplomatic service. She seems to have been one of those women who was willing to sacrifice the present happiness of her children for their future advancement. When only 6 years old, the boy was sent away from home to a school in Berlin. He was not happy there. He pined for the free life of the country, the fields and woods and animals. When he saw a plow, he would burst into tears, for it reminded him of his home. The discipline of the school was hard, not with the healthy and natural hardship of life in the open air, but with an artificial Spartanism, for it was the time when the Germans, who had certainly awoke to a feeling of patriotism and the love of war, to which they had long been strangers, under the influence of a few writers, were throwing all their energies into the cultivation of physical endurance. It was probably at this time that there was laid the foundation of that dislike for the city of Berlin, which Bismarck never quite overcame, and from his earliest years he was prejudiced against the exaggerated and affected Teutonism which was the fashion after the Great War. A few years later his parents came to live all together in the town. Then the boys passed on to the gymnasium, boarding in the house of one of the masters. The teaching in this school was supplemented by private tutors, and he learned at this time the facility in the use of the English and French languages, which in after years was to be of great service to him. The education at school was, of course, chiefly in the classical languages. He acquired a sufficient mastery of Latin. There is no evidence that in later life he continued the study of classical literature. In his 17th year he passed the Abiturienten examination, which admitted him as a student to the university and entitled him to the privilege of serving in the army for 1 instead of 3 years. His leaving certificate tells us that his conduct and demeanor toward his comrades and teachers were admirable, his abilities considerable, and his diligence fair. The next year he passed in the ordinary course to the university, entering at Göttingen. The choice was probably made because of the celebrity which that university had acquired in law and history. It is said that he desired to enter at Heidelberg, but his mother refused her permission because she feared that he would learn those habits of beer drinking in which the students of that ancient seat of learning have gained so great a proficiency. It was, however, an art which, as he found, was to be acquired with equal ease at Göttingen. The young Bismarck was at this time over 6 feet high, slim and well built, of great physical strength and agility, a good fencer, a bold rider, an admirable swimmer and runner, a very agreeable champion, frank, cheerful, and open-hearted, without fear either of his comrades or of his teachers. He devoted his time at Göttingen less to learning than to social life. In his second term, he entered the course of Hanoverians and was quickly noted for his power of drinking and fighting. He is reported to have fought 26 duels and was only wounded once, and that wound was caused by the breaking of his opponent's foil. He was full of wild escapades, for which he was often subjected to the ordinary punishments of the university. To many Germans, their years at the university have been the turning point of their life. But it was not so with Bismarck. To those who have been brought up in the narrow surroundings of civic life, student days formed a single breath of freedom between the discipline of a school and the drudgery of an office. To a man who, like Bismarck, was accustomed to the truer freedom of the country, it was only a passing phase. as we shall see, it was not easy to tie him down to the drudgery of an office. He did not even form many friendships which he continued in later years. His associates in his course must have been chiefly young Hanoverians. Few of his comrades in Prussia were to be found at Göttingen. His knowledge of English enabled him to make the acquaintance of the Americans and English with whom Göttingen has always been a favorite university. Among his fellow students, almost the only one with whom in after life he continued the intimacy of younger days was Motley. We hear little of his work. None of the professors seem to have left any marked influence on his mind or character. Indeed, they had little opportunity for doing so, for after the first term his attendance at lectures almost entirely ceased. Though never a student, he must have been at all times a considerable reader. He had a retentive memory and quick understanding. He read what interested him, observed, understood, and retained it. He left the university with his mind disciplined indeed, but not drilled. He had a considerable knowledge of languages, law, literature, and history. He had not subjected his mind to the dominion of the dominant Hegelian philosophy, and to this we must attribute that freshness and energy which distinguishes him from so many of his ablest contemporaries. His brain was strong, and it worked as easily and as naturally as his body. His knowledge was more of that of man of the world than of a student's. But in later life he was always able to understand the methods and to acquire the knowledge of the subject he required in his official career. History was his favorite study. He never attempted, like some statesmen, to write. But if his knowledge of history was not as profound as that of a professed historian, he was afterwards to show, as a parliamentary debater, that he had a truer perception of the importance of events than many great scholars who have devoted their lives to historical research. And he was never at a loss for an illustration to explain and justify the policy he had assumed. For natural science he showed little interest, and indeed at that time it scarcely could be reckoned among the ordinary subjects of education. Philosophy he pursued rather as a man than as a student, and we are not surprised to find that it was Spinoza rather than Kant or Fichte or Hegel to whom he devoted most attention, for he cared more for principles of belief and the conduct of life than the analysis of the intellect. His university career does not seem to have left any mark on his political principles. During just those years, the agitation of which the universities had long been the scene had been forcibly repressed. It was the time of deep depression which followed the Revolution of 1830, and the members of the aristocratic corps to which he belonged looked with something approaching contempt on this Burschenschaft, as the union was called, which propagated among the students the national enthusiasm. After spending little more than a year at Göttingen, he left in September 1833. In May of the following year, he entered as a student at Berlin, where he completed his university course. We have no record as to the manner in which he spent the winter and early spring, but we find that when he applied to Göttingen for permission to enter at Berlin, it was accorded on condition that he set out a term of imprisonment which he still owed to the university authorities. During part of his time in Berlin, he shared a room with Motley. In order to prepare for the final examination, he engaged the service of a crammer, and with his assistance, in 1835, took the degree of Doctor of Law, and at once passed on to the public service. He had, as we have seen, been destined for the diplomatic service from early life. He was well connected. His cousin, Count Bismarck Bohlen, stood in high favor at court. He was related to or acquainted with all the families who held the chief posts both in the military and civil service. With his great talents and social gifts, he might therefore look forward to a brilliant career. Any hopes, however, that his mother might have had were destined to be disappointed. His early official life was varied but short. He began in the judicial department and was appointed to the office of Auscultator at Berlin, for in the German system, the judiciary is one department of the civil service. After a year, he was, at his own request, transferred to the administrative side and to Aix-la-Chapelle. It was said that he had been extremely pained and shocked by the manner in which the officials transacted the duties of their office, and especially by their management of the divorce matters which came before the court. The choice of Aix-la-Chapelle was probably owing to the fact that the president of that province was Count Arnim von Boitzenburg, the head of one of the most numerous and distinguished families of the Mark, with so many members of which Bismarck was in later years to be connected both for good and evil. Count Arnim was a man of considerable ability and moderate liberal opinions, who, a few years later, rose to be the first minister-president in Prussia. Under him, Bismarck was sure to receive every assistance. He had to pass a fresh examination, which he did with great success. His certificate states that he showed thoroughly good school studies and was well grounded in law. He had thought over what he had learned and already had acquired independent opinions. He had admirable judgment, quickness in understanding, and a readiness in giving verbal answers to the questions laid before him. We see all the qualities by which he was to be distinguished in after life. He entered on his duty at Aix-la-Chapelle at the beginning of June. At his own request, Count Arnim wrote to the heads of the department that as young Bismarck was destined for a diplomatic career, they were to afford him every opportunity of becoming acquainted with all the different sides of the administrative work and give him more work than they otherwise would have done. His good resolutions did not, however, continue long. He found himself in a fashionable watering place. His knowledge of languages enabled him to associate with the French and English visitors. He made excursions to Belgium and the Rhine, and hunting expeditions to the Ardennes, and gave up to society the time he ought to have spent in the office. The life at Aix was not strict, and perhaps his amusements were not always edifying. But he acquired that complete ease in cosmopolitan society which he could not learn at Göttingen or Berlin, and his experiences during this year were not without use to him when he was afterwards placed in somewhat similar society of Frankfort. This period in his career did not last long. In June 1837, we find him applying for leave of absence on account of ill health. He received leave for 8 days, but he seems to have exceeded this. For 4 months afterwards, he writes from Bern, asking that his leave may be prolonged. He had apparently gone off for a long tour in Switzerland and the Rhine. His request was refused. He received a severe reprimand, and Count Arnim approved his resolution to return to one of the older Prussian provinces, where he might show an activity in the duties of his office which he had in vain attempted to attain in the social conditions of Aachen. He was transferred to Potsdam, but he remained here only a few weeks. He had not as yet served in the army, and he now began the year as a private soldier, which was required from him. He entered the Jäger or Rifles in the Guard Corps, which was stationed at Potsdam, but after a few weeks was transferred to the Jäger at Stettin. The cause seems to have been partly the ill health of his mother. She was dying, and he wished to be near her. In those days, the journey from Berlin to Pomerania took more than a day. Besides this, there was pecuniary reasons. His father's administration of the family estate had not been successful. It is said that his mother had constantly pressed her husband to introduce innovations, but had not consistently carried them out. This was a not unnatural characteristic in this clever and ambitious woman who wished to introduce into agricultural affairs those habits which he had learned from the bureaucrats in Berlin. However this may be, the matters had now reached a crisis. It became necessary to sell the larger part of the land attached to the house at Schönhausen, and in the next year, after the death of Frau von Bismarck, which took place on January 1, 1839, it was decided that Herr von Bismarck should in future live at Schönhausen with his only daughter, now a girl of 12 years of age, while the two brothers should undertake the management of the Pomeranian estates. So it came about that at the age of 24, all prospect of an official career had for the time to be abandoned, and Otto settled down with his brother to the life of a country squire. It is curious to notice that the greatest of his contemporaries, Cavour, went through a similar training. There was, however, a great difference between the two men. Cavour was in this, as in all else, a pioneer. When he retired to his estate, he was opening out new forms of activity and enterprise for his countrymen. Bismarck, after the few wild years away from home, was to go back to the life which all his ancestors had lived for 500 years, to become steeped in the traditions of his country and his caste. Cavour always points the way to what is new. Bismarck again brings into honor what men had hastily thought was antiquated. He had to some extent prepared himself for the work by attending lectures at the newly founded agricultural college in the outskirts of Greifswald. The management of the estate seems to have been successful. The two brothers started on their work with no capital and no experience, but after 3 or 4 years, by constant attention and hard work, they had put the affairs in a satisfactory state. In 1841, a division was made. Otto had wished this to be done before, as he found that he spent a good deal more money than his brother and was gaining an unfair advantage in the common household. From this time he took over Kniefhof, and there he lived for the next 4 years, while his brother took up his abode 4 miles off at Kulz, where he lived till his death in 1895. Otto had not indeed given up the habits he had learned at Göttingen. His wild freaks, his noisy entertainments were talk of the countryside. The beverage which he had made classical, a mixture of beer and champagne, was the common drink, and he was known far and wide as the Mad Bismarck. These acts of wildness were, however, only a small part of his life. He entered as a lieutenant of Landwehr in the cavalry, and thereby became acquainted with another form of military service. It was while he was at the annual training that he had an opportunity of showing his physical strength and courage. A groom who was watering horses in the river was swept away by the current. Bismarck, who was standing on a bridge watching them, at once leaped into the river, in full uniform as he was, and with great danger to himself saved the drowning man. For this he received the medal for saving life. He astonished his friends by the amount and variety of his reading. It was at this time that he studied Spinoza. It is said that he had among his friends the reputation of being a liberal. It is probably enough that he said and did many things which they did not understand, and anything they did not understand would be attributed to liberalism by the country gentlemen of Pomerania. Partly, no doubt, it was due to the fact that in 1843 he came back from Paris wearing a beard. We can see, however, that he was restless and discontented. He felt in himself the possession of powers which were not being used. There was in his nature also a morbid restlessness, a dissatisfaction with himself, which he tried to still, but only increased by his wild excesses. As his affairs became more settled, he traveled. One year he went to London, another to Paris. Of his visit to England, we have an interesting account in a letter to his father. He landed in Hull, thence he went to Scarborough and York, where he was hospitably received by the officers of the Hussars. Although I did not know any of them, they asked me to dinner and showed me everything. From York he went to Manchester, where he saw some of the factories. Generally speaking, I cannot praise too highly the extraordinary courtesy and kindness of English people, which far surpass what I had expected. Even the poor people are pleasant, very unassuming, and easy to get on with when one talks to them. Those who came much in intercourse with strangers, cab drivers, porters, etc., naturally have a tendency to extortion, but soon give in when they see that one understands the language and customs and is determined not to be put upon. Generally, I find the life much cheaper than I expected. In 1844, his sister, to whom he was passionately devoted, was married to an old friend, Oscar von Arnim. Never did an elder brother write to his young sister more delightful letters than those which she received from him. From them we get a pleasant picture of his life at this time. Directly after the wedding, when he was staying with his father at Schönhausen, he writes, "Just now I am living here with my father, reading, smoking, and working. I help him to eat lambons and sometimes play a comedy with him, which it pleases him to call fox hunting. We start out in heavy rain, or perhaps with 10 degrees of frost, with Ille, Ellen, and Karl. Then, in perfect silence, we surround the clump of firs with the most sportsmanlike precautions, carefully observing the wind, although we all, and probably father as well, are absolutely convinced that there is not a living creature in it, except one or two old women gathering firewood. Then Ille, Karl, and the two dogs make their way through the cover, emitting the most strange and horrible sounds, especially Ille. Father stands there motionless and on the alert with his gun cocked, just as though he really expected to see something. Ille comes out just in front of him, shouting, 'Hula la, hey hey, hold him, hee hee,' in the strangest and most astonishing manner. Then father asked me if I have seen nothing, and I, with the most natural tone of astonishment that I can command, answer, 'No, nothing at all.' Then, after abusing the weather, we start up to another wood, while Ille, with confidence that he assumes in the most natural manner, praises his wealth in game, and there we play over the game again, dal segno. So it goes on for 3 or 4 hours. Father's, Ille's, and Finger's passion does not seem to cool for a moment. Besides that, we look for the orange house twice a day and the sheep once a day, observe the 4 thermometers in the room once every hour, set the weather glass, and since the weather has been fine, have set all the clocks by the sun and adjusted them so closely that the clock in the dining room is the only one which ever gives a sound after the others have struck. Charles V was a stupid fellow. You will understand that with so multifarious an occupation, I have little time left to call on the clergymen. As they have no vote for the election, it was quite impossible. The Elbe is full of ice, the wind east-southeast. The latest thermometer from Berlin shows 8 degrees. The barometer is rising at 8.28. I tell you this as an example how in your letters you might write to father more the small events of your life. They amuse him immensely. Tell him who has been to see you, whom you have been calling on, what you had for dinner, how the horses are, how the servants behave, if the doors creak and windows are firm. In short, facts and events. Besides this, he does not like to be called Papa. He dislikes the expression. Avi or letter. On another occasion, he says, "Only with difficulty can I resist the temptation of filling a whole letter with agricultural lamentations of frost, sick cattle, bad reap, bad rows, dead lambs, hungry sheep, want of straw, fodder, money, potatoes, and manure." Outside, Johann is persistently whistling a wretched schottische out of tune, and I have not the cruelty to interrupt it, for he seeks to still by music his violent love sickness. Then we have long letters from Norderney, where he delighted in the sea, but space will not allow us to quote more. It is only in these letters and in those which he wrote later years to his wife that we see the natural kindliness and simplicity of his disposition, his love of nature, and his great power of description. There had been few better letter writers in Germany or any other country. His ability and success as an agriculturalist made a deep impression on his neighbors. As years went on, he became much occupied in local business. He was appointed as the representative of his brother, who was Landrat for the district. In 1845, he was elected one of the members for the Provincial Diet of Pomerania. He also had a seat in the Diet for the Saxon province in which Schönhausen was situated. These local diets were the only form of representative government which existed in the rural districts. They had little power, but their opinion was asked on new projects of law, and they were officially regarded as an efficient substitute for a common Prussian parliament. Many of his friends, including his brother, urged him to again to enter the public service, for which they considered he was especially adapted. He might have had the post of Royal Commissioner for Improvements in East Prussia. He did make one attempt to resume his official career. At the beginning of 1844, he returned to Potsdam and took up his duties as referendar, but not for long. He seems to have quarreled with his superior. The story is that he called one day to ask for leave of absence. His chief kept him waiting an hour in the anteroom, and when he was admitted, asked him curtly, "What do you want?" Bismarck at once answered, "I came to ask for leave of absence, but now I wish for permission to send in my resignation." He was clearly deficient in that subservience and ready obedience to authority which was the best passport to promotion in the civil service. There was in his disposition already a certain truculence and impatience. From this time he nourished a bitter hatred of the Prussian bureaucracy. This did not, however, prevent him carrying out his public duties as a landed proprietor. In 1846, we find him taking much interest in proposals for improving the management of the manorial courts. He wished to see them altered so as to give something of the advantages of the English system. He regrets the want of corporate spirit and public feeling in our corn-growing aristocracy. It is unfortunately difficult among the most of the gentlemen to awake any other idea under the world's patrimonial power but the calculation whether the fee will cover the expenses. We can easily understand that the man who wrote this could be called liberal by many of his neighbors. What he wanted, however, was a reform which would give life, permanency, and independence to an institution which, like everything else, was gradually falling before the inroads of the dominant bureaucracy. The same year, he was appointed to the position of Inspector of Dikes for Jericho. The duties of this office were of considerable importance for Schönhausen and the neighboring estate. As he writes, it depends on the managers of this office whether from time to time we come under water or not. He often refers to the great damages caused by the floods. He had lost many of his fruit trees, and many of the finest elms in the park had been destroyed by the overflowing of the Elbe. As Bismarck grew in age and experience, he associated more with the neighboring families. Pomerania was at that time the center of a curious religious movement. The leader was Herr von Taden, who lived at Triglav, not many miles from Kniphof. He was associated with Herr von Senft and three brothers of the family of Bellow. They were all profoundly dissatisfied with the rationalistic religion preached by the clergy at that time and aimed at greater inwardness and depth of religious feeling. Herr von Taden started religious exercises in his own house, which were attended not only by the peasants from the village, but by many of the country gentry. They desired the strictest enforcement of Lutheran doctrine and wished the state directly to support the church. This tendency of thought acquired greater importance when, in 1840, Frederick William IV succeeded to the throne. He was also a man of deep religious feeling, and under his reign, the extreme Lutheran party became influential at court. Among the ablest of these were the three brothers von Gerlach. One of them, Otto, was a theologian. Another, Ludwig, was over-president of the Saxon province, and with him Bismarck had much official correspondence. The third, Leopold, who had adopted a military career, was attached to the person of the king, and was in later years to have more influence upon him than anyone except perhaps Bunsen. The real intellectual leader of the party was Stahl, a theologian. From about the year 1844, Bismarck seems to have become very intimate with this religious coterie. His friend Moritz von Blankenburg had married Taden's daughter, and Bismarck was constantly a visitor at Triglav. It was at Blankenburg's wedding that he first met Hans von Kleist, who was in later years to be one of his most intimate friends. He was, we are told, the most delightful and cheerful of companions. In his tact and refinement, he showed an agreeable contrast to the ordinary manners of Pomerania. He often rode over to take part in Shakespeare evenings and amused them by account of his visit to England. He was present occasionally at the religious meetings at Triglav, and though he never quite adopted all the customs of the set, the influence on him of these older men was for the next 10 years to govern all his political action. That he was not altogether at one with them, we can understand when we are told that at Herr von Taden's house it would never have occurred to anyone even to think of smoking. Bismarck was then, as in later life, a constant smoker. The men who met in these family parties in distant Pomerania were in a few years to change the whole of European history. Here Bismarck for the first time saw Albrecht von Horn, a cousin of the Blankenburgs, then a rising young officer in the artillery. They often went out shooting together. The Belows, Blankenburgs, and Kleists were to be the founders and leaders of the Prussian Conservative Party, which was Bismarck's only support in his great struggle with the parliament, and here too came the men who were afterwards to be editors and writers of the Kreuzzeitung. The religious convictions which Bismarck learned from them were to be lasting, and they profoundly influenced his character. He had probably received little religious training from his mother, who belonged to the rationalistic school of thought. It was by them that his monarchical feeling was strengthened. It is not at first apparent what necessary connection there is between monarchical government and Christian faith. For Bismarck, they were ever inseparably bound together. Nothing but religious belief would have reconciled him to a form of government so repugnant to natural human reason. If I were not a Christian, I would be a Republican, he said many years later. In Christianity, he found the only support against revolution and socialism. He was not a man to be beguiled by romantic sentiment. He was not a courtier to be blinded by the pomp and ceremony of royalty. He was too stubborn and independent to acquiesce in the arbitrary rule of a single man. He could only obey the king if the king himself held his authority as the representative of high power. Bismarck was accustomed to follow out his thought to its conclusions. To whom did the king owe his power? There was only one alternative: to the people or to God. If to the people, then it was merely a question of convenience whether the monarchy was continued in the form. There was little to choose between a constitutional monarchy, where the king was appointed by the people and controlled by parliament, and an avowed republic. This was the principle held by nearly all his contemporaries. He deliberately rejected it. He did not hold that the voice of the people was the voice of God. This belief did not satisfy his moral sense. It seemed in public life to leave all to interest and ambition and nothing to duty. It did not satisfy his critical intellect. The word people was to him a vague idea. The service of the people or of the king by the grace of God. This was the struggle which was soon to be fought out. Bismarck's connection with his neighbors was cemented by his marriage. At the beginning of 1847, he was engaged to a Fräulein von Puttkamer, whom he had first met at the Blankenburg's house. She belonged to a quiet and religious family, and it is said that her mother was at first filled with dismay when she heard that Johanna proposed to marry the mad Bismarck. He announced the engagement to his sister in a letter containing the two words, "All right," written in English. Before the wedding could take place, a new impulse in his life was to begin. As representative of the lower nobility, he had to attend the meeting of the Estates General, which had been summoned in Berlin. From this time, the story of his life is interwoven with the history of his country. End of section 2. Section 3 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manuscript, Portugal. Chapter 3. The Revolution, 1847 to 1852. Part 1. Bismarck was a subject of the King of Prussia, but Prussia was, after all, only one part of a larger unit. It was a part of Germany. At this time, however, Germany was little more than a geographical expression. The medieval emperors had never succeeded in establishing permanent authority over the whole nation. What unit there had been was completely broken down at the Reformation, and at the Revolution, the empire itself, the symbol of a union which no longer existed, had been swept away. At the Restoration in 1815, the reorganization of Germany was the chief task before the Congress of Vienna. It was a task in which the statesmen failed. All proposals to restore the empire were rejected, chiefly because Francis, who had taken the style of Emperor of Austria, did not desire to resume his old title. Germany emerged from the Revolution divided into 39 different states. Austria was one of the largest and most populous monarchies in Europe, but more than half of the Austrian Empire consisted of Italian, Slavonic, and Hungarian provinces. The Emperor of Austria ruled over about 20 million Germans. The next state in size and importance was Prussia. Then came four states, the kingdoms of Saxony, Hanover, Bavaria, and Württemberg, varying in size from 5 to 2 million inhabitants. Below them were some 30 principalities, of which the smallest contained only a few thousand inhabitants. By the principles adopted in the negotiations which preceded the Congress of Vienna, every one of these states was recognized as a complete independent monarchy, with its own laws and constitutions. The recognition of this independence made any common government impossible. Neither Austria nor Prussia would submit to any external authority or to one another. The kings of Bavaria and Württemberg were equally jealous of their independence. All that could be done was to establish a permanent offensive and defensive alliance between these states. For the management of common concerns, a Diet was appointed to meet at Frankfort. The Diet, however, was only a union of diplomatists. They had to act in accordance with instructions from their governments, and they had no direct authority over the Germans. Each German was officially regarded as a subject, as the case might be, of the King of Prussia, the Prince of Reuss, the Grand Duke of Weimar. There was no German army, no German law, no German church. No development of common institutions was possible, for no change could be introduced without the universal consent of every member of the Confederation. This lamentable result of the Congress of Vienna caused much dissatisfaction among the thinking classes in Germany. A very strong national feeling had been aroused by the war against Napoleon. This found no satisfaction in the new political institutions. The discontent was increased when it was discovered that the Diet, so useless for all else, was active only against liberty. Prince Metternich, a very able diplomatist, knew that the liberal and national ideas, which were so generally held at that time, would be fatal to the existence of the Austrian Empire. He therefore attempted to suppress them, not only in Austria but also in Germany, as he did in Italy. Unfortunately, the King of Prussia, Frederick William III, whose interests were really entirely opposed to those of Austria, was persuaded by Metternich to adopt a repressive policy. The two great powers, when combined, could impose their will on Germany. They forced through the Diet a series of measures devoted to the restriction of the liberty of the press, the control of the universities, and the suppression of democratic opinion. The result of this was great discontent in Germany, which was especially directed against Prussia. In 1830, the outbreak of revolution in Paris had been followed by disturbances in many German states. Austria and Prussia, however, were still strong enough to maintain the old system. The whole intellect of the country was devoted to a policy of opposition. In the smaller states of the South, parliamentary government had been introduced, and the great aim of the liberals was to establish a parliament in Prussia also. In 1840, the old king died. The son, Frederick William IV, was a man of great learning, noble character, high aspirations. He was, however, entirely without sympathy or understanding for the modern desires of his countrymen. He was a child of the Romantic movement. At the head of the youngest European monarchies, he felt himself more at home in the Middle Ages than in his own time. There could be no sympathy between him and the men who took their politics from Rousseau and Louis Blanc, and their religion from Strauss. It had been hoped that he would at once introduce into Prussia representative institutions. He long delayed, and the delay took away any graciousness from the act when at last it was committed. By a royal decree published in 1822, it had been determined that no new loan could be made without the assent of an assembly of elected representatives. The introduction of railways made the loan necessary, and at the beginning of 1847, Frederick William summoned for the first time the States General. The King of Prussia had thereby stirred up a power which he was unable to control. He had hoped that he would be able to gather around him the representatives of the nobles, the towns, and the peasants, that this new assembly collecting about him in respectful homage would add luster to his throne, that they would vote the money which was required and then separate. How much was he mistaken? The nation had watched for years parliamentary government in England and France. This was what they wished to have, and now they were offered a modern imitation of medieval estates. They felt themselves as grown men, able and justified in governing their own country. The king treated them as children. The opening ceremony completed the bad impression which the previous acts of the king had made. While the majority of the nation desired a formal and written constitution, the king, in his opening speech, with great emphasis, declared that he would never allow a sheet of paper to come between him and God in heaven. Bismarck was not present at the opening ceremony. It was in fact owing to an accident that he was able to take his seat at all. He was there as substitute for the member for the Ritterschaft of Jericho, who had fallen ill. He entered on his parliamentary duties as a young and almost unknown man. He did not belong to any party, but his political principles were strongly influenced by the friends he had found in Pomerania. They were soon to be hardened by conflict and confirmed by experience. During the first debates he sat silent, but his indignation rose as he listened to the speeches of the liberal majority. Nothing pleased them. Instead of actively cooperating with the government in the consideration of financial measures, they began to discuss and criticize the proclamation by which they had been summoned. There was indeed ample scope for criticism. The estates were so arranged that the representatives of the towns could always be outvoted by the landed proprietors. They had not even the right of periodical meetings. The king was not compelled to call them together again until he required more money. They not only petitioned for increased powers, they demanded them as a right. They maintained that an assembly summoned in this form did not meet the intentions of previous laws. When they were asked to allow a loan for a railway in East Prussia, they refused on the ground that they were not properly qualified assembly. This was too much for Bismarck. The action of the king might have been inconclusive, much that he said was indiscreet, but it remained true that he had taken the decisive step. No one really doubted that Prussia would never again be without a parliament. It would be much wiser, as it would be more chivalrous, to adopt a friendly tone, and not to attempt to force concessions from him. He was especially indignant at the statement made that the Prussian people had earned constitutional government by the part they took in the War of Liberation. Against this he protested. In my opinion, it is a bad service to the national honor to assume that the ill treatment and degradation that the Prussians suffered from foreign rulers were not enough to make our blood boil, and to deaden all our feelings but that of hatred for the foreigners. When told that he was not alive at the time, he answered, "I cannot dispute that I was not living then, and I have been genuinely sorry that I was not born in time to take part in that movement, a regret which is diminished by what I have just heard. I had always believed that the slavery against which we fought lay abroad. I have just learned that it lay at home, and I am not grateful for the explanation." The ablest of the liberal leaders was George von Vincke, a member of old Westphalian family, the son of a high official. He was a man of honesty and independence, but both virtues were carried to excess. A born leader of opposition, domineering, quarrelsome, ill to please, his short, sturdy figure, his red face and red hair were rather those of a peasant than a nobleman. But his eloquence, his bitter invective earned the respect and even fear of his opponents. Among these, Bismarck was to be ranged. In these days began a rivalry which was not to cease till nearly 20 years later, when Vincke retired from the field and Bismarck stood triumphant, the recognized ruler of the state. At this time, it required courage in the younger man to cross swords with the experienced and powerful leader. Finke was a strong liberal, but in the English rather than the Prussian sense. His constant theme was the rule of law. He had studied English history, for at that time all liberals prepared themselves for their part by reading Hallam or Guizot and Dahlmann. He knew all about Pym and Hampden and wished to imitate them. The English Parliament had won its power by means of a Petition of Right and the Bill of Rights. He wished they should do the same in Prussia. It escaped him that the English could appeal to charters and ancient privileges, but that in Prussia the absolute power of the king was the undisputed basis on which the whole state had been built up, and that every law to which they owed their liberty or their property derived its validity from the simple proclamation of the king. Bismarck, if he had read less, understood better the characteristics of England, probably because he knew better the conditions of his own country. He rose to protest against these parallels with England. Prussia had its own problems which must be settled in its own way. Parallels with foreign countries have always something disagreeable. At the Revolution, the English people were in a very different condition from that of Prussia today. After a century of revolution and civil war, it was in a position to be able to give away a crown and add conditions which William of Orange accepted. On the other hand, we are in possession of a crown whose rights were actually unlimited, a crown held by the grace not of the people but of God, and which of its own free will has given away to the people a portion of its right, an example rare in history. It shows how strong upon him was the influence of his friends in Pomerania that his longest and most important speech was in defense of the Christian monarchy. The occasion was a proposal to increase the privileges of the Jews. He said, "I'm no enemy of the Jews. If they become my enemies, I'll forgive them. Under certain circumstances, I love them. I'm ready to grant them all rights but that of holding the magisterial office in a Christian state. This they now claim. They demand to become Landrat, general, minister, yet even under circumstances, minister of religion and education. I allow that I am full of prejudices, which, as I have said, I have sucked in with my mother's milk. I cannot argue them away, for if I think of a Jew face to face with me as a representative of the King's sacred majesty, and I have to obey him, I must confess that I should feel myself deeply broken and depressed. The sincere self-respect with which I am now attempt to fulfill my duties towards the state would leave me. I share these feelings with the mass of low state of the people, and I am not ashamed of their society." And then he spoke of the Christian state. It is as old as every European state. It is the ground in which they have taken root. No state has a secure existence unless it has a religious foundation. For me, the words, "by the grace of God," which Christian rulers add to their name, are no empty phrase. I see in them a confession that the princes desire to wield the scepter which God has given them according to the will of God on earth. As the will of God, I can only recognize that which has been revealed in the Christian gospel. I believe that the realization of Christian teaching is the end of the state. I do not believe that we shall more nearly approach this end by the help of the Jews. If we withdraw this foundation, we retain in a state nothing but an accidental aggregate of rights, a kind of bulwark against the war of all against all, which ancient philosophy has assumed. Therefore, gentlemen, do not let us spoil the people of their Christianity. Do not let us take from them the belief that our legislation is drawn from the well of Christianity. and that the state aims at the realization of Christianity, even if it does not attain its end. We can well understand how delighted Herr von Taden was with his pupil. With Bismarck, I naturally will not attempt to measure myself, he writes. In the last debates, he has again said many admirable things, and in another letter, I'm quite enthusiastic for Otto Bismarck. It was more important that the king felt as if these words had been spoken out of his own heart. Among his opponents, too, he made his mark. They were never tired of repeating well-worn jests about the medieval opinions which he had sucked in with his mother's milk. At the close of the session, he returned to Pomerania with fresh laurels. He was now looked upon as the rising hope of the stern and unbending Tories. His marriage took place in August, and the young Hans Kleist, a cousin of the bride, as he proposed the bridegroom's health, foretold that in their friends had arisen a new Otto of Saxony who would do for his country all that his namesake had done 800 years before. Careless words spoken half in jest, which 30 years later Kleist, then over-president of the province, recalled when he proposed the bridegroom's health at the marriage of Bismarck's eldest daughter. The forecast had been more than fulfilled, but fulfilled at the cost of many an early friendship, and all the glory of later years could never quite repay the happy confidence and intimacy of those younger days. Followed by the good wishes of all their friends, Bismarck and his young wife started on their wedding tour, which took them through Austria to Italy. At Venice, he came across the King of Prussia, who took the opportunity to have more than one conversation with the man who had distinguished himself in the States General. At the beginning of the winter, they returned to Schönhausen to settle down to a quiet country life. Fate was to will it otherwise. The storm, which had long been gathering, burst over Europe. Bismarck was carried away by it. From henceforth, his life was entirely devoted to public duties, and we can count by months the time he was able to spend with his wife at the old family house. More than 40 years were to pass before he was able again to enjoy the leisure of his early years. The revolution, which at the end of February broke out in Paris, quickly spread to Germany. The ground was prepared, and the news quickly came to him, first of disorder in South Germany, then of the fall of the ministry in Dresden and Munich. After a few days, it was told that a revolution had taken place in Vienna itself. The rising in Austria was the signal for Berlin, and on the 18th of March, the revolution broke out there also. The king had promised to grant a constitution. A fierce fight had taken place in the streets of the city between the soldiers and the people. The king had surrendered to the mob, and had ordered the troops to withdraw from the city. He was himself almost a prisoner in his castle, protected only by a civilian National Guard. He was exposed to the insults of the crowd. His brother had had to leave the city and the country. It is impossible to describe the enthusiasm and wild delight with which the people of Germany heard of these events. Now the press was free. Now they were also going to be free and great and strong. All the resistance of authority was overthrown. Nothing, it seemed, stood between them and the attainment of their ideal of a united and free Germany. They had achieved a revolution. They had become a political people. They had shown themselves the equals of England and of France. They had liberty, and they would soon have a constitution. Bismarck did not share this feeling. He saw only that the monarchy which he respected and the king whom, with all his faults, he loved and honored, were humiliated and disgraced. This was worse than Jena. A defeat on the field of battle can be avenged. Here the enemies were his own countrymen. It was Prussian subjects who had made the king the laughing stock of Europe. Only a few months ago He had pleaded that they should not lose that confidence between king and people, which was the finest tradition of the Prussian state. Could this confidence ever be restored when the blood of so many soldiers and citizens had been shed? He felt as though someone had struck him in the face, for his country's dishonor was to him as his own. He became ill with gall and anger. He had only two thoughts: first, to restore to the king courage and confidence, and then revenge on the man who had done this thing. He at least was not going to play with the revolution. He at once sat down and wrote to the king a letter full of ardent expression of loyalty and affection, that he might know there still were men on whom he could rely. It is said that for months after, through all this terrible year, the king kept it open by him on his writing table. Then he hurried to Berlin, if necessary to defend him with the sword. This was not necessary, but the situation was almost worse than he feared. The king was safe, but he was safe because he had surrendered to the revolution. He had proclaimed the fatal words that Prussia was to be dissolved in Germany. At Potsdam, Bismarck found his old friends of the Guard and the court. They were all in silent despair. What could they do to save the monarchy when the king himself had deserted their cause? Some there were who even talked of seeking help from the Tsar of Russia, who had offered to come to the help of the monarchy in Prussia and place himself at the head of the Prussian army, even if necessary, against their own king. There was already a liberal ministry under Count Arnim, Bismarck's old chief at Aachen. The Prussian troops were being sent to support the people of Schleswig-Holstein in their rebellion against the Danes. The ministers favored the aspirations of Poland for self-government. In Prussia, there was to be a constituent assembly and a new constitution drawn up by it. Bismarck did what he could. He went down to Schönhausen and began to collect signatures for an address of loyalty to the king. He wished to instill into him confidence by appealing to the loyalty of the country against the radicalism of the town. Then he hurried back to Berlin for the meeting of the Estates General, which had been hastily summoned to prepare for the new elections. An address was proposed thanking the king for the concessions he had made. Bismarck opposed it, but he stood almost alone. "I have not changed my opinion," he said. "In the last 6 months the past is buried, and I regret more bitterly than any of you that no human power can reawaken it, now that the crown itself has cast the earth on its coffin." Two men alone voted against the address, Bismarck and Herr von Taden. "It is easy to get fame nowadays," said the latter. "A little courage is all one requires." Courage it did require. Berlin was terrorized. The new National Guard was unable to maintain order. Men scarcely dared to appear in the streets in the ordinary dress of a gentleman. The city was full of Polish insurgents, many of whom had only just been released from prison. When the National Assembly came together, it became the organ of the extreme Republican Party. All the more moderate men and more distinguished had preferred to be elected for that general German Assembly, which at the same time was sitting at Frankfort to create a new constitution for the whole Confederation. How quickly had the balance of parties altered! Finke, until a few months ago the leader of the Liberals, found himself at Frankfort regarded as an extreme conservative, and Frankfort was moderate compared to Berlin. At this time an ordinary English radical would have been looked upon in Germany as almost reactionary. Bismarck did not seek election for either of the assemblies. He felt that he could do no good by taking part in the deliberations of a parliament, the very meeting of which seemed to him an offense against the laws and welfare of the state. He would indeed have had no logical position. Both parliaments were constituent assemblies. It was duty of the one to build up a new Germany, of the other a new Prussia. Their avowed object was the regeneration of their country. Bismarck did not believe that Prussia wanted regenerating. He held that the roots for the future greatness of the state must be found in the past. What happened to Germany he did not much care. All he saw was that every proposal for the regeneration of Germany implied either a dissolution of Prussia or the subjection of the Prussian king to the orders of an alien parliament. During the summer, he did what he could do. He contributed articles to the newspapers attacking the Polish policy of the government and defending the landlords and country gentry against the attacks made on them. As the months went by, as the anarchy in Berlin increased and the violence of the assembly, as well as the helplessness of the government became more manifest, he and some of his friends determined to make their voice heard in a more organized way. It was at the house of his father-in-law at Rheinfeld that he, Hans Kleist, and Herr von Below determined to call together a meeting of well-known men in Berlin who should discuss the situation and be a moral counterpoise to the meetings of the National Assembly, for in that the Conservative Party and even the moderate liberals were scarcely represented. If they did speak, they were threatened by the mob which encumbered the approaches to the house. Of more permanent importance was the foundation of a newspaper which should represent the principles of the Christian monarchy, and in July appeared the first number of the New Prussian Gazette, or as it was to be more generally known, the Kreuzzeitung, which was to give its name to the party of which it was the organ. Bismarck was among the founders, among whom were also numbered Stahl, the Gerlachs, and others of his older friends. He was a frequent contributor, and when he was at Berlin was almost daily at the office. When he was in the country, he contributed articles on the rural affairs with which he was more specially qualified to deal. These steps, of course, attracted the attention and the hostility of the dominant liberal and revolutionary parties. The Junker, as they were called, were accused of aiming at reaction and the restoration of the absolute monarchy. As a matter of fact, this is what many of them desired. They were, however, only doing their duty as members of society. It would have been mere cowardice and indolence had they remained inactive and seen all the institutions they valued overthrown without attempting to defend them. It required considerable courage in the middle of so violent a crisis to come forward and attempt to stop the revolution. It was a good example that they began to do so by constitutional and legal means. They showed that Prussia had an aristocracy, and an aristocracy which was not frightened. Deserted by the king, they acted alone. In the hour of greatest danger, they founded a conservative party, and matters had come to this position that an organized conservative party was the chief necessity of the time. At first, however, their influence was small, for a monarchical party must depend for its success on the adhesion of the king, and the king had not yet resolved to separate himself from his liberal advisers. Bismarck was often at court and seems to have had much influence, both to his other companions and to the king himself. He preached always courage and resolution. He spoke often to the king with great openness. He was supported by Leopold von Gerlach, with whom at this time he contracted a close intimacy. For long their advice was in vain, but in the autumn events occurred which showed that some decision must be taken. The mob of Berlin stormed the Zeug House, where the arms were kept. The constitution of the assembly was being drawn up so as to leave the king scarcely any influence in the state. A resolution was passed calling on the ministers to request all officers to leave the army who disliked the new order of things. The crisis was brought about by events in Vienna. In October, the Austrian army under Jellachich and Windischgrätz stormed the city, proclaimed martial law and forcibly overthrew the revolutionary government. The King of Prussia now summoned resolution to adopt a similar course. It is said that Bismarck suggested to him the names of the ministers to whom the task should be entrusted. The most important were Count Brandenburg, an uncle of the king's, and Otto von Manteuffel, a member of the Prussian aristocracy, who, with Bismarck, had distinguished himself in the Estates General. He seems to have been constantly going about among the more influential men, encouraging them as he encouraged the king, and helping behind the scene to prepare for the momentous step. Gerlach had suggested Bismarck's name as one of the ministers, but the king rejected it, writing on the side of the paper the characteristic words, "Red reactionary, smells of blood, will be useful later." Bismarck's language was of such a nature as to alarm even many of those who associated with him. Count Beust, the Saxon minister, was at this time in Berlin and met Bismarck for the first time. They were discussing the conduct of the Austrian government in shooting Robert Blum, a leading demagogue who had been in Vienna during the siege. Beust condemned it as a political blunder. "No, you are wrong," said Bismarck. "When I have my enemy in my power, I must destroy him." The event fully justified Bismarck's forecast that nothing was required but courage and resolution. After Brandenburg had been appointed minister, the Prussian troops under Wrangel again entered Berlin. A state of siege was proclaimed. The assembly was ordered to adjourn to Brandenburg. They refused and were at once ejected from their meeting place, and as a quorum was not found at Brandenburg, were dissolved. The Crown then, of its own authority, published a new constitution and summoned a new assembly to discuss and ratify it. Based on the discipline of the army, the king had regained his authority without the loss of a single life. End of section 3. Section 4 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 3. The Revolution, 1847 to 1852. Part 2. Bismarck stood for election in this new assembly, for he could accept the basis on which it had been summoned. He took his seat for the district of the West Havel, in which the old city of Brandenburg, the original capital of the Mark, was situated. He had come forward as an opponent of the revolution. Everyone, he said in his election address, must support the government in the course they have taken of combating the revolution, which threatens us all. No transaction with the revolution was the watchword proposed in the manifesto of his party. He appealed to the electors as one who would direct all his efforts to restore the old bond of confidence between Crown and people. He kept his promise. In this assembly, the extreme left was still the predominant party. In an address to the Crown, they asked that the state of siege at Berlin should be raised, and that an amnesty to those who had fought on the 18th of March should be proclaimed. Bismarck did not yet think that the time for forgiveness had come. The struggle was indeed not yet over. He opposed the first demand because, as he said, there was more danger to liberty of debate from the armed mob than there was from the Prussian soldiers. In one of the most careful of his speeches, he opposed the amnesty. Amnesty, he said, was a right of the Crown, not of the Assembly. Moreover, the repeated amnesties were undermining in the people the feeling of law. The opinion was being spread about that the law of the state rested on the barricades, that everyone who disliked the law or considered it unjust had the right to consider it as non-existent. Who that has read the history of Europe during this year can doubt the justice of the remark? Then he continues, My third reason for voting against the amnesty is humanity. The strife of principles which during this year has shattered Europe to its foundation is one in which no compromise is possible. They rest on opposite bases. The one draws its law from what is called the will of the people, in truth, however, from the law of the strongest on the barricades. The other rests on authority created by God, on authority by the grace of God, and seeks its development in organic connection with the existing and constitutional legal status. The decision on these principles will come not by parliamentary debate, not by majorities of 11 votes. Sooner or later, the God who directs the battle will cast his iron dice. These words were greeted with applause, not only by the men who sat on his side of the house, but by those opposite to him. The truth of them was to be shown by the events which were taking place at that very time. They were spoken on the 22nd of the March. The next day was fought the Battle of Novara, and it seemed that the last hopes of the Italian patriots were shattered. Within a few months, the Austrian army subdued with terrible vengeance the rising in Lombardy and Venetia. Hungary was prostrate before the troops whom the Tsar sent to help the young Austrian emperor, and the last despairing outbreak of rebellion in Saxony and in Baden was to be subdued by the Prussian army. The revolution had failed, and it had raised up, as will always happen, a military power, harder, crueler, and more resolute than that it had overthrown. The control over Europe had passed out of the hands of Metternich and Louis Philippe to fall into those of Nicholas Schwarzenberg and Napoleon III. In Prussia, the king used his power with moderation. The conflict of parties was continued within legal limits and under constitutional forms. The parliament, which still claimed that control over the executive government which all parliaments of the revolution had exercised, was dissolved. A new assembly met in August. The king had of his own authority altered the electoral law, and the new parliament showed a considerable majority belonging to the more moderate Liberal Party. Bismarck retained his old seat. He still found much to do. His influence was increasing. He opposed the doctrines of the more moderate liberalism with the same energy with which he had attacked the extreme revolution. The most important debates were those concerning the Constitution. He took part in them, especially opposing the claim of the Parliament to refuse taxes. He saw that if the right was given to the lower house of voting the taxes afresh every year, they would be able to establish a complete control over the executive government. This he did not wish. He was willing that they should have the right of discussing and rejecting any new taxes, and also, in agreement with the Crown and the upper house, of determining the annual budget. It was maintained by the Liberals that the right to reject supplies every year was an essential part of a constitutional system. They appealed to the practice in England and to the principles adopted in the French and Belgian constitutions. Their argument was that this practice, which had been introduced in other countries, must be adopted also in Prussia. It was just one of those arguments which, above all, offended Bismarck's Prussian patriotism. Why should Prussia imitate other countries? Why should it not have its own constitution in its own way? Constitution, as he said, was the mot d'ordre of the day, the word which men used when they were in want of an argument. In Prussia, that all is constitutional which arises from the Prussian constitution. Whatever be constitutional in Belgium or in France, in Anhalt-Dessau, or there where the morning red of Mecklenburg freedom shines. Here, that alone is constitutional, which rests on the Prussian constitution. If he defended the prerogative of the crown, he defended the constitution of his country. A constitution is the collection of rules and laws by which the action of the king is governed. A state without a constitution is a mere oriental despotism where each arbitrary whim of the king is transmuted into action. This was not what Bismarck desired or defended. There was no danger of this in Prussia. He did not even oppose changes in the law and practice of the constitution. What he did oppose was the particular change which would transfer the sovereignty to an elected House of Parliament. It has been maintained, he once said, that a constitutional king cannot be a king by the grace of God. On the contrary, he is it above all others. The references to foreign customs were indeed one of the most curious practices of the time. The matter was once being discussed whether the crown had the power to declare a state of siege without the assent of the chambers. Most speakers attempted to interpret the text of the Prussian constitution by precedents derived from the practice in France and England. We find the Minister of Justice defending his action on the ground of an event in the French Revolution, and Lothar Bucher, one of the ablest of the opposition, complained that not enough attention had been paid to the procedure adopted in England for repealing the Habeas Corpus Act, entirely ignoring the fact that there was no Habeas Corpus Act in Prussia. We can easily understand how repulsive this was to a man who, like Bismarck, wished nothing more than that his countrymen should copy, not the details of the English Constitution, but the proud self-reliance which would regard as impertinent an application of foreign notions. The chief cause for this peculiarity was the desire of the Liberal Party to attain that degree of independence and personal liberty which was enjoyed in England or France. The easiest way to do this seemed to be to copy their institutions. There was, however, another reason. The study of Roman law in Germany, in which they had been educated, had accustomed them to look for absolute principles of jurisprudence which might be applied to the legislation of all countries. When, therefore, they turned their minds to questions of politics, they looked for absolute principles of constitutional government on which, as on a law of nature, their own institutions might be built up. To find this, they analyzed the English Constitution, for England was the classical land of representative government. They read its rule as they would the institution of a Roman jurisconsult and used them to cast light on the dark places of their own law. Bismarck did not share this type of thought. His mind was rather of the English cast. He believed the old Prussian constitution was as much a natural growth as that of England, and decided dark points by reference to older practice as an Englishman would search for precedent in the history of his own country. At that time, the absolute excellence of a democratic constitution was a dogma which few cared to dispute. It appeared to his hearers as a mere paradox when Bismarck pointed out how little evidence there was that a great country could prosper under the government of a parliament elected by an extended franchise. Strictly speaking, there was no evidence from experience. France, as he said, was the parent of all these theories, but the example of France was certainly not seductive. I see in the present circumstances of France nothing to encourage us to put the Nessus robe of French political teaching over our healthy body. This was in September 1849, when the struggle between the Prince President and the Assembly was already impending. The Liberals appealed to Belgium. It had at least stood the storm of the last year, but so had Russia, and after all, the Belgian constitution was only 18 years old, an admirable age for ladies, but not for constitutions. And then there was England. England governs itself, although the lower house has the right of refusing taxes. The references to England are our misfortune. Give us all that is English, which you have not. Give us English fear of God and English reverence before the law. The whole English constitution, but above all, the complete independence of English landed property, English wealth and English common sense, especially an English law house, in short, everything which you have not got, then I will say you can govern us after the English fashion. But this was not all. How could they appeal to England as a proof that a democratic parliament was desirable? England had not grown great under a democratic, but under an aristocratic constitution. English reform is younger than the Belgian constitution. We have still to wait and see whether this reformed constitution will maintain itself for centuries as did the earlier rules of the English aristocracy. That, in Bismarck's opinion, it was not likely to do so, we see a few years later. With most continental critics of English institutions, he believed that the Reform Bill had destroyed the backbone of the English Constitution. In 1857, he wrote, "They have lost the inherited wisdom since the Reform Bill. They maintain a coarse and violent selfishness and the ignorance of continental relations." It was not merely aristocratic prejudice. It was a wise caution to bid his countrymen pause before they adopted from foreign theorists a form of government so new and untried, and risked for the sake of an experiment the whole future of Prussia. In later years, Bismarck apologized for many of the speeches which he made at this period. "I was a terrible Junker in those days," he said, and biographers generally speak of them as though they required justification or apology. There seems no reason for this. It would have been impossible for him, had he at that time been entrusted with the government of the state, entirely to put into practice what he had said from his place in the chamber. But he was not minister. He was only a party leader. His speeches were, as they were intended to be, party speeches. They had something of the exaggeration which conflict always produces. They were, moreover, opposition speeches, for he was addressing not so much the government as the chamber and the country, and in them the party to which he belonged was a very small minority. But why was there not to be a conservative party in Prussia? It was necessary for the proper development of constitutional life that the dominant liberal doctrines should be opposed by this bold criticism. Bismarck was only doing what in England was done by the young Disraeli, by Carlyle, and by Ruskin. The world would not be saved by constitutional formulae. There were some of his party whose aims went indeed beyond what may be considered morally legitimate and politically practicable. The Gaylocks and many of their friends, and the pure military party, which was headed by Prince Charles Frederick, the king's youngest brother, desired to do away with the constitution, to dismiss the parliament, and to restore the absolute monarchy in a form which would have been more extreme than that which it had since 1815. The king himself sympathized with their wishes, and he probably would have acted according to them were it not that he had sworn to maintain the constitution. He was a religious man, and he respected his oath. There does not appear any evidence that Bismarck wished for extreme action of this kind. Even in his private correspondence, at least in that part of it which has been published, one finds no desire to see Prussia entirely without a parliament. It was a very different thing to wish, as he did, that the duties of the parliament should be strictly limited, and that they should not be allowed completely to govern the state. We must always remember how much he owed to representative assemblies. Had the Estates General never been summoned, had the revolution never taken place, he would probably have passed his life as a country gentleman, often discontented with the government of the country, but entirely without influence. He owed to Parliament his personal reputation, but he owed to it something more than that. Up to 1847, the only public career open to a Prussian subject was the civil service. It was from them that not only the subordinate officials, but the ministers of the state were selected. Now we have seen that Bismarck had tried the civil service and deliberately retired from it. The hatred of bureaucracy he never overcame, even when he was at the head of the Prussian state. It arose partly from the natural opposition between the nobleman and the clerk. Bismarck felt in this, like Stein, the greatest of his predecessors, who, though he had taken service on the Prussian crown, never overcame his hatred of the animal with a pen, as he called Prussian civil servants, and shed tears of indignation when he was first offered a salary. Bismarck was never a great nobleman like Stein, and he did not dislike receiving a salary, but he felt that the civil servants were the enemies of the order to which he belonged. He speaks a few years later of the biting acid of Prussian legislation, which in a single generation can reduce a mediatized prince to an ordinary voter. He is never tired of saying that it was the bureaucracy which was the real introducer of the revolution into Prussia. In one of his speeches, he defends himself and his friends against the charge of being enemies to freedom. That they were not, he says. Absolutism with us is closely connected with the omnipotence of the Geheimrat and the conceited omniscience of the professors who sit behind the green table, a product, and I venture to maintain a necessary product, of the Prussian method of education. This product, the bureaucracy, I have never loved. When, as he often does, he maintains that the Prussian parliament does not represent the people, he is thinking of the predominance among them of officials, for we must always remember that many of the extreme liberal party and some of the most active leaders were men who were actually at that time in the service of the crown. It was the introduction of a representative assembly that, for the first time in Prussian history, made it possible a conservative opposition against the liberalism of the Prussian government. There are two kinds of liberalism. In one sense of the word, it means freedom of debate, freedom of the press, the power of the individual as against the government, independence of character, and personal freedom. Of liberalism in this sense of the word, there was indeed little in the Prussian government. But liberalism also meant the overthrow of the old established institutions inherited from the Middle Ages, especially the destruction of all privileges held by the nobility. It meant on the continent opposition to all form of dogmatic religious teaching. It meant the complete subjection of the church to the state. It meant the abolition of all local distinctions and the introduction of a uniform system of government, chiefly imitated from French institutions. It was in this sense of the word that, with the exception of the first few years of the reign of Frederick William IV, the Prussian government had been liberal, and it was this liberalism which Bismarck and his friends hated almost as much as they did the liberalism of the Revolution. The clearest instance of his attitude on such matter is to be found in his opposition to the bill introduced for making civil marriage compulsory. He opposed it in a speech which was many years later to be quoted against him when he himself introduced a measure almost identical with that which he now opposed. Civil marriage, he said, was a foreign institution, an imitation of French legislation. It would simply serve to undermine the belief in Christianity among the people, and, he said, I have seen many friends of the Illumination during the last year or two come to recognize that a certain degree of positive Christianity is necessary for the common man, if he is not to become dangerous to human society. The desire for introducing this custom was merely an instance of the constant wish to imitate what is foreign. It would be amusing, he said, if it were not just our own country which was subjected to this experiment of French charlatanism. In the course of the discussion, it has often been said by gentlemen standing in this place that Europe holds us for a people of thinkers. Gentlemen, that was in old days. The popular representation of the last 2 years has deprived us of this reputation. They have shown to a disappointed Europe only translators of French stucco, but no original thinkers. It may be that when civil marriage also rejoices in its majority, the people will have their eyes opened to the swindle to which they have been sacrificed, when one after another the old Christian fundamental rights have been taken from them, the right to be governed by Christian magistrates, the right to know that they have secured to their children a Christian education in schools which Christian parents are compelled to maintain and to use, the right of being married in the Christian fashion which his faith requires from everyone without being dependent on constitutional ceremonies. If we go on in this way, I hope still to see the day when the false ship of the time will be wrecked on the rock of the Christian Church, for the belief in the revealed Word of God still stands firmer among the people than the belief in the saving power of any article of the Constitution. In the same way, he was able from his place in Parliament to criticize the proposals of the government for freeing the peasants from those payments in kind and personal service which in some of the provinces still adhere to their property. He attacked their financial proposals. He exposed the injustice of the land tax. He defended the manorial jurisdiction of the country gentlemen. Especially, he defended the nobles of Prussia themselves, a class against whom so many attacks had been made. He pointed out that by them and by their blood the Prussian state had been built up. The Prussian nobles were, he maintained, not, as so often was said, unpopular. A third of the house belonged to them. They were not necessarily opposed to freedom. They were at least the truest defenders of the state. Let people not confuse patriotism and liberalism. Who had done more for the true political independence of the state, that independence without which all freedom was impossible, than the Prussian nobles? At the end of the 7 Years' War, boys had stood at the head of the army, the only survivors of their families. The privileges of the nobles had been taken from them, but they had not behaved like the Democrats. Their loyalty to the state had never wavered. They had not even formed a front. He was not ashamed of the name of Junker. "We will bring the name to glory and honor," were almost the last words he spoke in Parliament. Bismarck soon became completely at home in the House. Notwithstanding the strength of his opinions and the vigor with which he gave expression to them, he was not unpopular, even among his opponents. He was always a gentleman, a man of the world. He did not dislike mixing with men of all classes and all parties. He had none of that stiffness and hauteur which many of his friends had acquired from their military pursuit. His relations with his opponents are illustrated by an anecdote of which there are many versions. He found himself one day while in the refreshment room, standing side by side with Dester, one of the most extreme of the Republican party. They fell into conversation, and Dester suggested that they should make a compact, and whichever party succeeded in the struggle for power, they should each agree to spare the others. If the Republicans won, Bismarck should not be guillotined. If the monarchists, Dester should not be hung. "No," answered Bismarck, "that is no use. If you come into power, life would not be worth living. There must be hanging, but cut it to the foot of the gallows." If he was in after years to become known as the great adversary of parliamentary government, this did not arise from any incapacity, to hold his own in parliamentary debate. He did not indeed aim at oratory. Then, as in later years, he always spoke with great contempt of men who depended for power on their rhetorical ability. He was himself deficient in the physical gifts of a great speaker. Powerful as was his frame, his voice was thin and weak. He had nothing of the actor in him. He could not command the deep voice, the solemn tones, the imposing gestures, the Olympian mien by which men like Waldeck and Radowitz and Gargon dominated and controlled their audience. His own mind was essentially critical. He appealed more to the intellect than the emotions. His speeches were always controversial, but he was an admirable debater. It is curious to see how quickly he adopts the natural parliamentary tone. His speeches are all subdued in tone and conversational in manner. Many of them were very carefully prepared, for though he did not generally write them out, he said them over and over again to himself or to Kleist, with whom he lived in Berlin. They are entirely unlike any other speeches. He has in fact in them, as in his letters, added a new chapter to the literature of his country, hitherto so poor in prose. They showed a vivid imagination and an almost unequaled power of illustration. The thought is always concrete, and he is never satisfied with the vague ideas and abstract conceptions which so easily moved his contemporaries. No speeches, either in English or in German, preserve so much of their freshness. He is almost the only parliamentary orator whose speeches have become to some extent a popular book. No other orator had enriched the language as he had done, with new phrases and images. The great characteristic of his speeches, as of his letters, is complete absence of affectation and a very remarkable intellectual honesty. They are often deficient in order and arrangement. He did not excel in the logical exposition of a connected argument, but he never was satisfied till he had presented the idea which influenced him in words so forcible and original that it was impressed on the minds of his audience, and he was often able to find expressions which will not be forgotten so long as the German language is spoken. We can easily imagine that under other circumstances or in another country, he would have risen to power and held office as a parliamentary minister. He often appeals to the practice and traditions of the English Parliament, and there are few continental statesmen who would have been so completely at home in the English House of Commons. He belonged to the class of men from whom so many of the great English statesmen had come, and whom he himself describes. What with us is lacking is the whole class which in England carries on politics, the class of gentlemen who are well-to-do and therefore conservative, who are independent of material interests, and whose whole education is directed towards making them English statesmen, and the object of whose life is to take part in the Commonwealth of England. They were the class to whom he belonged, and he would gladly have taken part in a parliamentary government of this kind. The weakness of his position arose from the fact that he was really acquainted with and represented the inhabitants of only one half of the monarchy. So long as he is dealing with questions of landed property or of the conditions of the peasants, he has a minute and thorough knowledge. He did not always, however, avoid the danger of speaking as though Prussia consisted entirely of agriculturists. The great difficulty then, as now, of governing the state was that it consisted of two parts: the older provinces, almost entirely agricultural, where the land was held chiefly by the great nobles, and the new provinces, the Rhine and Westphalia, where there was a large and growing industrial population. To the inhabitants of these provinces, Bismarck's constant appeal to the old Prussian traditions and to the achievement of the Prussian nobility could have little meaning. What did the citizens of Cologne and Aachen care about the 7 Years' War? If their ancestors took part in the war, it would be as enemies of the kings of Prussia. When Bismarck said that they were Prussians and would remain Prussian, he would undoubtedly spoke the opinion of the Mark and of Pomerania. But the inhabitants of the western provinces still felt and thought rather as Germans than as Prussians. They had scarcely been united with the monarchy 30 years. They were not disloyal, but they were quite prepared, nay, they wished to see Prussia dissolved in Germany. No one can govern Prussia unless he is able to reconcile to his policy these two different classes in the state. It was this which the Prussian conservatives, to which Bismarck at that time belonged, have always failed to do. The liberals, whom he opposed, failed equally. In later years he was very nearly to succeed in a task which might appear almost impossible. End of section 4. Section 5 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 4. The German Problem, 1849 to 1852. Bismarck, however, did not confine himself to questions of constitutional reform and internal government. He often spoke on the foreign policy of the government, and it is in these speeches that he showed most originality. The revolution in Germany, as in Italy, had two sides. It was liberal, but it was also national. The national element was the stronger and more deep-seated. The Germans felt deeply the humiliation to which they were exposed, owing to the fact that they did not enjoy the protection of a powerful government. They wished to belong to a national state, as Frenchmen, Englishmen, and Russians did. It was the general hope that the period of revolution might be used for establishing a government to which the whole of Germany would pay obedience. This was the task of the Constituent Assembly, which since the spring of 1848 had, with the permission of the government, been sitting at Frankfort. Would they be able to succeed where the diplomatists of Vienna had failed? They had at least goodwill, but it was to be shown that something more than honest endeavor was necessary. There were three great difficulties with which they had to contend. The first was the Republican Party, the men who would accept no government but a republic, and who wished to found the new state by insurrection. They were a small minority of the German people. Several attempts at insurrection organized by them were suppressed, and they were outvoted in the assembly. The second difficulty was Austria. A considerable portion of Germany was included in the Austrian Empire. If the whole of Germany was to be included in the new state which they hoped to found, then part of the Austrian Empire would have to be separated from the rest, subjected to different laws and different government. Nothing would remain but a personal union between the German and Slavonic provinces. The government of Austria, after it had recovered its authority at the end of 1848, refused to accept this position and published a new constitution binding all the provinces together in a closer union. The assembly at Frankfurt had no power to coerce the Emperor of Austria. They had therefore adopted the other solution, namely, that the rest of Germany was to be reconstituted and the Austrian provinces left out. The question, however, then arose: would Austria accept this? Would she allow a new Germany to be created in which she had no power? Surely not, if she was able to prevent it. The third difficulty was the relation between the individual states and the new central authority. It is obvious that whatever powers were given to the new government would be taken away from the princes of the individual states, who hitherto had enjoyed complete sovereignty. Those people who in Germany were much influenced by the attachment to the existing governments and who wished to maintain the full authority of the princes and the local parliaments were called particularists. During the excitement of the revolution, they had been almost entirely silenced. With the restoration of order and authority, they had regained their influence. It was probable that many of the states would refuse to accept the new constitution unless they were compelled to do so. Where was the power to do this? There were many in the National Assembly who wished to appeal to the power of the people and by insurrection and barricades compel all the princes to accept the new constitution. There was only one other power in Germany which could do the work, and that was the Prussian army. Would the King of Prussia accept this task? The German constitution was completed in March 1849. By the exercise of much tact and great personal influence, Heinrich von Galgen, the president of the assembly and the leader of the moderate party in it, had procured a majority in favor of an hereditary monarchy, and the King of Prussia was elected to the post of the first German emperor. At the beginning of April, there arrived in Berlin the deputation which was to offer to him the crown, and on his answer depended the future of Germany. Were he to accept, he would then have undertaken to put himself at the head of the revolutionary movement. It would be his duty to compel all the other states to accept the new constitution, and, if necessary, to defend it on the field of battle against Austria. Besides this, he would have to govern not only Prussia but Germany, to govern it under a constitution which gave almost all the power to a parliament elected by universal suffrage, and in which he had only a suspensive veto. Can you be surprised that he refused the offer? He refused it on the ground that he could not accept universal suffrage, and also because the title and power of German emperor could not be conferred on him by a popular assembly. He could only accept it from his equals, the German princes. The decision of the king was discussed in the Prussian assembly, and an address moved declaring that the Frankfort constitution was in legal existence and requesting the king to accept the offer. It was on this occasion that Bismarck for the first time came forward as the leader of a small party on the extreme right. He at once rose to move the previous question. He denied to the assembly even the right of discussing this matter, which belonged to the prerogative of the king. He was still more strongly opposed to the acceptance of the offered crown. He saw only that the King of Prussia would be subjected to a parliamentary assembly, that his power of action would be limited. The motto of his speech was that Prussia must remain Prussia. The crown of Frankfort, he said, may be very bright, but the gold which gives truth to its brilliance has first been won by melting down the Prussian crown. His speech caused great indignation. 10,000 copies of it were printed to be distributed among the electors so as to show them the real principles and objects of the reactionary party. His opposition to any identification of Prussia and Germany was maintained when the Prussian government itself took the initiative and proposed its own solution. During the summer of 1849, the Prussian program was published. The government invited the other states of Germany to enter into a fresh union. The basis of the new constitution was to be that of Frankfurt, but altered so far as might be found necessary, and the union was to be a voluntary one. The king, in order to carry out this policy, appointed as one of his ministers Herr von Radowitz. He was a man of the highest character and extreme ability. An officer by profession, he was distinguished by the versatility of his interests and his great learning. The king found in him a man who shared his own enthusiasm for letters. He had been a member of the parliament at Frankfurt and had taken a leading part among the extreme conservatives. A Roman Catholic, he had come forward in defense of religion and order against the liberals and republicans. a very eloquent speaker. By his honestness and eloquence, he was able for a short time to give new life to the failing hopes of the German patriots. Bismarck always looked on the new minister with great dislike. Radowitz, indeed, hated the revolution as much as he did. He was a zealous and patriotic Prussian, but there was a fundamental difference in the nature of the two men. Radowitz wished to reform Germany by moral influence. Bismarck did not believe in the possibility of this. To this perhaps we must add some personal feeling. The ministry had hitherto consisted almost entirely of men who were either personal friends of Bismarck or whom he had recommended to the king. With Radowitz there entered into it a man who was superior to all of them in ability and over whom Bismarck could not hope to have any influence. Bismarck's distrust, which amounted almost to hatred, depended, however, on his fear that the new policy would bring about the ruin of Prussia. He took the extreme particularist view. He had no interest in Germany outside Prussia. Württemberg and Bavaria were to him foreign states. In all these proposals for a new constitution, he saw only that Prussia would be required to sacrifice its complete independence, that the King of Prussia would become executor for the decrees of a popular and alien parliament. They were asked to cease to be Prussians in order that they might become Germans. This Bismarck refused to do. Prussians we are, said, and Prussians we will remain. He had no sympathy with this idea of a united Germany, which was so powerful at the time. There was only one way in which he was willing that Germany should be united, and that was according to the example which Frederick the Great had set. The ideals of German nation were represented by Arndt's famous song, Was ist das deutsche Vaterland? The fatherland of the Germans was not Swabia or Prussia, not Austria or Bavaria. It was the whole of Germany, wherever the German tongue was spoken. From this Bismarck deliberately dissociated himself. I have never heard, he said, a Prussian soldier singing Was ist das deutsche Vaterland? The new flag of Germany was to be the German tricolor, black and white and gold. The Prussian soldiers, cried Bismarck, have no tricolored enthusiasm. Among them you will find as little as in the rest of the Prussian people the desire for a national regeneration. They are contented with the name of Prussia, and proud of the name of Prussia. These troops follow the black and white flag, not the tricolor. Under the black and white, they die with joy for their country. The tricolor they have learned since the 18th of March to look on as the colors of their foes. These words aroused intense indignation. One of the speakers who followed referred to him as the prodigal son of the German fatherland who had deserted his father's house. Bismarck repudiated the epithet. I am not a prodigal son, he said. My father's house is Prussia, and I have never left it. He could not more clearly repudiate the title German. The others were moved by enthusiasm for an idea, he by loyalty to an existing state. Nothing was sound, he said, in Germany, except the old Prussian institutions. What has preserved us is that which is specially Prussian. It was the remnant of the Stockpreußentum which has survived the revolution, the Prussian army, the Prussian treasure, the fruits of many years of intelligent Prussian administration, and the living cooperation between king and people. It was the attachment of the Prussian people to their hereditary dynasty, the old Prussian virtues of honor, loyalty, obedience, and courage, which, emanating from the officers who form its bone and marrow, permeates the army down to the youngest recruit. He reminded the House how the assembly at Frankfort had only been saved from the insurgent mob by a Prussian regiment, and now it was proposed to weaken and destroy all these Prussian institutions in order to change them into a democratic Germany. He was asked to assent a constitution in which the Prussian government would sink to the level of a provincial council under the guidance of an imperial ministry, which itself would be dependent on a parliament in which Prussian interests would be in a minority. The most important and honorable duties of the Prussian parliament would be transferred to a general parliament. The king would lose his veto. He would be compelled against his will to assent to laws he disliked. Even the Prussian army would be no longer under his sole command. What recompense were they to gain for this? The pleasant consciousness of having followed an unselfish and noble policy, of having satisfied the requirements of a national regeneration, of having carried out the historical task of Prussia, was some such vague expression. With this, he contrasted what would have been a true Prussian policy, a policy which Frederick the Great might have followed. He would have known that now, as in the day of our fathers, the sound of trumpets, which summoned them to their sovereign's flag, has not lost its power for Prussian ears. He would have had the choice either of joining our old comrades Austria and undertaking the brilliant part which the Emperor of Russia has played, and destroying the cause of the revolution, or by the same right by which he took Silesia. He might, after refusing to accept the crown, have ordered the Germans what constitution they should have, and thrown the sword into the scale. Then Prussia would have been in the position to win for Germany its place in the Council of Europe. We all wish the same. We all wish that the Prussian eagle should spread out his wings as guardian and ruler from the Memel to the Donnersberg, but free will we have him, not bound by a new Regensburg Diet. Prussians we are, and Prussians will we remain. I know that in these words I speak the confession of the Prussian army and the majority of my fellow countrymen, and I hope to God that we will still long remain Prussian when this sheet of paper is forgotten like a withered autumn leaf. The policy of Radowitz was doomed to failure, not so much because of any inherent weakness in it, but because Prussia was not strong enough to defend herself against all the enemies she had called up. The other courts of Germany were lukewarm. Austria was extremely hostile. The kings of Hanover and Saxony retreated from the alliance on the ground that they would enter the Union only if the whole of Germany joined. Bavaria had refused to do so. In fact, the two other kings had privately used all their influence to prevent Bavaria from joining, in order that they might always have an excuse for seceding. Prussia was therefore left surrounded by 28 of the smaller states. A parliament from them was summoned to meet at Erfurt in order to discuss the new constitution. Bismarck was elected a member of it. He went there avowedly to protect the Prussian interests. He had demanded from the government that at least the constitution agreed on in Erfurt should again be submitted to the Prussian chamber. He feared that many of the most important Prussian rights might be sacrificed. His request was refused, for it was obvious that if, after the Parliament of Erfurt had come to some conclusion, the new constitution was to be referred back again to the 28 parliaments of the Allied States, the new union would never come into effect at all. It is curious here to find Bismarck using the rights of the Prussian parliaments as a weapon to maintain the complete independence of Prussia. 16 years later, when he was doing the work in which Radowitz failed, one of his chief difficulties arose from the conduct of men who came forward with just the same demand which he now made, and he had to refuse their demands as Radowitz now refused his. He did not take much part in the debates at Erfurt, as he was one of the youngest of the members. He held the position of secretary. The president of the assembly was Simpson, a very distinguished public man, but a converted Jew. What would my father have said, observed Bismarck, if he had lived to see me become clerk to a Jewish scholar? On one occasion, he became involved in what might have been a very serious dispute when he used his power as secretary to exclude from the reporters' gallery two journalists whose reports of the meeting were very partial and strongly opposed to Austria. His attitude towards the assembly is shown by the words, "I know that what I have said to you will have no influence on your vote, but I am equally convinced that your votes will be as completely without influence on the course of events." The whole Union was, as a matter of fact, broken down by the opposition of Austria. Bismarck had, in one of his first speeches, warned against the policy which would bring Prussia into the position which Piedmont had held before the Battle of Novara, when they embarked on a war in which victory would have brought about the overthrow of the monarchy and defeat a disgraceful peace. It was his way of saying that he hoped the king would not eventually draw the sword in order to defend the new liberal constitution against the opposition of Austria. The day came when the king was placed in this position. Austria had summoned the old Diet to meet at Frankfort. Prussia denied that the Diet still legally existed. The two policies were clearly opposed to one another. Austria desiring the restoration of the old constitution, Prussia, at the head of liberal Germany, summoning the states round her in a new union. There were other disputes about Schleswig-Holstein and the affairs of Hesse, but this was the real point at issue. The Austrians were armed and were supported by the Tsar and many of the German states. Shots were actually exchanged between the Prussian and Bavarian outposts in Hesse. The Austrian ambassador had orders to leave Berlin. Had he done so, war could not have been avoided. He disobeyed his orders, remained in Berlin, asked for an interview with the king, and used all his influence to persuade him to surrender. The ministry was divided. Radowitz stood almost alone. The other ministers, Bismarck's friends, had always distrusted his policy. They wished to renew the old alliance with Austria. The Minister of War said they could not risk the struggle. It was rumored that he had deliberately avoided making preparations in order to prevent the king putting himself at the head of the Liberal Party. During the crisis, Bismarck was summoned to the king at Letzlingen. There can be no doubt what his advice was. Eventually, the party of peace prevailed, and Radowitz resigned. Bismarck, on hearing the news, danced 3 times round the table with delight. Brandenburg died almost immediately after. Manteuffel became minister-president. He asked Schwarzenberg for an interview, traveled to Olmütz to meet him, and an agreement was came to by which practically Prussia surrendered every object of dispute between the two great powers. The Convention of Olmütz was the most complete humiliation to which any European state has ever been subjected. Prussia had undertaken a policy, and with the strong approval of the great majority of the nation, had consistently maintained it for over a year. Austria had required that this policy should be surrendered. The two states had armed, the ultimatum had been sent. Everything was prepared for war, and then Prussia surrendered. The cause for this war a double one. It was partly that Prussia was really not strong enough to meet the coalition of Austria and Russia, but it was also that the king was really of two minds. He was constitutionally unable to maintain against danger a consistent course of his policy. Bismarck was one of the few men who defended the action of the ministry. In the ablest of all his speeches, he took up the gauntlet and exposed all the weakness and dangers of Radowitz's policy. This was not a cause in which Prussia should risk its existence. Why should they go to war in order to subject Prussia, not to the princes, but to the chambers of the smaller states? A war for the Union would, he said, reminded him of the Englishman who had a fight with the sentry in order that he might hang himself in the sentry box, a right which he claimed for himself and every free Briton. It was the duty of the councillors of the king to warn him from a policy which would bring the state to destruction. Still, I would not shrink from the war. I would advise it were anyone able to prove to me the necessity for it, or to point out a worthy end which could be attained by it and in no other way. Why do great states wage war nowadays? The only sound principle of action for a great state is political egoism and not romanticism, and it is unworthy of great state to fight for any matter which does not concern its own interests. Show us, gentlemen, an object worthy of war, and you have my vote. It is easy for a statesman in his office or his chamber to blow the trumpet with the breath of popularity, and all the time to sit warming himself by his fireside, while he leaves it to the rifleman who lies bleeding on the snow, whether his system attains victory and glory. Nothing is easier, but woe to the statesman who at such a time does not look about for a reason for the war which will be valid when the war is over. I am convinced you will see the questions which now occupy us in a different light a year hence, when you look back upon them through a long perspective of battlefields and conflagrations, misery and wretchedness. Will you then have the courage to go to the peasant by the ashes of his cottage, to the cripple, to the childless father, and say, "You have suffered much, but rejoice with us, the Union is saved. Rejoice with us, Hassenpflug is no longer minister. Bayernhofer rules in Hesse." Eloquent words, but what a strange comment on them his own acts were to afford. In 1850, Prussia had a clearer and juster cause of war than in 1866. Every word of his speech might have been used with equal effect 16 years later. The Constitution of 1850 was little different from that which Bismarck himself was to give to Germany. The policy of Radowitz was the only true policy for Prussia. If he failed, it was because Prussia's army was not strong enough. The war would have been followed by defeat and disaster. There was one man who saw the evils as they really were, the Prince of Prussia, determined that if ever he became king, the army of Prussia should be again made strong and efficient. It was probably this speech which determined Bismarck's future career. He had defended the agreement with Austria and identified himself with the policy of the government. What more natural than that they should use him to help to carry out the policy he had upheld? Prussia consented to recognize the restoration of the Diet. It would be necessary, therefore, to send an envoy. Now that she had submitted to Austria, the only wise policy was to cultivate her friendship. Who could do this better than Bismarck, who had more boldly supported and praised the new rulers of Austria? When the Gotha party, as they were called, had wished to exclude Austria from Germany, he it was who said that Austria was no more a foreign state than Württemberg or Bavaria. The appointment of Bismarck would be the best proof of the loyal intentions of the Prussian government. A few years later he himself gave to Motley the following account of his appointment. In the summer of 1851, Motley writes, he told me that the minister, Manteuffel, asked him one day abruptly if he would accept the post of ambassador at Frankfort, to which, although the proposition was as unexpected a one to him as if I should hear by the next mail that I had been chosen governor of Massachusetts, he answered, after a moment's deliberation, yes, without another word. The king, the same day sent for him and asked him if he would accept the place, to which he made the same brief answer, "Yeah." His Majesty expressed a little surprise that he made no inquiries or conditions, when Bismarck replied that anything which the king felt strong enough to propose to him, he felt strong enough to accept. I only write these details that you may have an idea of the man. Strict integrity and courage of character, a high sense of honor, a firm religious belief, united with remarkable talents, make up necessarily a combination which cannot be found any day in any court. And I have no doubt that he is destined to be Prime Minister unless his obstinate truthfulness, which is apt to be a stumbling block for politicians, stands in his way. End of section 5. Section 6 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manict Portugal. Chapter 5, Frankfurt, 1851 to 1857. Part 1. Bismarck, when he went to Frankfurt, was 36 years of age. He had had no experience in diplomacy and had long been unaccustomed to the routine of official life. He had distinguished himself by qualities which might seem very undiplomatic. As a parliamentary debater, he had been outspoken in a degree remarkable even during a revolution. He had a habit of tearing away the veil from those facts which everyone knows and which all wish to ignore. A careless good fellowship which promised little of that reserve and discretion so necessary in a confidential agent. A personal and willful independence which might easily lead to him into disagreement with the ministers and the king. He had not even the advantage of learning his work by apprenticeship under a more experienced official. During the first 2 months at Frankfurt, he held the position of first secretary, but his chief did not attempt to introduce him to the more important negotiations, and when, at the end of July, he received his definite appointment as envoy, he knew as little of the work as when he arrived at Frankfurt. He had, however, occupied his time in becoming acquainted with the social conditions. His first impressions were very unfavorable. Frankfurt held a peculiar position. Though the center of the German political system, it was less German than any other town in the country. The society was very cosmopolitan. There were the envoys of the German states and foreign powers, but the diplomatic circle was not graced by the dignity of a court, nor by the neighborhood of any great administrative power. Side by side with the diplomatists were the citizens of Frankfurt. But here again we find indeed a great money market, the center of the finance of the continent, dissociate from any great productive activity. In the neighborhood were the watering places and gambling tables. Homburg and Wiesbaden, Soden and Baden-Baden were within an easy ride or a short railway journey, and Frankfurt was constantly visited by all the idle princes of Germany. It was a city in which intrigue took the place of statesmanship, and never has intrigue played so large a part in the history of Europe as during the years of 1850 to 1870. Half the small states who were represented at Frankfurt had ambitions beyond their powers. They liked to play their part in the politics of Europe. Too weak to stand alone, they were also too weak to be quite honest, and attempted to gain by cunning a position which they could not maintain by other means. This was the city in which Bismarck was to serve his diplomatic apprenticeship. Two extracts from the letters to his wife give the best picture of his personal character at this time. On Saturday I drove with Rochow to Riedesheim. There I took a boat and rowed out on the Rhine, and bathed in the moonlight, only nose and eyes above the water, and floated down to the Rath Tower at Bingen, where the wicked bishop met his end. It is something strangely dreamlike to lie in the water in the quiet, warm light, gently carried along by the stream, to look at the sky with the moon and stars above one, and on either side to see the wooded mountain tops and castle parapets in the moonlight, and to hear nothing but the gentle rippling of one's own motion. I should like a swim like this every evening. Then I drank some very good wine, and sat long talking with Lena on the balcony, with the Rhine beneath us. My little testament and the study heavens brought us on Christian topics, and I long shook at the Rousseau-like virtue of his soul. Yesterday I was at Wiesbaden, and with a feeling of melancholy revisited the scenes of former folly, made please God to fill with his clear and strong wine this vessel in which the champagne of 21 years foamed so uselessly. I do not understand how a man who reflects on himself and still knows and will know nothing of God can endure his life for contempt and weariness. I do not know how I endured this in old days, if, as then, I were to live without God, thee and the children. I do not know why I should not put life aside like a dirty shirt, and yet most of my acquaintances live thus. Now let us see what he thinks of his new duties. Our intercourse here is at best nothing but a mutual suspicion and espionage. If only there was anything to spy out and to hide. It is pure trifles with which they worry themselves, and I find these diplomatists, with their airs of confidence and their petty fussiness, much more absurd than the member of the second chamber in his conscious dignity. Unless some external event take place, and we clever men of the Diet can neither direct nor foresee them, I know already what we shall bring about in 1 or 2 or 3 years, and we'll do it in 24 hours if the others will only be reasonable and truthful for a single day. I'm making tremendous progress in the art of saying nothing in many words. I write reports many pages long, which are smooth and finished like leading articles, and if Manteuffel, after reading them, can say what they contain, he can do no more than I. We all do as though we believe of each other that we are full of thoughts and plans, if only we would express them, and all the time we none of us know a hair's breadth more what will become of Germany. Of the Austrian envoy who was president of the Diet, he writes, Thun, in his outward appearance, has something of a hearty good fellow mixed with a touch of Vienna roué. Underneath this he hides, I will not say great political power and intellectual gifts, but an uncommon cleverness and cunning, which with great presence of mind appears from underneath the mask of harmless good humor as soon as politics are concerned. I consider him as an opponent who is dangerous to anyone who honestly trusts him instead of paying back in his own coin. His judgment on his other colleagues is equally decisive. Of the Austrian diplomatists, he writes, one must never expect that they will make what is right the foundation of their policy for the simple reason that it is the right. Cautious dishonesty is the characteristic of their association with us. They have nothing which awakens confidence. They intrigue under the mask of good fellowship. It was impossible to look for open cooperation from them. Their mouths are full of the necessity for common action, but when it is a question of furthering our wishes, then officially it is, we will not oppose, and a secret pleasure of preparing obstacles. It was just the same with the envoys of the other countries, with a few exceptions. There is none for whom right has any value in itself. They are caricatures of diplomatists who put on their official physiognomy. If I ask them for a light, and select gestures and words with the truly Regensburg caution if they ask for the key of the water closet. Writing to Gerlach, he speaks of the lying, double-tongued policy of the Austrians, of all the lies and intrigues that go on up and down in the Rhine. An honest man from the old Mark has no conception. These South German children of nature are very corrupt. His opinion of the diplomatists does not seem to have improved as he knew them better. Years later he wrote, "There are few diplomatists who in the long run do not prefer to capitulate with their conscience and their patriotism, and to guard the interests of their country and their sovereign with somewhat less decision, rather than incessantly and with danger to their personal positions to contend with the difficulties which are prepared for them by a powerful and unscrupulous enemy." He does not think much better of his own Prussian colleagues. He often complains of the want of support which he received. "With us, the official diplomacy," he writes, "is capable of playing under the same roof with strangers against their own countrymen." These letters are chiefly interesting because of the light they throw on his own character at the beginning of his diplomatic career. We must not take them all too seriously. He was too good a raconteur not to make a good story better, and too good a letter writer not to add something to the effect of his descriptions. Besides, as he says elsewhere, he did not easily see the good side of people. His eyes were sharper for their faults than their good qualities. After the first few passages of arms, he got on well enough with Thun. When he was recalled 2 years later, Bismarck spoke of him with much warmth. "I like him personally, and should be glad to have him for a neighbor at Schönhausen." It is, however, important to notice that the first impression made on him by diplomatic work was that of wanton and ineffective deceit. Those who accuse him, as is so often done, of lowering the standard of political morality which prevails in Europe, know little of politics as they were at the time when Schwarzenberg was the leading statesman. It was his fate at once to be brought in close contact with the most disagreeable side of political life. In all diplomatic work there must be a good deal of espionage and underhand dealing. This was a part of his duties which Bismarck had soon to learn. He was entrusted with the management of the press. This consisted of two parts. First of all, he had to procure the insertion of articles in influential papers in a sense agreeable to the plans of the Prussian government. Secondly, when hostile articles appeared or inconvenient information was published, he had to trace the authors of it, find out by whom the obnoxious paper had been inspired or who had conveyed the secret information. This is a form of activity of which it is of course not possible to give any full account. It seems, however, clear that in a remarkably short time Bismarck showed great aptitude for his new duties. His letters to Manteuffel are full of curious information as to the intrigues of those who are hostile to Prussia. He soon learns to distrust the information supplied by the police. All through his life he had little respect for this department of the Prussian state. He soon had agents of his own. We find him gaining secret information as to the plans of the Ultramontane party in Baden from a compositor at Freiburg who was in his pay. On other occasions, when a court official at Berlin had conveyed to the newspapers private information, Bismarck was soon able to trace him out. We get the impression, both from his letters and from what other information we possess, that all the diplomatists of Germany were constantly occupied in calumniating one another through anonymous contributions to a venal press. It is characteristic of the customs of the time that he had to warn his wife that all her letters to him would be read in the post office before he received them. It was not only the Austrians who used this method. Each of the Prussian ministers would have his own organ, which he would use for his own purposes, and only too probably to attack his own colleagues. It was at this time that a curious fact came to light with regard to Herr von Prokesch-Osten, the Austrian ambassador at Berlin. He had been transferred from Berlin to Frankfurt, and on leaving his house, sold some of his furniture. In a chest of drawers was found large bundles of papers, consisting of newspaper articles in his handwriting, which had been communicated to different papers attacking the Prussian government, to which he at the time was accredited. Of Prokesch, it is that Bismarck once writes, "As to his statements, I do not know how much you will find to be Prokesch and how much to be true." On another occasion, before many witnesses, Bismarck had disputed some statement he made. "If it is not true," cried Prokesch, "then I should have lied in the name of the royal and imperial government." "Certainly," answered Bismarck. There was a dead pause in the conversation. Prokesch afterwards officially admitted that the statement had been incorrect. This association with the press formed in him a habit of mind which he never lost. The proper use of newspapers seemed to him, as to most German statesmen, to be not the expression of public opinion, but the support of the government. If a paper is opposed to the government, the assumption seems to be that it is bribed by some other state. The whole country would rejoice if some of the papers which are supported by foreign sources were suppressed, with the express recognition of their unpatriotic attitude. There may be opposition in the internal affairs, but a paper which in Prussia takes part against the policy of the king on behalf of foreign countries must be regarded as dishonored and treated as such. Politically, his position was very difficult. The Diet had been restored by Austria against the will of Prussia. The very presence of a Prussian envoy in Frankfurt was a sign of her humiliation. He had indeed gone there full of friendly dispositions towards Austria. He was instructed to take up again the policy which had been pursued before 1848, when all questions of importance had been discussed by the two great powers before they were laid before the Diet. Bismarck, however, quickly found that this was no longer the intention of Austria. The Austria which he had so chivalrously defended at Berlin did not exist. He had expected to find a warm and faithful friend. He found a cunning and arrogant enemy. Schwarzenberg had spared Prussia, but he intended to humble her. He wished to use the Diet as a means of permanently asserting the supremacy of Austria, and he would not be content until Prussia had been forced, like Saxony or Bavaria, to acquiesce in the position of a vassal state. The task might not seem impossible, for Prussia appeared to be on the downward path. Of course, the Diet of Frankfurt was the place where the plan had to be carried out. It seemed an admirable opportunity that Prussia was represented there by a young and untried man. Count Thun and his successors used every means to make it appear as though Prussia was a state not of equal rank with Austria. They carried the war into society, and, as diplomatists always will, used the outward forms of social intercourse as a means for obtaining political ends. On this field, Bismarck was quite capable of meeting them. He has told many stories of their conflicts. As president of the Diet, Thun claimed privileges for himself which others did not dare to dispute. In the sittings of the Military Commission, when Loschow was Prussian envoy, Austria alone smoked. Loschow, who was a passionate smoker, would also have gladly done so, but did not venture. When I came, I did not see any reason against it, and asked for a light from the presiding state. This seemed to be noticed with astonishment and displeasure by him and the other gentlemen. It was obviously an event for them. This time only Austria and Prussia smoked, but the others obviously held it so important that they sent home a report on it. Someone must have written about it to Berlin, as a question from the late king arrived. He did not smoke himself, and probably did not find the affair to his taste. It required much consideration at the smaller courts, and for quite half a year only the two great powers smoked. Then Schrenck, the Bavarian envoy, began to maintain the dignity of his position by smoking. The Saxon Nostiches would doubtless have liked to begin too, but I suppose he had not yet received permission from his minister. But when next time he saw that Bothmer, the Hanoverian, allowed himself a cigar, he must have come to an understanding with his neighbor. He was a good Austrian and had sons in the Austrian army, for he brought out his pouch and lit up. There remained only the Württemberger and Darmstädter, and they did not smoke at all, but the honor and the importance of their state required it, and so on the following day the Württemberger really brought out his cigar. I can see him with it now, a long, thin yellow thing, the color of rye straw, and with sulky determination, as a sacrifice for his Swabian fatherland, he smoked at least half of it. Hesse-Darmstadt alone refrained. On another occasion, Thun received Bismarck in his shirt sleeves. "You are quite right," said Bismarck. "It is very hot," and took off his own coat. In the transaction of business he found the same thing. The plan seemed to be deliberately to adopt a policy disadvantageous to Prussia, to procure the votes of a majority of the states, thereby to cause Prussia to be outvoted and to leave her in the dilemma of accepting a decision which was harmful to herself or of openly breaking with the Federation. On every matter which came up, the same scenes repeated themselves. Now it was the disposal of the fleet, which had to a great extent been provided for and maintained by Prussian money. Austria demanded that it should be regarded as the property of the Confederation, even though most of the states had never paid their contribution. Then it was the question of the customs union. A strong effort was made by the anti-Prussian party to overthrow the union which Prussia had established, and thereby ruin the one great work which she had achieved. Against these and similar attempts, Bismarck had constantly to be on the defensive. Another time it was the publication of the proceedings of the Diet, which the Austrians tried to make a weapon against Prussia. The whole intercourse became nothing but a series of disputes, sometimes serious, sometimes trivial. Bismarck was soon able to hold his own. Poor Count Thun, whose nerves were not strong, after a serious discussion with him, used to go to bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He complained that his health would not allow him to hold his post if there were to be continuous quarrels. When his successor, Herr von Prokesy, left Frankfort for Constantinople, he said that it would be like an Eastern dream of the blessed to converse with the wise Ali instead of Bismarck. As soon as the first strangeness had passed off, Bismarck became reconciled to his position. His wife and children joined him. He made himself a comfortable home, and his house soon became one of the most popular in the town. He and his wife were genial and hospitable, and he used to his position to extend his own influence and that of his country. His old friend Motley visited him there in 1855 and wrote to his wife. Monday, July 30th, 1855. The Bismarcks are as kind as ever. Nothing can be more frank and cordial than her manners. I am there all day long. It is one of those houses where everyone does what he likes. The show apartments, where they receive formal company, on the front of the house. Their living rooms, however, are a saloon and dining room at the back, opening up the garden. Here there are young and old, grandparents and children and dogs all at once, eating, drinking, smoking, piano playing, and pistol firing in the garden, all going on at the same time. It is one of those establishments where every earthly thing that can be eaten or drunk is offered you. Porter, soda water, small beer, champagne, burgundy, or claret are about all the time, and everybody is smoking the best Havana cigars every minute. He had plenty of society, much of it congenial to him. He had given up playing since his marriage, and was one of the few diplomatists who was not found at the home gaming tables. But he had the sufficiency of sport and joined with the British envoy, Sir Alexander Marlett, in taking some shooting. A couple of years later, in contradicting one of the frequent newspaper reports that he aimed at supplanting the minister, he says, "My castle in the air is to spend 3 to 5 years longer at Frankfort than perhaps same time in Vienna or Paris, than 10 years with glory as minister, than die as a country gentleman," a prospect which has been more nearly fulfilled than such wishes generally are. He was for the first year still a member of the Second Chamber and occasionally appeared in it. His interest in his diplomatic work had, however, begun to overshadow his pleasure in parliamentary debate. "I'm thoroughly tired of my life here," he writes in May 1853 to his wife from Berlin, "and long for the day of my departure. I find the intrigues of the House immeasurably shallow and undignified. If one always lives among them, one deceives oneself and considers them something wonderful. When I come here from Frankfurt and see them as they really are, I feel like a sober man who has fallen among drunkards. There is something very demoralizing in the air of the chambers. It makes the best people vain without knowing it." So quickly has he outgrown his feeling over a year ago. Then it was the intrigues of diplomatists that had seemed to him useless and demoralizing. Now it was parliamentary debates. In the opinion he formed at this time he never wavered. His distaste for parliamentary life was probably increased by an event which took place about this time. As so often before in the course of debate, he had a sharp passage of word with Finke. The latter referred contemptuously to Bismarck's diplomatic achievements. "All I know of them is the famous lighted cigar." Bismarck answered with some angry words, and at the close of the sitting sent a challenge. 4 days later a duel with pistols took place, the only one he ever fought. Neither was injured. It seems that Finke, who had the first shot, seeing that Bismarck, who had received the sacrament the night before, was praying, missed on purpose. Bismarck then shot in the air. For these reasons he did not stand for re-election when the Chamber was dissolved in 1852, although the king was very much displeased with his determination. He was shortly afterwards appointed member of the newly constituted House of Lords, but though he occasionally voted, as in duty bound, for government measures, he never spoke. He was not to be heard again in the Parliament until he appeared there as President of the Ministry. He was glad to be freed from a tie which had interfered with his duties at Frankfurt. To these he devoted himself with an extraordinary energy. All his old repugnance to official life had disappeared. He did not confine himself to the mere routine of his duties, or to carrying out the instructions sent to him from Berlin. His power of work was marvelous. There passed through his hands a constant series of most important and complicated negotiations. Up to this time he had no experience or practice in sedentary literary work. Now he seems to go out of the way to make fresh labors for himself. He writes long and careful dispatches to his minister on matters of general policy, some of them so carefully thought out and so clearly expressed that they may still be looked on as models. He is entirely free from that circumlocution and involved style which makes so much diplomatic correspondence almost worthless. His arguments are always clear, complete, concise. He used to work long into the night, and then, when in the early morning the post to Berlin has gone, he would mount his horse and ride out into the country. It was in these years that he formed those habits to which the breakdown of his health in later years was due, but now his physical and intellectual vigor seemed inexhaustible. End of section 6. Section 7 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 5. Frankfort, 1851 to 1857. Part 2. He never feared to press his own views as to the policy which should be pursued. He also kept up a constant correspondence with Gerlach, and many of these letters were laid before the king, so that even when absent, he continued as before to influence both the official and unofficial advisers. He soon became the chief adviser on German affairs and was often summoned to Berlin that his advice might be taken. Within 2 years after his appointment, he was sent on a special mission to Vienna to try and bring about an agreement as to the rivalry concerning the customs union. He failed, but he had gained the knowledge of persons and opinions at the Austrian court, which was to be of much use to him. During these years, indeed, he acquired a most remarkable knowledge of Germany. Before, he had lived entirely in Prussia. Now he was at the center of the German political system, continually engaged in important negotiations with the other courts. After a few years, there was not a man of importance in German public life whose character and opinions he had not gauged. Further experience only confirmed in him the observations he had made at the beginning, that it was impossible to maintain a good understanding with Austria. The tone of his letters soon changes from doubt and disappointment to settled and determined hostility. In other matters, also, he found that the world was not the same place it had seemed to him. He had been accustomed to regard the revolution as the chief danger to be met. At Frankfort, he was in the home of it. Here, for nearly a year, the German Assembly had held its meetings. In the neighboring states of Baden, Hesse, and in the Palatinate, the Republican element was strong. He found them as revolutionary as ever, but he soon learned to despise rather than fear them. The population here would be a political volcano if revolutions were made with the mouth. So long as it requires blood and strength, they will obey anyone who has courage to command, and, if necessary, to draw the sword. They would be dangerous only under cowardly governments. I have never seen two men fighting in all the 2 years I have been here. This cowardice does not prevent the people, who are completely devoid of all inner Christianity and all respect for authority, from sympathizing with the revolution. His observations on the character of the South Germans only increased his admiration for the Prussian people and his confidence in the Prussian state. He had not been at Frankfurt a year before he had learned to look on this hostility of Austria as unsurmountable. As soon as he had convinced himself of this, he did not bewail and bemoan the desertion of their ally. He at once accustomed himself to the new position and considered in what way the government ought to act. His argument was simple. Austria is now our enemy. We must be prepared to meet this enmity either by diplomacy or war. We are not strong enough to do so alone. Therefore, you must have allies. There was no sure alliance to be had in Germany. He despised the other German states. If there was to be a war, he would rather have them against him than on his side. He must find help abroad. Austria had overcome Prussia by the alliance with Russia. Surely the only thing to be done was to seek support where it could be got, either with Russia or with France, if possible with both. In this he was only reverting to the old policy of Prussia. The alliance with Austria had only begun in 1813. From now until 1866, his whole policy was ceaselessly devoted to bring about such a disposition of the forces of Europe that Austria might be left without allies and Prussia be able to regain the upper hand in German affairs. The change was in his circumstance, not in his character. As before, he was moved by a consuming passion of patriotism, something there too of personal feeling. His own pride, his own ambition were engaged, though this was as nothing compared to love of his country and loyalty to the king. He was a soldier of the Prussian crown. At Berlin, he had to defend it against internal enemies. Now the danger had shifted. The power of the government was established. Why waste time in fighting with liberalism? Other enemies were pressing on. When Jellachich and Windischgrätz had stood victorious by the blood-stained altar of St. Stephen's, the Austrian army had destroyed the common foe. Now it was the same Austrian army and Austrian statesmen who desired to put a limit to Prussian ambition. Bismarck threw himself into the conflict of diplomacy with the same courage and relentless persistence that he had shown in parliamentary debates. He had already begun to divine that the time might come when the Prussian crown would find an ally in Italian patriots and Hungarian rebels. It was the Eastern complications which first enabled him to show his diplomatic abilities in the larger field of European politics. The plans for the dismemberment of the Turkish Empire, which were entertained by the Tsar, were opposed by England, France, and Austria. Prussia, though not immediately concerned, also at first gave her assent to the various notes and protests of the powers, so that the ambition of the Tsar was confronted by the unanimous voice of Europe. Bismarck, from the beginning, regarded the situation with apprehension. He saw that Prussia was being entangled in a struggle in which she had much to lose and nothing to gain. If she continued to support the Western powers, she would incur the hatred of Russia. Then, perhaps by a sudden change of policy on the part of Napoleon, she would be left helpless and exposed to Russian vengeance. If war were to break out and Prussia took part in the war, then the struggle between France and Russia would be fought out on German soil, and whoever was victorious, Germany would be the loser. What interests of theirs were at stake that they should incur this danger? Why should Prussia sacrifice herself to preserve English influence in the Mediterranean or the interests of Austria on the Danube? He wished for exactly the opposite policy. The embarrassment of Austria must be the opportunity of Prussia. Now was the time to recover the lost position in Germany. The dangerous friendship of Austria and Russia was dissolved. If Prussia came to an understanding with the Tsar, it was now Austria that would be isolated. The other German states would not desire to be dragged into a war to support Austrian dominion in the East. Let Prussia be firm, and they would turn to her for support, and she would once more be able to command the majority of the Diet. For these reasons, he recommended his government to preserve an armed neutrality in union, if possible, with the other German states. If they were to take sides, he preferred it should not be with the Western powers, For, as he said, we must look abroad for allies, and among the European powers, Russia is to be had on the cheapest terms. It wishes only to grow in the East, the two others at our expense. It shows the advance he had made in diplomacy that throughout his correspondence he never refers to the actual cause of dispute. Others might discuss the condition of the Christians in Turkey or the holy places of Jerusalem. He thinks only of the strengths and weakness of his own state, the opening of the Black Sea, the dismemberment of Turkey, the control of the Mediterranean, the fate of the Danubian principalities. For all this he cared nothing, for in them Prussia had no interest. They only existed for him so far as the new combinations among the powers might, for good or evil, affect Prussia. The crisis came in 1854. A Russian army occupied Moldavia and Wallachia. England and France sent their fleets to the Black Sea. They determined on war, and they wished for the alliance of Austria. Austria was inclined to join, for the presence of Russian troops on the Danube was a menace to her. She did not dare to move unless supported by Prussia and Germany. She appealed to the Confederacy and urged that her demands might be supported by the armies of her allies. But the German states were little inclined to send the levies of their men for the eastern interest of the emperor. If they were encouraged by Prussia, they would refuse. The result in Germany, as in Europe, depended on the action of Prussia, and the decision lay with the king. Was Prussia to take part with Russia or the Western powers? That was the question which for many months was debated at Berlin. The public opinion of the nation was strong for the Western powers. They feared the influence of Russia on the internal affairs of Germany. They had not forgotten or forgiven the part which the Tsar had taken in 1849. The choice seemed to lie between Russia and England, between liberty and despotism, between civilization and barbarism. On this side also were those who wished to maintain the alliance with Austria. Russia had few friends except at the court and in the army, but the party of the Kreuzzeitung, the court camarilla, the princes and nobles who commanded the Garde Corps, wished for nothing better than a close alliance with the great emperor who had saved Europe from the revolution. Let us draw our sword openly in defense of Russia, they said. Then we may bring Austria with us. The old alliance of the three monarchies will be restored, and then will be the time for a new crusade against France, the natural enemy of Germany, and the upstart emperor. The conflict of parties was keenest in the precincts of the court. Society in Berlin was divided between the Russian and the English. The Queen was hot for Russia, but the English party rallied round the Prince of Prussia and met in the saloons of his wife. Between the two, the king wavered. He was, as always, more influenced by feeling than by calculation, but his feelings were divided. How could he decide between Austria and Russia, the two ancient allies of his house? He loved and reverenced the Tsar. He feared and distrusted Napoleon. Alliance with infidels against Christians was to him a horrible thought, but he knew how violent were the actions and lawless the desires of Nicholas. He could not ignore the opinions of Western Europe, and he wished to stand well with England. The man by whose advice he was guided stood on opposite sides. Bunsen was for England, Gerlach for Russia. The ministry was also divided. No effort was spared to influence him. The Tsar and Napoleon each sent special envoys to his court. The Queen of England and her husband warned him not to forget his duty to Europe and humanity. If he would join the Allies, there would be no war. Still he wavered. He goes to bed an Englishman and gets up a Russian, said the Tsar, who despised his brother-in-law as much as he was honored by him. While the struggle was at its height, Bismarck was summoned to Berlin, that his opinion might also be heard. At Berlin and at Letzlingen, he had frequent interviews with the king. In later years, he described the situation he found there. It was nothing strange, according to the custom of those days, that half a dozen ambassadors should be living in hotels, intriguing against the policy of the minister. He found Berlin divided into two parties. The one looked to the Tsar as their patron and protector. The other wished to win the approval of England. He missed a reasonable conviction as to what was the interest of Prussia. His own advice was against alliance with the Western powers or Austria. Better join Russia than England. Better still, preserve neutrality and hold the balance of Europe. He had the reputation of being very Russian, but he protested against the term. "I'm not Russian," he said, "but Prussian." He spoke with great decision against the personal adherents of the king, men who looked to the Tsar rather than to their own sovereign, and carried their subservience even to treason. As in former days, courage he preached and resolution. Some talked of the danger of isolation. "With 400,000 men, we cannot be isolated," he said. The French envoy warned him that his policy might lead to another Jena. "Why not Waterloo?" he answered. Others talked of the danger of an English blockade of their coast. He pointed out that this would injure England more than Prussia. "Let us be bold and depend on our own strength. Let us frighten Austria by threatening an alliance with Russia. Frighten Russia by letting her think we may join the Western powers. If it were true that we could never side with Russia, at least we must retain the possibility of threatening to do so." The result was what you might expect from the character of the king. Unable to decide for either of the contending factors, he alternated between the two, and gave his support now to one, now to the other. In March, when Bismarck was still in Berlin, sudden disgrace fell upon the English party. Bunsen was recalled from London. Bonin, their chief advocate in the ministry, was dismissed. When the Prince of Prussia, the chief patron of the Western Alliance, protested, he was included in the act of disfavor and had to leave Berlin, threatened with the loss of his offices and even with arrest. All danger of war with Russia seemed to have passed. Bismarck returned content to Frankfort. Scarcely had he gone when the old affection for Austria gained the upper hand, and by a separate treaty, Prussia bound herself to support the Austrian demands, if necessary by arms. Bismarck heard nothing of the treaty till it was completed. The ministers had purposely refrained from asking his advice on a policy which they knew he would disapprove. He overcame his feelings of disgust so far as to send a cold letter of congratulation to Manteuffel. To Gerlach he wrote, "His Majesty should really see to it that his ministers should drink more champagne. None of the gentry ought to enter his council without half a bottle under his belt. Our policy would soon get a respectable color." The real weakness lay, as he well knew, in the character of the king. If here I say to one of my colleagues, "We remain firm even if Austria drives matters to a breach," he laughs in my face and says, "As long as the king lives, it will not come to a war between Austria and Prussia." And again, "The king has as much leniency for the sins of Austria as I hope to have from the Lord in heaven." It was a severe strain on his loyalty, but he withstood it. He has, I believe, never expressed his opinion about the king. We can guess what it must have been. It was a melancholy picture, a king violent and timid, obstinate and irresolute, his will dragged now this way, now that, by his favorites, his wife and his brother, his own ministers intriguing against each other, ambassadors recommending a policy instead of carrying out their instructions, and the minister-president standing calmly by, as best he could, patching up the appearance of consistent policy. It was probably the experience which he gained at this time which, in later years, when he himself had become minister, made Bismarck so jealous of outside and irresponsible advisers. He did not choose to occupy the position of Manteuffel. He laid down the rule that none of his own subordinates should communicate with the king except through himself. A Bismarck as foreign minister would not allow a Gerlach at court, nor a Bismarck among his envoys. He had indeed been careful not to intrigue against his chief, but it was impossible to observe that complete appearance of acquiescence which a strong and efficient minister must demand. Bismarck was often asked his opinion by the king directly. He was obliged to say what he believed to be the truth, and he often disapproved of that which Manteuffel advised. In order to avoid the appearance of disloyalty, he asked Gerlach that his letters should be shown to Manteuffel. Not all of them could be shown. Still less would it be possible to repeat all he said. If they were in conflict, his duty to the king must override his loyalty to the minister, and the two could not always be reconciled. To Englishmen, indeed, it appears most improper that the king should continually call for the advice of other politicians without the intervention or the knowledge of his ministers. But this is just one of those points on which it is impossible to apply to Prussian practice English constitutional theory. In England, it is a maxim of the Constitution that the sovereign should never consult anyone on political matters except the responsible ministry. This is possible only because the final decision rests with Parliament and the Cabinet and not with the sovereign. It was, however, always the contention of Bismarck that the effective decision in Prussia was with the king. This was undoubtedly the true interpretation of the Prussian constitution, but it followed from this that the king must have absolute freedom to ask the advice of everyone whose opinion would be of help to him. He must be able to command the envoys to foreign countries to communicate with him directly, and if occasion required, to consult with the political opponents his own ministers. To forbid this and to require that all requests should come to him by the hands of the ministers would be in truth to substitute ministerial autocracy for monarchical government. Something of this kind did happen in later years when the German emperor had grown old and when Bismarck, supported by his immense experience and success, guided the policy of the country alone, independent of parliament and scarcely allowing any independent adviser to approach the emperor. This was exceptional. Normally, a Prussian minister had to meet his opponents and critics not so much in public debate as in private discussion. Under a weak sovereign, the policy of the country must always be distracted by palace intrigue. Just as in England, under a weak cabinet, it will be distracted by party faction. The ministers must always be prepared to find their best laid schemes overthrown by the influence exerted upon the royal mind by his private friends or even by his family. It may be said that tenure of office under these conditions would be impossible to a man of spirit. It was certainly very difficult. An able and determined minister was as much hampered by this private opposition as by parliamentary discussion. It is often the fashion to say that parliamentary government is difficult to reconcile with a strong foreign policy. The experience of Prussia from the year 1815 to 1863 seemed to show that under monarchical government it is equally difficult. Meanwhile, he had been maturing in his mind a bolder plan. Why should not Prussia gain the support she required by alliance with Napoleon? The Germans had watched the rise of Napoleon with suspicion and alarm. They had long been taught that France was their natural enemy. When Napoleon seized the power and assumed the name of emperor, the old distrust was revived. His very name recalled memories of hostility. They feared he would pursue an ambitious and warlike policy, that he would withdraw the agreements on which the peace of Europe and the security of the weaker states depended, and that he would extend to the Rhine the border of France. He was the first ruler of France whose internal policy awoke no sympathy in Germany. His natural allies, the liberals, he had alienated by the overthrow of the Republic, and he gained no credit for it in the eyes of the conservatives. The monarchical party in Prussia could only have admiration for the man who had imprisoned the parliament and restored absolute government. They could not repudiate an act which they would gladly imitate, but they could not forgive him that he was an usurper. According to their creed, the suppression of liberty was the privilege of the legitimate king. It was the last remnant of doctrine of legitimacy, the belief that it was the duty of the European monarchs that no state should change its form of government or the dynasty by which it was ruled, the doctrine of the Holy Alliance that kings must make common cause against the revolution. How changed were the times from the days when Metternich had used this as a strong support for the ascendancy of the House of Austria. Austria herself was no longer sound. The old faith lingered only in St. Petersburg and Berlin, but how weak and ineffective it had become. There was no talk now of interference. There would not be another campaign of Waterloo or of Valmy. There was only a prudish reserve. They could not, they did not dare refuse diplomatic dealings with the new emperor, but they were determined there should be no cordiality. The virgin purity of the Prussian court should not be deflowered by intimacy with the man of sin. If there could not be a fresh crusade against Bonapartism, at least there should be no alliance with it. End of section 7. Section 8 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manicked by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 5. Frankfort, 1851 to 1857. Part 3. From the beginning, Bismarck had little sympathy with this point of view. He regarded the coup d'etat as necessary in a nation which had left the firm ground of legitimacy. France could not be governed except by an iron hand. As a Prussian, however, he could not be pleased, for he saw an enemy who had been weak strengthened, but he did not believe in Napoleon's warlike desires. In one way, it was an advantage. The overthrow of the Republic had broken the bond which joined the German revolutionists to France. He did not much mind what happened in other countries so long as Prussia was safe. There is no ground for surprise that he soon began to go farther. He warned his friends not to irritate the emperor. On the occasion of the emperor's marriage, the Kreuzzeitung published a violent article, speaking of it as an insult and threat to Prussia. Bismarck's feelings as a gentleman were offended by this useless scolding. It seemed, moreover, dangerous. If Prussia were to quarrel with France, they would be obliged to seek the support of the Eastern powers. If Russia and Austria should know this, Prussia would be in their hands. The only effect of this attitude would be to cut off the possibility of a useful move in the game of diplomacy. There is no good in giving our opposition to France the stamp of irrevocability. It would be no doubt a great misfortune if we are to unite ourselves with France, but why proclaim this to all the world? We should do wiser to act so that Austria and Russia would have to court our friendship against France than treat us as an ally who is presented to them. It is a topic to which he often refers. We cannot make an alliance with France without a certain degree of meanness, but very admirable people, even German princes in the Middle Ages, have used a sewer to make their escape rather than to be beaten or throttled. An alliance with Napoleon was, however, according to the code of honor professed, if not followed, in every German state, the sin for which there was no forgiveness. It was but a generation ago that half the German princes had hurried to the court of the first Napoleon to receive at his hands the estates of their neighbors and the liberties of their subjects. No one doubted that the new Napoleon would be willing to use similar means to ensure the power of France. Would he meet with willing confederates? The Germans, at least, do not seem to have trusted one another. No prince dared show ordinary courtesy to the ruling family of France. No statesman could visit Paris, but voices would be heard crying that he had sold himself and his country. An accusation of this kind was the stock in trade, which the nationalist press was always ready to bring against every ruler who was obnoxious to them. It required moral courage, if it also showed political astuteness when Bismarck proposed deliberately to encourage a suspicion from which most men were anxious that their country should be free. He had already plenty of enemies, and reports were soon heard that he was in favor of a French alliance. They did not cease for 10 years. He often protested in his private letters against these unworthy accusations. The protests seem rather absurd, for if he did not really wish for an alliance between Prussia and France, he at least wished that people should dread such an alliance. A man cannot frighten his friends by the fear he will rob them, and at the same time enjoy the reputation for strict probity. He explains with absolute clearness the benefits which will come from a French alliance. The German states are attentive and attracted to us in the same degree in which they believe we are befriended by France. Confidence in us they will never have. Every glance at the map prevents that, and they know that their separate interests and the misuse of their sovereignty always stand in the way of the whole tendency of Prussian policy. They clearly recognize the danger which lies in this. It is one against which the unselfishness of our most gracious master alone gives them a temporary security. The opinions of the king, which ought, at least for a time, to weaken their mistrust, will gain his majesty no thanks. They will only be used and exploited. In the hour of necessity, gratitude and confidence will not bring a single man into the field. Fear, if it is used with foresight and clearness, can place the whole Confederacy at our feet. And in order to instill fear into them, we must give clear signs of our good relations with France. He objected to Prussia following what was called a German policy, for, as he said, by a national and patriotic policy is meant that Prussia should do what was for the interest not of herself, but of the smaller states. It was not till after the Crimean War that he was able to press this policy. Napoleon had now won his position in Europe. Gerlach had seen with pain and disgust that the Queen of England had visited his court. The Emperor himself desired a union with Prussia. In this, sympathy and interest combined. He had much affection for Germany. His mind, as his education, was more German than French. He was a man of ideas. He was the only ruler of France who has sincerely desired and deliberately furthered the interest of other countries. He believed that the nation should be the basis of the state. His revolutionary antecedents made him naturally opposed to the House of Austria, and he was ready to help Prussia in resuming her old ambitious policy. The affair of Neuchâtel gave him an opportunity of earning the personal gratitude of the king, and he did not neglect it, for he knew that in the royal prejudice was the strongest impediment to an alliance. In 1857, Bismarck was sent to Paris to discuss this and other matters. 2 years before, he had been presented to the emperor, but it had been at the time when he was opposed to the French policy. Now, for the first time, the two men who were for 10 years to be the leaders, now friends and rivals in the realm of diplomacy, were brought into close connection. Bismarck was not impressed by the emperor's ability. He wrote, "People exaggerate his intellect, but underrate his heart." Napoleon was very friendly. His wishes to help the king went farther than his duty to follow French policy. He said, "Why should we not be friends? Let us forget the past. If everyone were to attach himself to a policy of memories, two nations that have once been at war must be at war to all eternity. Statesmen must occupy themselves with the future." This was just Bismarck's opinion. He wrote home suggesting that he might prepare the way for a visit of the emperor to Prussia. He would like to come and it would have a good effect. This was going farther than the king, grateful though he was, would allow. He told Gerlach not to answer this part of the letter at all while Bismarck was in Paris. Bismarck, however, continued in his official reports and private letters to urge again and again the political advantages of an understanding with France. It is Austria that is the natural enemy, for it is Austria whose interests are opposed to Prussia. If they repel the advance of Napoleon, they would oblige him to seek an alliance with Russia, and this was a danger which even in those days Bismarck never ceased to fear. Prince Napoleon, cousin of the emperor, was at that time on a visit to Berlin. On his way through Frankfort, he had singled out Bismarck, and no doubt under instructions had shown great friendliness to him. The Kreuzzeitung again took the opportunity of insulting the rule of France. Bismarck again remonstrated against the danger of provoking hostility by these acts of petty rancor, disguised though they might be under the name of principle. He did not succeed in persuading the king or his confidant. He was always met by the same answer. France is the natural enemy of Germany. Napoleon is the representative of the revolution. There can be no union between the King of Prussia and the revolution. How can a man of your intelligence sacrifice your principles to a single individual? Asked Gerlach, who aimed not at showing that an alliance with France would be foolish, but that it would be wrong. 5 years before, Bismarck would have spoken as Gerlach did, but in these years he had seen and learned much. He had freed himself from the influence of his early friends. He had outgrown their theoretic formalism. He had learned to look at the world with his own eyes, and to him, defending his country against the intrigues of weaker and the pressure of more powerful states, the world was a different place from what it was to those who passed their time in the shadow of the court. He remembered that it was not by strict obedience to general principles that Prussia had grown great. Frederick II had not allowed himself to be stopped by these narrow searchings of heart. His successor had not scrupled to ally himself with revolutionary France. This rigid insistence on a rule of right, this nice determining of questions of conscience, seemed better suited to the confessor's chair than to the advisers of a great monarch. And the principle to which he was asked to sacrifice the future of his country, was it after all a true principle? Why should Prussia trouble herself about the internal constitution of other states? What did it concern her whether France was ruled by a Bourbon or an Orleans or a Bonaparte? How could Prussia continue the policy of the Holy Alliance when the close union of the three Eastern monarchies no longer existed? If France were to attack Germany, Prussia could not expect the support of Russia. She could not even be sure of that of Austria. An understanding with France was required not by ambition, but by the simplest grounds of self-preservation. These and other considerations he advanced in a long and elaborate memorandum, addressed to Manteuffel, which was supplemented by letters to the minister and Gerlach. For closeness of reasoning, for clearness of expression, for the wealth of knowledge and cogency of argument, these are the most remarkable of his political writings. In them, he sums up the results of his apprenticeship to political life. He lays down the principles on which the policy of the state ought to be conducted, the principles on which in future years he was himself to act. What, he asks, are the reasons against an alliance with France? The chief ground is the belief that the emperor is the chief representative of the revolution and identical with it, and that a compromise with the revolution is as inadmissible in internal as in external policy. Both statements he triumphantly overthrows. Why should he look at Napoleon as the representative of the revolution? There is scarcely a government in Europe which has not a revolutionary origin. What is there now existing in the world of politics which has a complete legal basis? Spain, Portugal, Brazil, all the American republics, Belgium, Holland, Switzerland, Greece, Sweden, England, which state with full consciousness is based on the revolution of 1688, are all unable to trace back their legal system to a legitimate origin. Even as to the German princes, we cannot find any completely legitimate title for the ground which they have won partly from the emperor and the empire, partly from their fellow princes, partly from the estates. He goes farther. The revolution is not peculiar to France. It did not even originate there. It is much older than the historical appearance of Napoleon's family and far wider in its extent than France. If we are to assign it an origin in this world, we must look for it, not in France, but in England, or go back even earlier, even to Germany or Rome, according as we regard the exaggeration of the Reformation or of the Roman Church as responsible. But if Napoleon is not the sole representative of revolutions, why make opposition to him a matter of principle? He shows no desire of propagandism. To threaten other states by means of revolution has been for years the trade of England, and this principle of not associating with the revolutionary power is itself quite modern. It is not to be found in the last century. Cromwell was addressed as brother by European potentates, and they sought his friendship when it appeared useful. The most honorable princes joined in alliance with the States General before they were recognized by Spain. Why should Prussia now alone, to its own injury, adopt this excessive caution? He goes farther. Not only does he reject the principle of legitimacy, he refuses to be bound by any principles. He did not free himself from one party to bind himself to another. His profession was diplomacy, and in diplomacy there was no place for feeling of affection and antipathy. What is the proper use of principles in diplomacy? It is to persuade others to adopt a policy which is convenient to oneself. My attitude toward foreign governments springs not from any antipathy, but from the good or evil they may do to Prussia. A policy of sentiment is dangerous, for it is one-sided. It is an exclusively Prussian peculiarity. Every other government makes its own interest the sole criterion of its actions, however much it may drape them in phrases about justice and sympathy. My ideal for foreign policy is freedom from prejudice, that our decisions should be independent of all impressions of dislike or affection for foreign states and their governments. This was the canon by which he directed his own actions, and he expected obedience to it from others. So far as foreigners go, I have never in my life had sympathy for anyone but England and its inhabitants, and I am even now not free from it, but they will not let us love them, and as soon as it was proved to me that it was in the interest of a sound and well-matured Prussian policy, I would let our troops fire on French, English, Russian, or Austrian with the same satisfaction. I cannot justify sympathies and antipathies as regards foreign powers and persons before my feeling of duty in the foreign service of my country, either in myself or another. Therein lies the embryo of disloyalty against my master or my country. In my opinion, not even the king himself has the right to subordinate the interest of his country to his own feelings of love or hatred towards strangers. He is, however, responsible towards God and not to me if he does so, and therefore, on this point, I am silent. This reference to the king is very characteristic. Holding, as he did, so high an ideal of public duty himself, he naturally regarded with great dislike the influence which too often family ties and domestic affection exercised over the mind of the sovereign. The German princes had so long pursued a purely domestic policy that they forgot to distinguish between the interests of their families and their land. They were, moreover, naturally much influenced in their public decisions not only by their personal sympathies, but also by the sympathies and opinions of their nearest relations. Two men like Bismarck, who regarded duty to the state as above everything, nothing could be more disagreeable than to see the plans of professional statesmen criticized by irresponsible people and perhaps overthrown through some woman's whim. He was a confirmed monarchist, but he was no courtier. In his letters at this period, he sometimes refers to the strong influence which the Princess of Prussia exercised over her husband, who was heir to the throne. He regarded with apprehension the possible effects which the proposed marriage of the Prince of Prussia's son to the Princess Royal of England might have on Prussian policy. He feared it would introduce English influence and Anglomania without their gaining any similar influence in England. If our future queen remains in any degree English, I see our court surrounded by English influence. He was not influenced in this by any hostility to England. Almost at the same time, he had written that England was the only foreign country for which he had any sympathy. He was only, as so often, contending for that independence and self-reliance which he so admired in the English. For 200 years, English traditions had absolutely forbidden the sovereign to allow his personal and family sympathies to interfere with the interests of the country. If the House of Hohenzollern were to aspire to the position of a national monarch, it must act in the same way. At this very time, the Emperor Napoleon was discussing the Prussian marriage with Lord Clarendon. It will much influence the policy of the Queen in favor of Prussia, he said. No, Your Majesty, answered the English ambassador. The private feelings of the Queen can never have any influence on that which she believes to be for the honor and welfare of England. This was the feeling by which Bismarck was influenced. He was trying to educate his king, and this was the task to which for many years he was devoted. What he thought of the duties of princes we see from an expression he uses in a letter to Manteuffel. Only Christianity can make princes what they ought to be, and free them from that conception of life which causes many of them to seek in the position given them by God nothing but the means to a life of pleasure and irresponsibility. All his attempts to win over the king and Gerlach to his point of view failed. The only result was that his old friends began to look on him askance. His new opinions were regarded with suspicion. He was no longer sure of his position in court. His outspokenness had caused offense. After reading his last letter, Gerlach answered, "Your explanation only shows me that we are now far asunder." The correspondence, which had continued for almost 7 years, stopped. Bismarck felt that he was growing lonely. He had to accustom himself to the thought that the men who had formerly been both politically and personally his close friends, and who had once welcomed him whenever he returned to Berlin, now desired to see him kept at a distance. In one of his last letters to Gerlach, he writes, "I used to be your favorite. Now all that is changed. His Majesty has less often the wish to see me. The ladies of the court have a cooler smile than formerly. The gentlemen press my hands less warmly. The high opinion of my usefulness is sunk. Only the minister, Manteuffel, is warmer and more friendly." Something of this was perhaps exaggerated, but there was no doubt that a breach had begun which was to widen and widen. Bismarck was no longer a member of the party of the Kreuzzeitung. It was fortunate that a change was imminent in the direction of the Prussian government. The old figures who had played their part were to pass away, and a new era was to begin. End of section 8. Section 9 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, manuscript by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 6. St. Petersburg and Paris, 1858 to 1862. Part 1. In the autumn of 1857, the health of the King of Prussia broke down. He was unable to conduct the affairs of state, and in the month of September was obliged to appoint his brother as his representative to carry on the government. There was from the first no hope for his recovery. The commission was 3 times renewed, and after a long delay, in October of the following year, the king signed a decree appointing his brother regent. At one time, in the spring of 1858, the prince had, it is said, thought of calling on Bismarck to form a ministry. This, however, was not done. It was, however, one of the first actions of the Prince Regent to request Manteuffel's resignation. He formed a ministry of moderate liberals, choosing as president the Prince of Hohenzollern, head of the Catholic branch of his own family. The new era, as it was called, was welcomed with delight by all parties except the most extreme conservatives. No ministry had been so unpopular as that of Manteuffel. At the elections, which took place immediately, the government secured a large majority. The prince and his ministers were able to begin their work with the full support of parliament and country. Bismarck did not altogether regret the change. His differences with the dominant faction at court had extended to the management of home as well as of foreign affairs. For the last 2 years he had been falling out of favor. He desired, moreover, to see fresh blood in the chamber. The disease to which our parliamentary life had succumbed is, besides the incapacity of the individual, the servility of the lower house. The majority has no independent convictions. It is the tool of ministerial omnipotence. If our chambers do not succeed in binding the public interest to themselves and drawing the attention of the country, they will sooner or later go to their grave without sympathy. Curious it is to see how his opinion as to the duties and relations of the House towards the government were to alter when he himself became minister. He regarded it as an advantage that the ministry would have the power which comes from the popularity. His only fear was that they might draw the regent too much to the left. But he hoped that in German and foreign affairs they would act with more decision, that the prince would be free from the scruples which had so much influenced his brother, and that he would not fear to rely on the military strength of Prussia. One of their first acts was to recall Bismarck from Frankfort. The change was inevitable, and he had foreseen it. The new government naturally wished to be able to start clear in their relations to Austria. The Prince Regent did not wish to commit himself from the beginning to a policy of hostility. It was, however, impossible for a cordial cooperation between the two states to be established in German affairs so long as Bismarck remained at Frankfurt. The opinions which he had formed during the last 8 years were too well known. It was, moreover, evident that a crisis in the relations with Austria was approaching. War between France and Austria was imminent. A new factor and a new man had appeared in Europe, Piedmont and Cavour. In August 1858, Cavour had a secret and decisive interview with Napoleon at Colombières. The two statesmen had come to an agreement by which France engaged to help the Piedmontese to expel the Austrians from Italy. Bismarck would have desired to seize this opportunity and use the embarrassment of Austria as the occasion for taking a stronger position in Germany. If it were necessary, he was prepared to go as far as an alliance with France. He was influenced not so much by sympathy with Piedmont, for, as we have seen, he held that those who were responsible for foreign policy should never give way to sympathy, but by the simple calculation that Austria was the common enemy of Prussia and Piedmont, and where there were common interests, an alliance might be formed. The government were, however, not prepared to adopt this policy. It might have been supposed that a liberal ministry would have shown more sympathy with the Italian aspirations than the conservatives whom they had succeeded. This was not the case, as Cavour himself soon found out. After his visit to Colombières, Cavour had hurried across the frontier and spent 2 days at Baden-Baden, where he met the Prince of Prussia, Manteuffel, who was still minister, and other German statesmen. Bismarck had been at Baden-Baden in the previous week and returned a few days later. He happened, however, on the 2 days when Cavour was there, to be occupied with his duties at Frankfurt. The two great statesmen therefore never met. Cavour, after his visit, wrote to La Marmora, saying that he had been extremely pleased with the sympathy which had been displayed to him, both by the prince and the other Prussians. So far as he could foresee, the attitude of Prussia would not be hostile to Italian aspirations. In December, however, after the change of ministry, he writes to the Italian envoy at Frankfurt that the language of Schleswig, the new foreign minister, is less favorable than that of his predecessor. The cabinet do not feel the same antipathy to Austria as that of Manteuffel did. German ideas had brought about a rapprochement. I do not trust their apparently liberal tendencies. It is possible that your colleague, Herr von Bismarck, will support us more closely, but I fear that even if he is kept at Frankfurt, he will not exercise so much influence as under the former ministry. Cavour's insight did not deceive him. The Italian question had for the moment reawakened the old sympathy for Austria. Austria, it seemed, was now the champion of German nationality against the unscrupulous aggression of France. There were few men who, like Bismarck, were willing to disregard this national feeling and support the Italians. To have deliberately joined Napoleon in what, after all, was an unprovoked attack on a friendly prince of the same nation, was an act which could have been undertaken only by a man of the caliber of Frederick the Great. After all, Austria was German. The Austrian provinces in Italy had been assigned to the emperor by the same authority as the Polish provinces to Prussia. We can imagine how great would have been the outcry had Austria joined with the French to set up a united Poland, taking Posen and West Prussia for the purpose. And yet this act would have been just of the same kind as that which would have been committed had Prussia at this time joined or even lent diplomatic support to the French-Italian alliance. It is very improbable that even if Bismarck had been minister at this period, he would have been able to carry out this policy. The Prussian government acted on the whole correctly. As the war became more imminent, the Prince Regent prepared the Prussian army, and eventually the whole was placed on a war footing. He offered to the Emperor of Austria his armed neutrality and the guarantee of the Austrian possessions in Italy. In return, he required that he himself should have the command of all the forces of the German Diet. Had Austria accepted these terms, either the war would have been stopped or the whole force of Germany under the King of Prussia would have attacked France on the Rhine. The Emperor, however, refused to accept them. He required a guarantee not only of his possessions in Italy, but also of his treaties with the other Italian princes. Moreover, he would accept the assistance of Prussia only on condition that the Prussian army was placed under the orders of the general appointed by the Diet. It was absurd to suppose that any Prussian statesman would allow this. The action of Austria showed, in fact, a distrust and hatred of Prussia, which more than justified all that Bismarck had written during his tenure of office at Frankfort. In the end, rather than accept Prussian assistance on the terms on which it was offered, the Emperor of Austria made peace with France. He preferred to surrender Lombardy rather than save it by Prussian help. Thank God, said Cavour. Austria, by her arrogance, had succeeded in uniting all the world against her. The spring of the year was spent by Bismarck at St. Petersburg. He had been appointed Prussian minister to that capital, put out in the cold, as he expressed it. From the point of dignity and position, it was an advance, but at St. Petersburg he was away from the center of political affairs. Russia had not yet recovered from the effects of the Crimean War. The Tsar was chiefly occupied with internal reforms and the emancipation of the serfs. The Eastern question was dormant, and Russia did not aim at keeping a leading part in the settlement of Italian affairs. Bismarck's immediate duties were not therefore important, and he no longer had the opportunity of giving his advice to the government upon the general practice. It is improbable that Herr von Schleinitz would have welcomed his advice. He was one of the weakest of the ministry, an amiable man of no very marked ability, who owed his position to the personal friendship of the Prince Regent and his wife. The position which Bismarck had occupied during the last few years could not but be embarrassing to any minister. This man, still young, so full of self-confidence, so unremitting in his labors, who, while other diplomatists thought only of getting through their routine work, spent the long hours of the night in writing dispatches, discussing the whole foreign policy of the country, might well cause apprehension even to the strongest minister. From the time of Bismarck's departure from Frankfurt, our knowledge of his official dispatches ceases. We lose the invaluable assistance of his letters to Manteuffel and Gerlach. For some time he stood so much alone that there was no one to whom he could write unreservedly on political matters. He watched with great anxiety the progress of affairs with regard to Italy. At the beginning of May, he wrote a long letter to Schleinitz, as he had done to Manteuffel, urging him to bold action. He recounted his experiences at the Diet. He reiterated his conviction that no good would come to Prussia from federal tie. The sooner it was broken, the better. Nothing was so much to be desired as that the Diet should overstep its powers and pass some resolution which Prussia could not accept, so that Prussia could take up the glove and force a breach. The opportunity was favorable for a revision of the Constitution. I see, he wrote, in our federal connection only a weakness of Prussia which sooner or later must be cured. Ferro et igni. Probably Schleinitz's answer was not of such a kind as to tempt him to write again. In his private letters he harps on the same string. He spent June in a visit to Moscow, but he hurried back at the end of the month to St. Petersburg to receive news of the war. Before news had come of the peace of Villa Franca, he was constantly in dread that Prussia would go to war on behalf of Austria. We have prepared too soon and too thoroughly. The weight of the burden we have taken on ourselves is drawing us down the incline. We shall not be even on Austrian reserve. We shall simply sacrifice ourselves for Austria and take away the war from her. How disturbed he was, we can see by the tone of religious resignation which he assumes, no doubt a sign that he fears his advice has not yet been acted upon. As God will, everything here is only a question of time. Peoples and men, wisdom and folly, war and peace, they come and go like rain and water, and the sea alone remains. There is nothing on earth but hypocrisy and deceit. The language of this and other letters was partly due to the state of his health. The continual anxiety and work of his life at Frankfort, joined to irregular hours and careless habits, had told upon his constitution. He fell seriously ill in St. Petersburg with a gastric and rheumatic affection. An injury to the leg received while shooting in Sweden became painful. The treatment adopted by the doctor, bleeding and iodine, seems to have made him worse. At the beginning of July 1860, he returned on leave to Berlin. There he was laid up for 10 days. His wife was summoned, and under her care he began to improve. August he spent at Wiesbaden and Nauheim, taking the waters, the greater part of the autumn in Berlin. In October he had to go to Warsaw officially to receive and accompany the Tsar, who came to Breslau for an interview with the Prince Regent. From Breslau he hurried back to Berlin, from Berlin down to Pomerania, where his wife was staying with her father, then same week back to Berlin, and started for St. Petersburg. The result of these long journeys, when his health was not completely re-established, was very serious. He was to spend the night on the journey to St. Petersburg with his old friend, Herr von Below, at Hohendorf in East Prussia. He had scarcely reached the house when he fell dangerously ill of inflammation of the lungs and rheumatic fever. He remained here all the winter, and it was not until the beginning of March 1860 that he was well enough to return to Berlin. Leopold von Gerlach, who met him shortly afterwards, speaks of him as still looking wretchedly ill. This prolonged illness formed an epoch in his life. He never recovered the freshness and strength of his youth. It left nervous irritation and restlessness, which often greatly interfered with his political work and made the immense labor which came upon him doubly distasteful. He loses the good humor which had been characteristic of him in early life. He became irritable and more exacting. He spent the next 3 months in Berlin, attending the meetings of the Herrenhaus and giving a silent vote in favor of the government measures. He considered it was his duty as a servant of the state to support the government, though he did not agree with the liberal policy which in internal affairs they adopted. At this time he stood almost completely alone. His opinions on the Italian question had brought about a complete breach with his old friends. Since the conclusion of the war, public opinion in Germany, as in England, had veered round. The success of Cavour had raised a desire to imitate him. A strong impulse had been given to the national feeling, and the society, the Nationalverein, had been founded to further the cause of united Germany under Prussian leadership. The question of the recognition of the new Kingdom of Italy was becoming prominent. All the Liberal party laid much stress on this. The Prince Regent, however, was averse to an act by which he might seem to express his approval of the forcible expulsion of princes from their thrones. As the national and liberal feelings in the country grew, his monarchical principles seemed to be strengthened. The opinions which Bismarck was known to hold on the French alliance had got into the papers and were much exaggerated. He had plenty of enemies to take care that it should be said that he wished to Prussia to join with France, to do as Piedmont has done, and by the cession of the left bank of the Rhine to France, to receive the assistance of Napoleon in annexing the smaller states. In his letters of this period, Bismarck constantly protests against the truth of these accusations. "If I am to go to the devil," he writes, "it will at least not be a French one. Do not take me for a Bonapartist, only for a very ambitious Prussian." It is at this time that his last letter to Gerlach was written. They had met at the end of April, and Gerlach wrote to protest against the opinion to which Bismarck had given expression. "After the conversation which I have had with you, I was particularly distressed that, by your bitterness against Austria, you had allowed yourself to be delivered from the simple attitude towards law and the revolution. For you, an alliance with France and Piedmont is a possibility, a thought which is far from me, and dear Bismarck ought to be far from you. For me, Louis Napoleon is even more than his uncle, the incarnation of the revolution, and Carver is a Rheinbund minister like Montgelas. You cannot and ought not deny the principles of the Holy Alliance. They are no other than that authority comes from God, and that the princes must govern as servants appointed by God." Bismarck answers the letter next day. "I am a child of other times than you. No one loses the mark impressed on him in the period of his youth. In you, the victorious hatred of Bonaparte is indelible. You call him the incarnation of the revolution, and if you knew of any worse name, you would bestow it upon him. I have lived in the country from my 23rd to my 32nd year, and will never be rid of the longing to be back again. I am in politics with only half my heart. What dislike I have of France is based rather on the Orleans than the Bonapartist regime. It is opposed to bureaucratic corruption under the mask of constitutional government. I should be glad to fight against Bonaparte till the dogs lick up the blood, but with no more malice than against Croats, Bohemians, and Bamberger fellow countrymen." The two friends were never to meet again. The old King of Prussia died at the beginning of the next year, and Gerlach, who had served him so faithfully, though perhaps not always wisely, survived his master scarcely a week. In the summer of 1860, Bismarck returned to his duties in Russia, and this time, with the exception of a fortnight in October, he spent the whole year in St. Petersburg. He had still not recovered from the effects of his illness and could not, therefore, go out much in society, but he was much liked at court and succeeded in winning the confidence both of the Emperor and his family. His wife and children were now with him, and after the uncertainty of his last 2 years, he settled down with pleasure to a quieter mode of life. He enjoyed the sports which he had in the Russian forest. He studied Russian and made himself completely at home. Political work he had little to do, except what arose from the charge of some 200,000 vagabond Prussians who lived in Russia. Of home affairs he had little knowledge. I am quite separated from home politics, as besides the newspaper I receive, scarcely anything but official news which does not expose the foundation of affairs. For the time, the reports of his entering the ministry had ceased. He professed to be, and perhaps was, quite satisfied. I am quite contented with my existence here. I ask for no change in my position until it be God's will. I settle down quietly at Schönhausen or Rheinfeld, and can leisurely set about having my coffin made. In October, he had to attend the Tsar on the journey to Warsaw, where he had an interview with the Prince Regent. The prince was accompanied by his minister-president, the Prince of Hohenzollern, who took the opportunity of having long conversations with the ambassador to St. Petersburg. It is said that as a result of this, the minister, who wished to be relieved from a post which was daily becoming more burdensome, advised the Prince Regent to appoint Bismarck minister-president. The advice, however, was not taken. Meanwhile, events were taking place in Prussia which were to bring about important constitutional changes. The success of the ministry of the new era had not answered the expectations of the country. Their foreign policy had been correct, but they had shown no more spirit than their predecessors, and the country was in that excited state in which people want to see some brilliant and exciting stroke of policy, though they were not at all clear what it was they desired. Then a rift had begun to grow between the regent and his ministers. The liberalism of the prince had never been very deep. It owed its origin, in fact, chiefly to his opposition to the reactionary government of his brother. As an honest man, he intended to govern strictly in accordance with the Constitution. He had, however, from the beginning, no intention of allowing the chambers to encroach upon the prerogatives of the crown. The ministers, on the other hand, regarded themselves to some extent as a parliamentary ministry. They had the majority in the House, and they were inclined to defer to it. The latent cause of difference was brought into activity by the question of army reform. The Prince Regent was chiefly and primarily a soldier. As a second son, it had been doubtful whether he would ever succeed to the throne. He had an intimate acquaintance with the whole condition of the army, and he had long known that in many points reform was necessary. His first action on succeeding his brother was to appoint a commission of the War Office to prepare a scheme of reorganization. A memorandum had been drawn up for him by Albert von Horn, and with some alterations it was accepted by the commission. The Minister of War, Bonin, the same who had been dismissed in 1854 at the crisis of the Eastern complications, seems to have been indifferent in the matter. He did not feel in himself the energy for carrying through an important reform which he had not himself originated, and of which perhaps he did not altogether approve. The Prince Regent had set his mind upon the matter. The experience gained during the mobilization of 1859 had shown how serious the defects were. The army was still on a war footing, and it was a good opportunity for at once carrying through the proposed changes. Bonin therefore resigned his office, and Rohn, in December 1859, was appointed in its place. The appointment was to have far-reaching results. It at once destroyed all harmony in the ministry itself. The rest of the ministers were liberals. Rohn was a strong conservative. He was appointed professedly merely as a departmental minister, but he soon won more confidence with the regent than all the others. He was a man of great energy of character and decision in action. The best type of Prussian officer, to a considerable learning he joined the high sense of duty founded on deep-rooted and simple religious faith. The president of the ministry had practically retired from political life, and the government had no longer a leader. Rohn's introduction was in fact the beginning of all the momentous events which were to follow. But for him, there would have been no conflict in the parliament, and Bismarck would never have become minister. At the beginning of 1860, the project of law embodying the proposals for army reform was laid before the lower house. It was ordered by them, in accordance with the practice, to be referred to a small committee. The proposals consisted of a. An increase in the number of recruits to be raised each year. b. A lengthening of the term of service with the colors. c. an alteration in the relations of the Landwehr to the rest of the army. The committee appointed to consider these reforms accepted the first, but rejected the second and third. They asserted that the 3 years' service with the colors was not necessary, and they strongly disliked any proposal for interfering with the Landwehr. The report of the committee was accepted by the House. It was in vain that the more far-seeing members of the Liberal Party tried to persuade their leaders to support the government. It was in vain that the ministers pointed out that the Liberal majority had been elected as a government majority, and it was their duty to support ministers taken from their own party. The law had to be withdrawn, and the government instead asked for a vote of $9 million provisionally for that year only, as a means of maintaining the army in the state to which it had been raised. In asking for this vote, it was expressly stated that the principles of the organization should be in no wise prejudiced. The question whether in future a 2 or 3 years service shall be required, whether the period with the reserve shall be extended, in what position the Landwehr shall be placed, all this is not touched by the present proposal. On this condition, the House voted the money required, but for 1 year only. The government, however, did not keep this pledge. The Minister of War simply continued to carry out the reorganization in accordance with the plan which had been rejected. New regiments were formed, and by the end of the year, the whole army had been reorganized. This action was one for which the Prince and Horn were personally responsible. It was done while the other ministers were away from Berlin and without their knowledge. When the House met at the beginning of the next year, they felt that they had been deceived. They were still more indignant when Horn informed them that he had discovered that the whole of the reorganization could be legally carried through in virtue of the prerogative of the Crown, and that a fresh law was not required. That therefore the consideration of the changes was not before the House, and that all they would have to do would be to vote the money to pay for them. Of course, the House refused to vote for the money. After long debates, the final settlement of the question was postponed for another year. The House, though this time by a majority of only 11 votes, granting with a few modifications the required money, but again for 1 year only. All this time, Bismarck was living quietly at St. Petersburg. He had no influence on affairs, for the military law had nothing to do with him, and the regent did not consult him on foreign policy. No one, however, profited by Horn's appointment so much as he. He had once more a friend and supporter at court, who replaced the loss of Gerlach. Horn and he had known one another in the old Pomeranian days. There was a link in Moritz Blankenburg, who was a Dutch friend of Bismarck and Horn's cousin. We can understand how untenable Horn's position was when we find the Minister of War choosing as his political confidants two of the leaders of the party opposed to the ministry to which he belonged. Ever since Horn had entered the government, there had been indeed a perpetual crisis. The Liberal ministers were lukewarm in their support of the military bill. They only consented to adopt it on condition that the king would give his assent to those measures which they proposed to introduce in order to maintain their positions as leaders of the party. They proposed to bring in bills for the reform of the House of Lords, for the responsibility of ministers, for local government. These were opposed to the personal opinions of the king. He was supported in his opposition by Horn and refused his assent, but he neither dismissed the ministers nor did they resign. So long as they were willing to hold office on the terms he required, there was indeed no reason why he should dismiss them. To do so would be to give up the last hope of getting the military bill passed. All through 1861, the same uncertainty continued. Ron indeed again and again wrote to his master, pointing out the necessity of getting rid of his colleagues. He wished for a conservative ministry with Bismarck as president. Here, he thought, was the only man who had the courage to carry through the army reform. Others thought as he did. Who so fitted to come to the help of the crown as this man, who 10 years before had shown such ability in parliamentary debate? And whenever the crisis became more acute, all the quidnuncs of Berlin shook their heads and said, "Now we shall have a Bismarck ministry, and that will be a coup d'etat and the overthrow of the constitution." End of section 9. Section 10 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Maniket Baixo, Portugal. Chapter 6. St. Petersburg and Paris, 1858 to 1862. Part 2. Bismarck, meanwhile, was living quietly at St. Petersburg, awaiting events. At last, the summons came. On June 28, 1861, Ron telegrammed to him that the pear was ripe. He must come at once. There was a danger in delay. His telegram was followed by a letter in which he more fully explained the situation. The immediate cause of the crisis was that the king desired to celebrate his accession, as his brother had done, by receiving the solemn homage of all his people. The ministry refused their assent to an act which would appear to the country as feudal and reactionary. A solemn pledge of obedience to the king was the last thing the liberals wanted to give, just for the same reason that the king made a point of receiving it. His feelings were deeply engaged, and Horn doubtless hoped that his colleagues would at last be compelled to resign. He wished, therefore, to have Bismarck on the spot. Bismarck could not leave St. Petersburg for some days. He, however, answered by a telegram and a long letter. He begins in a manner characteristic of all his letters at this period. Your letter disturbed me in my comfortable meditations on the quiet time which I was going to enjoy at Rheinfeld. Your cry, "to horse," came with a shrill discord. I have grown ill in my mind, tired out and spiritless since I lost the foundation of my health. And at the end, moving, quarreling annoyance, the whole slavery, day and night form a perspective which already makes me homesick for Rheinfeld or St. Petersburg. I cannot enter the swindle in better company than yours. But both of us were happier on the side of a heath behind the partridges. So he wrote late at night, but the next morning in a postscript he added, "If the king will to some extent meet my views, then I will set to work with pleasure." In the letter he discusses at length the program. He does not attach much importance to the homage. It would be much better to come to the terms on the military question, break with the chamber and dissolve. The real difficulty, he sees, however, is foreign policy. Only by a change in the management of foreign affairs can the crown be relieved from a pressure to which it must ultimately give way. He would not himself be inclined to accept the Ministry of the Interior, because no good could be done unless the foreign policy was changed, and that the king himself would probably not wish that. The chief fault of our policy is that we have been liberal at home and conservative abroad. We hold the right of our own king too cheap, and those of foreign princes too high, a natural consequence of the difference between the constitutional tendency of the ministers and the legitimate direction which the will of His Majesty gives to our foreign policy. Of the princely houses from Naples to Hanover, none will be grateful for our love, and we practice toward them a truly evangelical love of our enemies at the cost of the safety of our own throne. I am true to the soul of my foot to my own princes, but towards all others I do not feel in a single drop of blood the slightest obligation to raise up a little finger to help them. In this attitude, I fear that I am so far removed from our most gracious master that he will scarcely find me fitted to be a chancellor of his crown. For this reason, he will anyhow prefer to use me at the Home Office. In my opinion, however, that makes no difference, for I promise myself no useful results from the whole government unless our attitude abroad is more vigorous and less dependent on dynastic sympathies. Bismarck arrived in Berlin on July 9th. When he got there, the crisis was over. Berlin was nearly empty. Rohn was away in Pomerania, the king in Baden-Baden. A compromise had been arranged. There was not to be an act of homage but a coronation. There was therefore no more talk of his entering the ministry. Schleinitz, however, told him that he was to be transferred from Russia, but did not say what post he was to have. The next day, in obedience to a command, he hurried up to Baden-Baden. The king wished to have his advice on many matters of policy, and instructed him to draw up a memorandum on the German question. He used the opportunity of trying to influence the king to adopt a bolder policy. At the same time, he attempted to win over the leaders of the Conservative Party. A general election was about to take place. The manifesto of the Conservative Party was so worded that we can hardly believe it was not an express and intentional repudiation of the language which Bismarck was in the habit of using. They desired the unity of our German fatherland, though not like the Kingdom of Italy through blood and fire, Blut und Brand, almost the word which Bismarck had used to describe the policy which must be followed, but in the unity of its princes and peoples holding firm to authority and law. Bismarck, on hearing this, sent to his old friend Herr von Below, one of the leaders of the party, a memorandum on German affairs, and accompanied it by a letter. He repeated his old point that Prussia was sacrificing the authority of the crown at home to support that of other princes in whose safety she had not the slightest interest. The solidarity of conservative interests was a dangerous fiction unless it was carried out with the fullest reciprocity. Carried out by Prussia alone, it was quixotry. It prevented king and government from executing their true task, the protection of Prussia from all injustice, whether it came from home or abroad. This was the task given to the king by God. We make the unhistorical, the jealous and lawless mania for sovereignty of the German princes the bosom child of the Conservative Party in Prussia. We are enthusiastic for the petty sovereignties which were created by Napoleon and protected by Metternich, and we are blind to the dangers which threaten Prussia and the independence of Germany. He wishes for a clear statement of their policy, a strict concentration of the German military forces, reform of the customs union, and a number of common institutions to protect material interests against the disadvantages which arise from the unnatural configuration of the different states. Besides all this, I do not see why we should shrink back so bashfully from the idea of a representation of the people. We cannot fight as revolutionary an institution which we conservatives cannot do without even in Prussia, and is recognized as legitimate in every German state. This letter is interesting as showing how nearly his wishes on German affairs coincided with those of the Liberal Party and of the Nationalverein. He was asking the conservatives to adopt the chief point in their opponent's program. Of course, they would not do so, and the king himself was more likely to be alarmed than attracted by the bold and adventurous policy that was recommended to him. Bismarck's anticipation was justified. The king was not prepared to appoint him foreign minister. Herr von Schleinitz indeed resigned, but his place was taken by Bernstorff, minister at London. He had so little confidence in the success of his office that he did not even give up his old post and occupied the two positions, one of which Bismarck much desired to have. After attending the coronation at Königsberg, Bismarck therefore returned to his old post at St. Petersburg. His future was still quite uncertain. He was troubled by his own health and that of his children. For the first time he begins to complain of the cold. Since my illness, I am so exhausted that I have lost all my energy for excitement. 3 years ago, I would have made a serviceable minister. When I think of such a thing now, I feel like a broken acrobat. I would gladly go to London, Paris, or remain here, as it pleases God and His Majesty. I shudder at the prospect of the ministry as at a cold bath. In March, he is still in ignorance, his household in a bad state. Johanna had a cough, which quite exhausts her. Bill is in bed with fever. The doctor does not yet know what is the matter with him. The governess has no hope of ever seeing Germany again. He does not feel up to taking the ministry. Even Paris would be too noisy for him. London is quieter, but for the climate and the children's health, I would prefer to stay here. Bern is an old idea of mine. Dull places with pretty neighborhoods suit old people. Only there is no sport there, as I do not like climbing after chamois. The decision depended on the events at home. The position of the government was becoming untenable. The election had been most unfavorable. The radicals had ceased to efface themselves. The old leaders of 1848 had appeared again. They had formed a new party of progressives and had won over 100 seats at the expense of the conservatives and the moderate liberals. They were pledged not to carry out the military reforms and to insist on the 2 years' service. They intended to make the difference of opinion on this point the occasion of a decisive struggle to secure and extend the control of the House over the administration, and for this purpose to bring in prominence constitutional questions which both Crown and Parliament had hitherto avoided. From the day the session opened, it was clear that there was now no chance of the money being voted for the army. Before the decisive debate came on, the majority had taken the offensive and passed what was a direct vote of want of confidence in the ministry. On this, the ministry handed in their resignations to the king. Their place was taken by members of the Conservative Party, and Parliament again dissolved after sitting only 6 weeks. It was the end of the new era. It was doubtful whether the new ministers would have the skill and resolution to meet the crisis. They still were without a leader. Prince von Hohenlohe, a member of the Protestant branch of the family to which the present Chancellor of the Empire belongs, was appointed provisional president. The opinions of the country was clear enough. The elections resulted in the complete defeat not only of the conservatives but of the moderate liberals. Not a single one of the ministers was returned. There was therefore no doubt that the king would either have to give in on the question of the army or to govern against the will of the majority of the chamber. The struggle was no longer confined to the question of the army. It was a formal conflict of power between the House and the Crown. The attempt to introduce a parliamentary government, which had been thwarted 10 years before, was now revived. Who could say what the end would be? All precedent seemed to shew that in a struggle between Crown and Parliament, sooner or later the king must be beaten, unless, indeed, he was prepared to adopt the means which Napoleon used. The king would not give in. He believed that the army reform was necessary to the safety of his country. On the other hand, he was a man of too loyal a character to have recourse to violence and a breach of the Constitution. If, however, the Constitution proved to be of such a kind that it made it impossible for him to govern the country, he was prepared to retire from his post. The position would indeed be untenable if on his shoulders lay the responsibility of guiding the policy and defending the interests of Prussia, and at the same time the country refused to grant him the means of doing so. The elections had taken place on May 6th. 4 days later, Bismarck arrived in Berlin. He had at last received his recall. As soon as he was seen in Berlin, his appointment as Minister-President was expected. All those who wished to maintain the authority of the crown looked on him as the only man who could face the danger. Horn was active as usual on his side and was now supported by some of his colleagues. But Schleswig, who had the support of the Queen, wished to be president himself. There were long meetings of the council and audiences of the king, but the old influences were still at work. Bismarck did not wish to enter the ministry except as foreign minister, and the king still feared and distrusted him. An incident which occurred during these critical days will explain to some extent the apprehensions which Bismarck so easily awoke. The chronicle difficulties with the elector of Hesse had culminated in an act of great discourtesy. The King of Prussia had sent an autograph letter to the elector by General Willison. The elector, on receiving it, threw it unopened on the table. As the letter contained the final demands of Prussia, the only answer was to put some of the neighboring regiments on war footing. Bernstorff took the opportunity of Bismarck's presence in Berlin to ask his advice. The answer was, "The circumstance that the elector has thrown a royal letter on the table is not a clever casus belli. If we want war, make me your undersecretary. I'll engage to provide you a German civil war of the best quality in a few weeks." The king might naturally fear that if he appointed Bismarck not undersecretary, but minister, he would in a few weeks, whether he liked it or not, find himself involved in a German civil war of the best quality. He wanted a man who would defend the government before the chambers with courage and ability. Bismarck, who had gained his reputation as a debater, was the only man for the post. He could have had the post of Minister of the Interior. He was offered that of Minister-President without a portfolio. But if he did not actually refuse, he strongly disapproved of the plan. He would not be able to get on with Bernstorff, and Schleswig would probably interfere. I have no confidence in Bernstorff's eye for political matters. He probably has none in mine. Bernstorff was too stiff. His colors were too high. During these long discussions, he wrote to his wife, "Our future is obscure as in Petersburg. Berlin is now to the front. I do not think one way or another. As soon as I have my credentials for Paris in my pocket, I will dance and sing. At present there is no talk of London, but all may change again. I scarcely get free of the discussions all day long. I do not find the ministers more united than their predecessors were." Disgusted with the long waiting and uncertainty, he pressed for a decision. After a fortnight delay, he was appointed minister at Paris. But this was in reality only a fresh postponement. Nothing had really been decided. The king expressly told him not to establish himself there. To his wife he wrote from Berlin, "I am very much pleased, but the shadow remains in the background. I was already as good as caught for the ministry. Perhaps when I am out of their sight, they will discover another minister-president. I expect to start for Paris tomorrow. Whether for long, God knows. Perhaps only a few months or even weeks. They are all conspired together that I should stay here. I have had to be very firm to get away from this hotel life even for a time. He did not really expect to be away more than 10 days or a fortnight. At a farewell audience just before he started, the king seems to have led him to expect that he would in a few days be appointed as he wished foreign minister. He arrived in Paris on the 30th to take up his quarters in the empty embassy. He did not wait even to see his wife before starting, and he wrote to her that she was not to take any steps towards joining him. It is not decided that I am stay here. I am in the middle of Paris, lonelier than you are in Rheinfeld, and sit here like a rat in a deserted house. How long it will last, God knows. Probably in 8 or 10 days I shall receive a telegraphic summons to Berlin, and then game and dance is over. If my enemies knew what a benefit they would confer on me by their victory, and how sincerely I wish it for them, Schleinitz out of pure malice would probably do his best to bring me to Berlin. Day after day, however, went by, and the summons did not come. On the contrary, Bernstorff wrote as though he were proposing to stay on. He did not, however, suggest giving up his post in London. Rohn wrote that he raised the question in conversation with the king, that he found the old leaning towards Bismarck and the old irresolution. The chamber had met, but the first few weeks of the session passed off with unexpected quiet, and it was not till the autumn that the question of the budget would come up. Bismarck wrote to Bernstorff to try and find out what was to happen to him, but the king, before whom the letter was laid, was quite unable to come to any decision. Bismarck, therefore, determined to use his enforced leisure in order to go across to London for a few days. He had only visited England once as a young man, and expecting, as he did, soon to be responsible for the conduct of foreign affairs, it was desirable that he should make a personal acquaintance of the leading English statesmen. Undoubtedly, one of the reasons why he had been sent to Paris was that he might renew his acquaintance with the Emperor. There was also a second international exhibition, and everyone was going to London. We have, unfortunately, no letters written from England. After his return, he writes to Rohn: I have just come back from London. People there are much better informed about China and Turkey than about Prussia. Loftus must write more nonsense to his ministers than I thought. The only event of which we have any information was his meeting with Mr. Disraeli, who at the time was leader of the opposition in the House of Commons. It took place at a dinner given by the Russian ambassador to the Grand Duchess of Saxe-Weimar. Among the guests was Count Witzum, Saxon envoy. He saw Bismarck and Disraeli engaged in a long conversation after dinner. Afterwards, the English statesman told him the substance of it. Bismarck had spoken as follows: I shall soon be compelled to undertake the leadership of the Prussian government. My first care will be, with or without the help of Parliament, to reorganize the army. The king has rightly set himself this task. He cannot, however, carry it through with his present councillors. When the army has been brought to such a state as to command respect, then I will take the first opportunity to declare war with Austria, burst asunder the German Confederation, bring the middle and smaller states into subjection, and give Germany a national union under the leadership of Prussia. I have come here to tell this to the Queen's ministers. Disraeli added to Witzum, who, of course, as Saxon envoy, was much interested. Take care of that man. He means what he says. It does not appear that Bismarck had an opportunity of explaining his project either to Lord Palmerston or to Lord Russell. All through July he remained in Paris, to which he was called back in order to receive some dispatches which after all never arrived. The same uncertainty continued. There was no work to be done here. Emperor and ministers were going away. He was still all alone in the embassy without servants or furniture. As he wrote to his wife, he did not know what to have for dinner or what to eat it on. He therefore applied for leave. He was himself of opinion that as the king would not immediately give him the Foreign Office, it was not yet time for him to enter the ministry. Writing to Rouen, he advised that the government should prolong the conflict, draw the chamber into disputes on small matters which would weary the country. Then, when they were getting worn out, and hoped that the government would meet them halfway so as to end the conflict, then would be the time to summon him. As a sign that we are far from giving up the battle, the appearance of a new battalion in the ministerial array would then perhaps make an impression that would be wanting now, especially if beforehand a commotion was created by expression about a coup d'etat and the new constitution. Then my own reputation for careless violence would help me, and people would think, now it is coming. Then all the half-hearted would be inclined to negotiation. I am astonished at the political incapacity of our chambers, and yet we are an educated country, undoubtedly too much so. Others are not clever, but they have not the childish self-confidence with which our political leaders publish their incapacity in its complete nakedness as a model and pattern. How have we Germans got the reputation of retiring modesty? There is not a single one of us who does not think that he understands everything, from strategy to picking the fleas of a dog, better than professionals who have devoted their lives to it. It was only with difficulty he could even get leave of absence, for the king was as irresolute as ever. As to the cause of difficulty, we get some hint in Ron's letters. There was a party which was pushing Schleinitz, the only member of the Liberal Ministry who remained in office. He had very influential support. Her Majesty the Queen returns to Babelsberg on Sunday. She is much agitated. There will be scenes. The temperature towards the ministry will fall to 0 or below. He eventually got away at the end of July with 6 weeks' leave of absence. He traveled down to Bordeaux and Bayonne and across the Pyrenees to San Sebastian. He was away from all news of the world. For weeks he scarcely saw even a German paper. On the 14th of September he was at Toulouse. The sea bathing, the mountain air, the freedom from work and anxiety, and the warmth had completely restored his health. For the first time since he went to St. Petersburg, he had recovered his old spirit, his decision, directness of his action. He wrote that he must have some definite decision, otherwise he would send in his resignation. My furniture is at St. Petersburg and will be frozen up. My carriages are at Stettin. My horse is at Berlin. My family in Pomerania, and I'm on the high road. He was prepared to be His Majesty's envoy at Paris, but he was also ready at once to enter the ministry. Only get me certainty one way or another, he writes to Vaughan, and I will paint angels' wings on your photograph. 2 days later, just as a year before, he received a telegram from Rouen telling him to come at once. On the 17th he was in Paris, and on the morning of the 20th he arrived in Berlin. The long-delayed crisis had at last come. The debates on the budget and the vote for the army reform began on September 11th. It was continued for 5 days, and at the end the House, by majority of 273 to 62, refused the money required for the increased establishment. The result of this vote would be that if the wishes of the House were carried out, the whole of the expenditure which had already been made for 8 months of the current year was illegal. Moreover, the regiments which had already existed for 2 years must be disbanded. It was a vote which could not possibly be carried into effect, as the money had already been spent. At a meeting of the ministry, which was held the next morning, the majority, including this time Ibn Horn, seemed to have been inclined to attempt a compromise. The king alone remained firm. When he had heard the opinion of all the ministers, he rose and said that in that case it would be impossible for him to carry on the government any longer. It would only remain for him to summon the crown prince. As he said this, he put his hand on the bell to call a messenger. The ministers all sprang from their chairs and assured him that he might depend upon them, and they would support him to the end. Such were the circumstances in which Horn summoned Bismarck. Nonetheless, the influence of the queen and the crown prince was so strong that the king still doubted whether he ought to continue the struggle. On one thing he was determined, that if he had to give way, he would abdicate. 2 days later he again asked Rohn his advice. "Appoint Bismarck minister-president," was the answer. "But he is not here, he will not accept," objected the king, referring doubtless to the difficulties which Bismarck had raised formerly. "He is in Berlin at this moment," said Rohn. The king ordered him to come to Potsdam. When Bismarck arrived there, he found the king sitting at his table, and in front of him the act of abdication already signed. The king asked him whether he was willing to undertake the government, even against the majority of the parliament and without a budget. Bismarck said he would do so. It was one last chance, and the king tore up the act of abdication. 2 days later Bismarck was appointed provisional minister-president, and at the beginning of October received his definite appointment as president and foreign minister. End of section 10. Section 11 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Maniket Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 7. The Conflict, 1862 to 1863, Part 1. The circumstances under which Bismarck accepted office were such as to try the nerves of the strongest man. The king had not appealed to him so long as there was anyone else who would carry on the government. He was the last resource, and had taken up a burden from which all others shrunk. He had pledged himself to support the king in a conflict against the whole nation. With the exception of the upper house, he had no friends or supporters. The opinion in Europe was as decisively against him as that in Prussia. He was scarcely looked on as a serious politician. Everyone believed that in a few weeks he would have to retire, and the king to give up the useless conflict on which he was staking his throne. Bismarck was under no illusion as his position. He had been summoned by the king. He depended for his office entirely on the king. But would the king have the strength of will and courage to resist? Only a few days after his appointment, the king had gone to Baden-Baden for a week, where he met the queen. When he came back, he was completely disheartened. Bismarck, who had traveled part of the way to meet him, got into the train at a small roadside station. He found that the king, who was sitting alone in an ordinary first-class carriage, was prepared to surrender. "What will come of it?" he said. "Already I see the place before my castle on which your head will fall, and then mine will fall too." "Well, as far as I am concerned," answered Bismarck, "I cannot think of a finer death than one on the field of battle or the scaffold. I would fall like Lord Strafford and your Majesty, not as Louis XVI, but as Charles I. That is a quite respectable historical figure." For the moment, the center of interest lay in the House. The new minister began by what he intended as an attempt at reconciliation. He announced that the budget for 1863 would be withdrawn. The object of this was to limit as much as possible the immediate scope of difference. A fresh budget for the next year would be laid before them as soon as possible. There would remain only the settlement of the budget for the current year. This announcement was badly received. The House was distrustful, and they interpreted it as an attempt to return to the old practice of deferring consideration of the budget until the beginning of the year to which it applied. The first discussion in which Bismarck took part was not in the House itself, but in the Budget Committee. The committee proposed a resolution requiring the government at once to lay before the House the budget for 1863 and declaring that it was unconstitutional to spend any money which had been expressly and definitely refused by the House of Representatives. On this, there took place a long discussion in which Bismarck spoke repeatedly. Further discussions in committee, which consisted only of about 30 members, were conversational in their nature. There was no verbatim report, but the room was crowded with members who had come to hear the new minister. They were not disappointed. He spoke with a wit, incisiveness, and versatility to which, as one observer remarked, they were not accustomed from Prussian ministers. He warned them not to exaggerate their powers. The Prussian constitution did not give the House of Representatives the sole power of settling the budget. It must be settled by arrangement with the other house and the crown. There was difference of opinion in the interpretation of the constitution. All constitutional governments required compromise. A constitution was not something dead. It must be enlivened. It was interpreted by custom and practice. It would be wiser not to hasten this practice too quickly. Then the question of law might easily become one of power. It was not the fault of the government that they had got into this position. People took the situation too tragically, especially in the press. They spoke as though the end of all things was come. But, he added, a constitutional struggle is not a disgrace. It is rather an honor. After all, we are all children from the same country. A true note, but one which he was not always able to maintain in the struggle of the coming years. Then he expounded the view of the German character which we have learnt from his letters. It was customary to speak of the sovereignty of the Prussian people. Yes, but the great independence of the individual made it difficult in Prussia to govern with the constitution. In France, it was different. There, this individual independence was wanting. We are perhaps too educated to endure a constitution. We are too critical. The capacity for judging measures of the government and acts of the representatives was too universal. There were in the country too many Catilinarian existences, which had an interest in revolutions. He reminded them that Germany did not care for liberalism of Prussia, but for its power. Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden might indulge in liberalism. Prussia must concentrate its power and hold itself ready for the favorable moment, which had already been passed over more than once. Prussia's boundaries, as fixed by the Congress of Vienna, were not favorable to a sound political life. Not by speeches and majority votes are the great questions of the time decided. That was the great blunder of 1848 and 1849, but by blood and iron. He appealed for confidence. Do not force a quarrel. We are honest people, and you can trust us. The effect of these speeches was very unfavorable. The very quickness of thought and originality of expression produced a bad impression. Even the free indulgence in long foreign words offended patriotic journalists. They seemed to his audience reckless. What was this reference to the treaties of Vienna but an imitation of Napoleonic statesmanship? They had the consciousness that they were making history, that they were involved in a great and tragic conflict, and they expected the minister to play his part seriously and solemnly. Instead of that, They had listened to a series of epigrams with no apparent logical connection. We know how dangerous it is, even in England, for a responsible statesman to allow himself to be epigrammatic in dealing with serious affairs. Much more was it in Germany, where the ministers were nearly always officials by training. Bismarck had the dangerous gift of framing pregnant and pithy sentences which would give a ready handle to his opponent. Macht geht vor Recht. He had not said these words, but he had said something very much like them, and they undoubtedly represented what seemed to his audience the pith of his speeches. And then these words, blood and iron. He has told us in later years what he really meant. Put the strongest possible military power, in other words, as much blood and iron as you can, into the hands of the King of Prussia. Then he will be able to carry out the policy you wish. It cannot be done with speeches and celebrations and songs. It can only be done by blood and iron. What everyone thought he meant was that blood must be shed and iron used. Perhaps they were not so far wrong. The attempt at conciliation failed. The report of the committee was adopted, and an amendment proposed by Finke, which Bismarck was prepared to accept, was rejected. Bismarck warned the House not to push the conflict too far. The time would come when the prospect of a peaceful solution would have disappeared. Then the government too would be prepared to oppose theory to theory and interpretation to interpretation. He showed to the President of the House a twig of olive. I gathered this in Avignon to bring it to the House. It does not seem to be time yet. The budget was sent up to the House of Lords in the amended form in which the House of Representatives had passed it. The Lords unanimously threw it out, as they were legally justified in doing. Not content with that, they altered it to the original form in which it had been proposed by the government and sent it down again to the lower house. This was clearly illegal. Their action, however, was most useful to the government. A conflict had now arisen between the two houses, and technically the responsibility for the failure to bring the conciliation about was taken away from the government. They could entrench themselves behind the impregnable position that the law required the budget to be passed by both houses. Until this was done, they could do nothing. The houses would not agree. The government was helpless. The House of Representatives at once passed a motion declaring the vote of the upper house for altering the budget null and void, as indeed it was. In the middle of the discussion, a message was brought down by the President announcing that the House was to be prorogued that afternoon. They had just time to pass the resolution and send it in a cab which was waiting at the door to the upper house, where it was read out amidst the boisterous laughter of the peers. Then both chambers were summoned to the palace, and the session closed. The first round in the conflict was over. The recess was short. The next session was, by the Constitution, obliged to begin not later than January 15th. There were many who expected that the Constitution would be ignored and the Parliament not summoned. This was not Bismarck's plan. He fulfilled all the technical requirements in the strictest way. He carefully abstained from any action which he could not justify by an appeal to the letter of the Constitution. The government of the country was carried on with vigor and success. He allowed no loophole by which his opponent might injure his influence with the king. It is true that they were spending money which had not been voted, but then, as he explained, that was not his fault. The provisions of the law were quite clear. It was the duty of the government to submit the budget to the lower house, who could amend it. It had then to be passed in the form of a law, and for this the assent of both houses of Parliament and of the Crown was required. The upper house had not the right of proposing amendments, but they had the right of rejecting them. In this case, they had made use of their right. No law had been passed, the two houses had not agreed. What was to happen? The Constitution gave no help. There was a gap in it. The government therefore had to act as best they could. They could not be expected to close the government offices, cease to pay the troops, and let the government of the country come to an end. They must go on as best they could, taking all the responsibility until they could come to some agreement. As soon as the House met, it began to vote an address to the king. They adopted the obvious fiction, which in fact they could not well avoid, that he was being misled by his ministers, and the attitude of the country misrepresented to him. Even had they known as well as we do that the ministers were only carrying out the orders of the king, they could not well have said so. Bismarck, however, did not attempt to conceal the truth. The address, he said, touched the king. The acts complained of were done in the name of the king. They were setting themselves against him. The contest was who was to rule in Prussia, the House of Hohenzollern or the House of Parliament. He was at once accused of disloyalty. He was, they said, protecting himself behind the person of the sovereign, but of course it was impossible for him not to do so. The whole justification for his action was that he was carrying out the king's orders. What was at the root of the conflict but the question whether, in the last resort, the will of the king or the majority of the house should prevail? To have adopted the English practice, to have refrained from mentioning the king's name, would have been to adopt the very theory of the Constitution for which the House was contending, the English theory that the sovereign has neither the right of deciding nor responsibility. It would have been to undermine the monarchical side of the Constitution, which Bismarck was expressly defending. The king himself never attempted to avoid the responsibility. In a public speech, he had already said that the army organization was his own work. It is my own and I am proud of it. I will hold firmly to it and carry it through with all my energy. In his answer to the address from the House, both on this and on later occasions, he expressly withdrew the assumption that he was not well informed or that he did not approve of his minister's action. The address was carried by a majority of 255 to 68. The king refused to receive it in person. The House then proceeded to throw out a bill for military reorganization, which was laid before them. They adopted a resolution that they reserved for later discussion the question for what part of the money illegally spent in 1862 they would hold the ministry personally responsible. They then proceeded to the budget of 1863 and again rejected the army estimates. They refused the money asked for raising the salaries of the ambassadors. Bismarck himself, while at St. Petersburg, had suffered much owing to the insufficiency of his salary, and he wished to spare his successors a similar inconvenience. And they brought in bills for the responsibility of ministers. The public attention, however, was soon directed from these internal matters to even more serious questions of foreign policy. At the beginning of February, the Poles had once more risen in revolt against the Russian government. Much sympathy was felt for them in Western Europe. England, France, and Austria joined in representations and remonstrances to the Tsar. They expected that Prussia would join them. Nothing could have been more inconvenient to Bismarck. He was at the time fully occupied in negotiations about German affairs, and he was probably anxious to bring to a speedy issue the questions between Prussia and Austria. It was therefore most important to him to be on good terms with France and England, for he would not challenge Austria unless he was sure that Austria would have no allies. Now he must quarrel with either Russia or with France. An insurrection in Poland was, however, a danger to which everything else must be postponed. On this his opinion never varied. Here there could be no compromise. He was perfectly open. "The Polish question is to us a question of life and death," he said to Sir Andrew Buchanan. There were two parties among the Poles. The one, the extreme Republican, wished for the institution of an independent republic. The other would be content with self-government and national institutions under the Russian crown. They were supported by a considerable party in Russia itself. Either party, if successful, would not be content with Russian Poland. They would demand poison. They would never rest until they had gained again the coast of the Baltic and deprived Prussia of her eastern provinces. The danger to Prussia would be greatest, as Bismarck well knew, if the Poles became reconciled to the Russians. An independent republic on their eastern frontier would have been dangerous, but Polish aspirations supported by Pan-Slavonic Party and the Russian army would have been fatal. Russia and Poland might be reconciled. Prussia and Poland never can be. Prussia, therefore, was obliged to separate itself from the other powers. Instead of sending remonstrances to the Tsar, the king wrote an autographed letter proposing that the two governments should take common steps to meet the common danger. General von Alvensleben, who took the letter, at once concluded a convention in which it was agreed that Prussia and Russian troops should be allowed to cross the frontier in pursuit of the insurgents. At the same time, two of the Prussian army corps were mobilized and drawn up along the Polish frontier. The convention soon became known, and it is easy to imagine the indignation with which the Prussian people and the House of Representatives heard of what their government had done. The feeling was akin to that which would have prevailed in America had the President offered his help to the Spanish government to suppress the insurrection in Cuba. The answers to questions were unsatisfactory, and on February 26th, Heinrich von Zibel rose to move that the interests of Prussia required absolute neutrality. It was indeed evident that Bismarck's action had completely isolated Prussia, except the Tsar. She had now not a single friend in Europe, and scarcely a friend in Germany. Bismarck began his answer by the taunt that the tendency to enthusiasm for foreign nationalities, even when their objects could only be realized at the cost of one's own country, was a political disease unfortunately limited to Germany. It was, however, an unjust taunt, for no one had done more than Zibel himself in his historical work to point out the necessity, though he recognized the injustice, of the part Prussia had taken in the partition of Poland. Nobody had painted so convincingly as he had the political and social demoralization of Poland. Bismarck then dwelt on the want of patriotism in the House, which, in the middle of complicated negotiations, did not scruple to embarrass their own government. No English House of Commons, he said, would have acted as they did, a statement to which we cannot assent. An English opposition would have acted exactly as the majority of the Prussian parliament did. When a minister is in agreement with the House on the general principles of policy, then indeed there rests on them the obligation not to embarrass the government by constant interpolation with regard to each diplomatic step. Self-restraint must be exercised, confidence shown. This was not the case here. The House had every reason to believe that the objects of Bismarck were completely opposed to what they wished. They could not be expected to repose confidence in him. They used this as every other opportunity to attempt to get rid of him. The question of Poland is one on which Bismarck never altered his attitude. His first public expression of opinion on foreign affairs was an attack on the Polish policy of the Prussian government in 1848. No one then, he wrote, could doubt that an independent Poland would be the irreconcilable enemy of Prussia and would remain so till he had conquered the mouth of the Vistula and every Polish-speaking village in West and East Prussia, Pomerania, and Silesia. 40 years later, one of the last of his great speeches in the Reichstag was devoted to attacking the Polish sympathies of the Catholic Party in Prussia. He was never tired of laughing at the characteristic German romanticism, which was so enthusiastic for the welfare of other nations. He recalled the memories of his boyhood when, after the rebellion of 1831, Polish refugees were received in every German town with honors and enthusiasm greater than those paid to the men who had fought for Germany, when German children would sing Polish national airs as though they were their own. Nothing shows the change which he had been able to bring about in German thought better than the attitude of the nation towards Poland. In the old days, the Germans recollected only that the partition of Poland had been a great crime. It was their hope and determination that they might be able to make amends for it. In those days, the Poles were to be found in every country in Europe, foremost in fighting on the barricades. They helped the Germans to fight for their liberty, and the Germans were to help them to recover independence. In 1848, Miroslavsky had been carried like a triumphant hero through the streets of Berlin, and the Baden rebels put themselves under the leadership of a Pole, and it was a Pole who commanded the Viennese in their resistance to the Austrian army. A Pole led the Italians to disaster on the field of Novara. At a time when poets still were political leaders and the memory and influence of Byron had not been effaced, there was scarcely a German poet, Platon, Uhland, Heine, who had not stirred up the enthusiasm for Poland. It was against this attitude of mind that Bismarck had to struggle, and he had done so successfully. He has taught that it is the duty of Germany to use all the power of the states for crushing and destroying the Polish language and nationality. The Poles in Prussia are to become Prussian, as those in Russia have to become Russian. 100 years ago, the Polish state was destroyed. Now the language and the nation must cease to exist. It is a natural result of the predominance of Prussia in Germany. The enthusiasm for Poland was not unnatural when the center of gravity of Germany was still far towards the west. Germany could be great, prosperous, and happy even if a revived Poland spread to the shores of the Baltic, but Prussia would then cease to exist, and Bismarck has taught the Germans to feel as Prussians. The danger during these weeks were real. Napoleon proposed that Austria, England, and France should present identical notes to Prussia, remonstrating with and threatening her. Lord Russell refused. It was, as Bismarck said in later years, only the friendly disposition of Lord Russell to Germany which saved Prussia from this danger. Bismarck's own position was very insecure, but he withstood this attack as he did all others, though few knew at what expense to his nerves and health. He used to attribute the frequent illness of his later years to the constant anxiety of these months. He had a very nervous temperament. Self-control was difficult to him, and we must remember that all the time when he was defending the king's government against this public criticism, he had to maintain himself against those who at court were attempting to undermine his influence with the king. End of section 11. Section 12 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, Manik Baisho, Portugal. Chapter 7. The Conflict, 1862 to 1863. Part 2. He had, however, secured the firm friendship of Russia. When he was in St. Petersburg, He had gained the regard of the Tsar. Now to this personal feeling was added a great debt of gratitude. What a contrast between the action of Austria and Prussia! The late Tsar had saved Austria from dissolution, and what had been the reward? Opposition in the East, and now Austria in the Polish affair was again supporting the Western powers. On the other hand, Prussia, and Prussia alone, it was which had saved Russia from the active intervention of France and England. Napoleon had proposed that a landing should be made in Lithuania in order to effect a junction with the Poles. Bismarck had immediately declared that, if this were done, he should regard it as a declaration of war against Prussia. So deep was the indignation of Alexander that he wrote himself to the King of Prussia, proposing an alliance and a joint attack on France and Austria. It must have been a great temptation to Bismarck, but he now showed the prudence which was his great characteristic as a diplomatist. He feared that in a war of this kind the brunt would fall on Prussia, and that when peace was made, the control of negotiations would be with the Tsar. He wished for war with Austria, but he was determined that when war came he should have the arrangement of the terms of peace. On his advice, the king refused the offer. The bitterness of the feeling created by these debates on Poland threatened to make it impossible for ministers any longer to attend in the House. Bismarck did his part in increasing it. "You ask me," he said, "why, if we disagree with you, we do not dissolve. It is that we wish the country to have an opportunity of becoming thoroughly acquainted with you." He was tired and angry when, during one of these sittings, he writes to Motley: "I am obliged to listen to particularly tasteless speeches out of the mouths of uncommonly childish and excited politicians, and I have therefore a moment of unwilling leisure which I cannot use better than in giving you news of my welfare. I never thought that in my riper years I should be obliged to carry on such an unworthy trade as that of a parliamentary minister. As envoy, although unofficial, I still had the feeling of being a gentleman. As parliamentary minister, one is a harlot. I have come down in the world and hardly know how." April 18th. I wrote as far as this yesterday, then the sitting came to an end. 5 hours chamber until 3 o'clock, 1 hour's report to His Majesty, 3 hours at an incredibly dull dinner, all the important weeks, then 2 hours work, finally a supper with a colleague who would have been hurt if I had slighted his fish. This morning I had hardly breakfasted. Before Karoli was sitting opposite to me, he was followed without interruption by Denmark, England, Poland, Russia, France, whose ambassador I was obliged to remind at 1 o'clock that it was time for me to go to the House of Phrases. I am sitting again in the letter. Here people talk nonsense and end my letter. All these people have agreed to approve our treaties with Belgium, in spite of which 20 speakers scold each other with the greatest vehemence, as if each wished to make an end of the other. They are not agreed about the motives which make them unanimous. Hence, alas, a regular German squabble about the emperor's beard. Querelle d'Allemand. You Anglo-Saxon Yankees have something of the same kind also. Your battles are bloody, ours worthy. These chattels really cannot govern Prussia. I must bring some opposition to bear against them. They have too little wit and too much self-complacency. Stupid and audacious. Stupid, in all its meanings, is not the right word. Considered individually, these people are sometimes very clever, generally educated, the regulation German university culture, but of politics, beyond the interests of their own church tower, they know as little as we knew as students, and even less. As far as external politics go, they are also taken separately like children. In all other questions, they become childish as soon as they stand together in corpore. In the mass, stupid, individually intelligent. Recalling these days, Bismarck said in later years, I shall never forget how I had every morning to receive the visit of Sir Andrew Buchanan, the English ambassador, and Talleyrand, the representative of France, who made hell hot for me over the inexcusable leanings of Prussian policy toward Russia, and held threatening language toward us. And then at midday, I had the pleasure of hearing in the Prussian parliament pretty much the same arguments and attacks which in the morning the foreign ambassadors had made against me. Of course, the language used in the House weakened his influence abroad, and the foreign government showed more insistence when they found out that the Prussian parliament supported their demands. It was noticed with satisfaction in the English parliament that the nation had dissociated itself from the mean and disgraceful policy of the government. At last, personal friction reached such a point that the session had to be closed. In order to understand the cause of this, we must remember that in Prussia the ministers are not necessarily members of either house. They enjoy, however, by the Constitution, the right of attending the debates, and may at any time demand to be heard. They do not sit in the House among the other members, but on a raised bench to the right of the President, facing the members. They have not, therefore, any feeling of esprit de corps as members of the Assembly. Bismarck and his colleagues, when they addressed the House, spoke not as members, not as the representatives of even a small minority, but as strangers, as the representatives of a rival and hostile authority. It is this which alone explains the almost unanimous opposition to him. He was the opponent not of one party in the House, but of the Parliament itself and of every other Parliament. In the course of a debate, he came into conflict with the chair. The President pointed out that some of his remarks had nothing to do with the subject. Bismarck at once protested. I cannot allow the President the right to a disciplinary interruption in my speech. I had not the honor of being a member of this assembly. I have not helped to vote your standing orders. I have not joined in electing the President. I am not subject to the disciplinary power of the Chamber. The authority of the President ends at this barrier. I have one superior only, His Majesty, the King. This led to a sharp passage with the President, who maintained that his power extended as far as the four walls. He could not indeed withdraw the right of speech from a minister, but could interrupt him. Bismarck at once repeated word for word the obnoxious passage of his speech. The President threatened, if he did so again, to close the sitting. Bismarck practically gave way. I cannot, he said, prevent the President adjourning the House. What I have said twice, I need not repeat a third time. And the debate continued without further interruption. A few weeks later, a similar scene occurred, but this time it was not Bismarck but Horn, and Horn had not the same quick feeling for parliamentary reform. Bismarck had defied the President up to the extreme point where his legal powers went. Horn passed beyond them. The President wished to interrupt the minister. Horn refused to stop speaking. The President rang his bell. When I interrupt the minister, he said, he must be silent. For that purpose I use my bell, and if the minister does not obey, I must have my hat brought me. When the chairman put on his hat, the House would be adjourned. Horn answered, I do not mind if the President had his hat brought. According to the Constitution, I can speak if I wish, and no one has the right to interrupt me. After a few more angry words on either side, as Horn continued to dispute the right of the President, the latter rose from his seat and asked for his hat, which he placed on his head. All the members rose and the House was adjourned. Unfortunately, the hat handed to him was not his own. It was much too large and completely covered his head and face, so that the strain of the situation was relieved by loud laughter. After this, the ministers refused to attend the House unless they received an assurance that the President no longer claimed disciplinary authority over them. A series of memoranda were exchanged between the House and the Ministry. The actual point in dispute was really a very small one. It is not even clear that there was any difference of opinion. Everyone acknowledged that the ministers might make as many speeches as they liked, and that the chairman could not require them to stop speaking. The only question was whether he might interrupt them in order to make any remarks himself, but neither side was prepared to come to an understanding. The king, to whom the House appealed, supported the ministry, and a few days later the House was prorogued. The second session was over. 3 days later, by royal proclamation, a series of ordinances was published creating very stringent regulations for the control of the press. They gave the police the right of forbidding a newspaper to appear for no other reason except disapproval of its general tendency. It was a power more extreme than in the worst days of the Karlsbad decrees had ever been claimed by any German government. The ordinances were based on a clause in the Constitution which gave the government, at times of crisis, if Parliament were not sitting, the power of making special regulations for the government of the press. The reference to the Constitution seemed almost an insult. The kind of crisis which was meant was obviously a period of civil war or invasion. It seemed as though the government had taken the first pretext for proroguing the Parliament to be able to avail themselves of this clause. The ordinances reminded men of those of Charles X. Surely, they said, this was the beginning of a reign of violence. The struggle was now no longer confined to Parliament. Parliament indeed was clearly important. All that could be done by speeches and votes and addresses had been done and had failed. The king still supported the ministry. It was now the time for the people at large. The natural leaders were the corporations of the large towns. The liberal policy of the Prussian government had given them considerable independence. They were elected by the people, and in nearly every town there was a large majority opposed to the government. Headed by the capital, they began a series of addresses to the king. Public meetings were organized. At Cologne, a great festival was arranged to welcome Sibyl and the other representatives from the Rhine. It was more serious that in so monarchical a country, the discontent with the personal action of the king found public expression. The Crown Prince was at this time on a tour of military inspection in East Prussia. Town after town refused the ordinary royal addresses. They would not welcome him or take part in the usual ceremonies. The ordinary royal addresses to the king and other members of the royal family were refused. It was no longer a conflict between the ministry and the parliament, but between the king and the country. Suddenly, the country learned that the crown prince himself, the heir apparent to the throne, was on their side. He had always disliked Bismarck. He was offended by the brusqueness of his manner. He disliked the genial and careless bonhomie with which Bismarck, who hated affectation, discussed the most serious subjects. He had opposed his appointment, and he now held a position toward his father's government similar to that which 10 years before his father had held toward his own brother. He was much influenced by his English relations, and the opinion of the English court was strongly unfavorable to Bismarck. Hitherto, the Crown Prince had refrained from any public active opposition. He had, however, not been asked his opinion concerning the press ordinances, nor had he even received an invitation to the council at which they were passed. Bitterly offended at this slight upon himself, seriously alarmed lest the action of the government might even endanger the dynasty. On his entry into Danzig, he took occasion to dissociate himself from the action of the government. He had not, he said, been asked. He had known nothing about it. He was not responsible. The wars were few and they were moderate, but they served to show the whole Germany what hitherto only those about the court had known, that the Crown Prince was to be counted among the opponents of the government. An incident followed a few days later which could only serve to increase the breach. After his speech at Danzig, the Crown Prince had offered to surrender all his official positions. The king had not required this of him, but had strictly ordered him not again to come into opposition to his government. The Crown Prince had promised obedience, but continued his private protests against these rude and insolent ministers. The letters on both sides had been affectionate and dignified. A few days later, however, the Berlin correspondent of the Times was enabled to publish the contents of them. It was not known who was to blame for this very serious breach of confidence, but the publication must have been brought about by someone very closely connected with the Crown Prince. Suspicion was naturally directed towards the court of the Coburg. It was not the last time that the confidence of the Crown Prince was to be abused in a similar manner. The event naturally much increased Bismarck's dislike to the entourage of the prince. There was indeed a considerable number of men, half men of letters, half politicians, who were glad to play a part by attaching themselves to a liberal prince. They did not scruple to call in the help of the press of the foreign countries, especially of England, and use its influence for the decision of Prussian affairs. Unfortunately, their connections were largely with England. They had a great admiration for English liberty, and they were often known as the English party. This want of discretion, which afterwards caused a strong prejudice against them in Germany, was used to create a prejudice also against England. People in Germany, confused with the English nation, which was supremely indifferent to continental affairs, the opinions of a few writers who were nearly always German. For many years after this, the relations between Bismarck and the Crown Prince were very distant, and the breach was to be increased by the very decided line which the Crown Prince afterwards took with regard to the Schleswig-Holstein affair. The event showed that Bismarck knew well the country with which he was dealing. The press ordinances were not actually illegal. They were strictly enforced. Many papers were warned, others were suppressed. The majority at once changed their tone and moderated their expression of hostility to the government. In England, under similar circumstances, a host of scurrilous pamphlets have always appeared. The Prussian police were too prompt for this to be possible. The king refused to receive the addresses. An order from the Home Office forbade town councils to discuss political matters. A burgomaster who disregarded the order was suspended from his office. Public meetings were suppressed. These measures were successful. The discontent remained and increased, but there was no disorder and there were no riots. Great courage was required to defy public opinion, but with courage it could be defied with as much impunity as that of the Parliament. Englishmen at the time asked why the people did not refuse to pay the taxes. The answer is easy. There would have been no legal justification for this, for though, until the estimates had been passed, the ministers were not legally enabled to spend the farthing of public money, the taxes could still be levied. They were not voted annually. Once imposed, they continued until a law was passed to withdrawing them. The situation, in fact, was this, that the ministry were obliged to collect the money, though they were not authorized in spending it. To this we must add that the country was very prosperous. The revenue was constantly increasing. There was no distress. The socialist agitation, which was just beginning, was directed not against the government, but against society. Lassalle found more sympathy in Bismarck than he did with the liberal leaders. He publicly exhorted his followers to support the monarchy against these miserable bourgeois, as he called the liberals. Except on the one ground of constitutional conflict, the country was well governed. There was no other interference with liberty of thought or action. Moreover, there was a general feeling that things could not last long. The liberals believed that the future was with them. Time itself would bring revenge. At the worst, they would wait till the death of the king. He was already nearly 70 years of age. The political difficulties had much injured his health. When he was gone, then with the crown prince, the constitutional cause would triumph. How different was the future to be! Year after year, the conflict continued. Each year, the House was summoned and the budget laid before it. Each year, the House rejected the budget. They threw out government measures. They refused the loans. And they addressed the king to dismiss his ministers. The sessions, however, were very short. That of 1864 lasted only a few weeks. Each year, Bismarck's open contempt for the parliament and their unqualified hatred of him increased. The people still continued to support their representatives. The cities still continued to withhold their loyal addresses to the king. With each year, however, the government gained confidence. It was easy to see that the final result would depend on the success of the government in external affairs. To this we must now turn. English opinion at that time was unanimously opposed to the king. It is difficult even now to judge the issue. It was natural for Englishmen to sympathize with those who wished to imitate them. Their pride was pleased when they found the ablest parliamentary leaders, the most learned historians and keenest jurists, desirous to assimilate the institutions of Prussia to those which existed in England. It is just this which ought to make us pause. What do we think of politicians who try to introduce among us the institutions and the faults of foreign countries? Why will not the King of Prussia be content with the position which the Queen of England holds, or the King of the Belgians? Then all his unpopularity would be gone, was a question asked at the time by an English writer. We may ask, on the other hand, why should the King of Prussia sacrifice his power and prerogative? The question is really as absurd as it would be to ask, why is not an English parliament content with the power enjoyed by the Prussian parliament? It was a commonplace of the time that the continued conflict showed a want of statesmanship. So it did, if it is statesmanship always to court popularity and always to surrender one's cause when one believes it to be right, even at the risk of ruining one's country. It must be remembered that through all these years the existence of Prussia was at stake. If the Prussian government insisted on the necessity for a large and efficient army, they were accused of reckless militarism. People forgot that the Prussian monarchy could no more maintain itself without a large army than the British Empire could without a large navy. In all the secret diplomatic negotiations of the time, the dismemberment of Prussia was a policy to be considered. France wished to acquire part of the left bank of the Rhine. Austria had never quite given up hope of gaining part of Silesia. It was not 50 years since Prussia had acquired half of the kingdom of Saxony. Might not a hostile coalition restore this territory? And then the philanthropy of England and the intrigues of France were still considering the possibility of a revived Poland. But in Poland would have to be included the part of territory which Prussia had acquired. It is often said that from this conflict must be dated the great growth of militarism in Europe. It is to the victory of the King and Bismarck that we are to attribute the wars which followed and the immense armaments which since then have been built up in Europe. To a certain extent, of course, this is true, though it is not clear that the presence of these immense armies is an unmixed evil. It is, however, only half the truth. The Prussian government was not solely responsible. It is not they who began arming. It is not they who first broke the peace which had been maintained in Europe since 1815. Their fault seems to have been not that they armed first, but that when they put their hands to the work, they did it better than other nations. If they are exposed to any criticism in the matter, it must rather be this, that the government of the late king had unduly neglected the army. They began to prepare not too soon, but almost too late. It was in Austria in 1848 that the new military dominion began. Austria was supported by Russia and imitated by France. Prussia, surrounded by these empires, each at least double herself in population, was compelled to arm in self-defense. By not doing so sooner, she had incurred the disgrace of Olmütz. Her whole policy had been weak and vacillating, because the government was frightened at stirring up a conflict in which they would almost certainly be defeated. There is one other matter with regard to the conflict so far as regards Bismarck personally. We must always remember that he was not responsible for it. It had originated at a time when he was absent from Germany and had very little influence on the conduct of affairs. Had he been minister 2 years before, there probably would have been no conflict at all. The responsibility for it lies partly with the leaders of the Liberal Party, who, as we know from memoirs that have since been published, were acting against their own convictions in opposing the military demands of the government, for they feared that otherwise the party would not follow them. Much of the responsibility also rests with the ministry of the new era. They had mismanaged affairs. The mismanagement arose from the want of union among them, for the liberal majority were in many matters opposed to the king and the throne. It was this want of cordial cooperation in the ministry which led to the great blunder by which the Minister of War acted in a way which seemed to be, and in fact was, a breach of an engagement made by the Minister of Finance. Had Bismarck been in authority at the time, we can hardly doubt that he would have found some way of effecting a compromise between the government and the leaders of the moderate Liberal Party. At least no blame attached to him for what had happened. Still less we can afford him anything but the highest commendation that when the king had got into an absolutely untenable position, he came forward and, at the risk of his reputation, his future, perhaps his life, stood by his side. End of section 12. Section 13 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim, managed Show, Portugal. Chapter 8. Schleswig-Holstein, 1863 to 1864. Part 1. We have seen that the result of the conflict would eventually depend upon the management of foreign affairs. Bismarck, before his appointment, had always said that the government could only gain freedom at home by a more vigorous policy abroad. He was now in a position to follow the policy he desired. The conflict made him indispensable to the king. If he retired, the king would have to surrender to the house. This was always present to his mind and enabled him to keep his influence against all his enemies, who throughout the spring had used every effort to undermine his authority with the king. There were many who thought that he deliberately maintained the friction in order to make himself indispensable, and in truth, his relations to the parliament had this advantage, that there was no use in attempting to take into consideration their wishes. Had he been supported by a friendly house, he would have had to justify his policy, perhaps to modify it. As it was, since they were sure to refuse supplies whatever he did, one or two more votes of censure were a matter of indifference to him, and he went on his own way, directing the diplomacy of the country with as sure and firm a hand as though no parliament existed. In the autumn he had the first opportunity for showing how great his influence already was. During the summer holidays he was in almost constant attendance on the king, who as usual had gone to Gastein for a cure. Perhaps he did not venture to leave the king, but he often complained of the new conditions in which his life was passed. He wished to be back with his wife and children in Pomerania. He writes to his wife from Baden: "I wish that some intrigue would necessitate another ministry, so that I might honorably turn my back on this basin of ink, and live quietly in the country. The restlessness of this life is unbearable. For 10 weeks I have been doing clerk's work at an inn. It is no life for an honest country gentleman." At the end of July, a proposal came from the Emperor of Austria, which, but for Bismarck's firmness, might have had very far-reaching results. The Emperor had visited the king and discussed with him proposals for the reform of the Confederation. He explained an Austrian plan for the reform, which was so much needed, and asked the king if he would join in an assembly of all the German princes to discuss the plan. The king, for many reasons, refused. Nevertheless, 2 days afterwards, formal invitations were sent out to all the princes and to the burgomasters of the free cities, inviting them to a congress which was to meet at Frankfort. All the other princes accepted, and the congress met on the 15th of August. The emperor presided in person, and he hoped to be able to persuade them to adopt his proposals, which would be very favorable for Austria. It was, however, apparent that without the presence of the King of Prussia, the Congress would come to no result. It was therefore determined to send a special deputation to invite him to reconsider his refusal. The king had, the day before, moved from Karlsbad to Baden, and was therefore in the immediate neighborhood of Frankfurt. It was very difficult for him not to accept this special invitation. "How can I refuse," he said, "when 30 princes invite me, and they send a message by a king?" Personally, he wished to go, though he agreed with Bismarck that it would be wiser to stay away. All his relations pressed him to go. It would have been pleasant for once to meet in friendly conclave all his fellow princes. Bismarck, however, was determined that it should not be. He also had gone to Baden-Baden. The king consulted him before sending the answer. After a long and exhausting struggle, Bismarck gained his point, and the refusal was sent. He had threatened to resign if his advice were not taken. As soon as the letter was sealed and dispatched, Bismarck turned to a tray with glasses which stood on the table and smashed them in pieces. "Are you ill?" asked the friend who was in the room. "No," was the answer. "I was, but I am better now. I felt I must break something." So much were his nerves affected by the struggle. The Congress went on without the representative of Prussia. The kings and princes discussed the proposal in secret session. They enjoyed this unaccustomed freedom. For the first time they had been able to discuss the affairs of their own country without the intervention of their ministers. The ministers had, of course, come to Frankfurt, but they found themselves excluded from all participation in affairs. With what admiration and jealousy must they have looked on Bismarck! But there was none of them who had done for his prince what Bismarck had for the King of Prussia. Perhaps it was his intention at once to press forward the struggle with Austria for supremacy in Germany. If so, he was to be disappointed. A new difficulty was now appearing in the diplomatic world. The Schleswig-Holstein question, which had been so long slumbering, broke out into open fire, and nearly 3 years were to pass before Bismarck was able to resume the policy on which he had determined. Men often speak as though he were responsible for the outbreak of this difficulty and the war which followed. That was far from being the case. It interrupted his plans as much as it did the Polish question. We shall have to see with what ingenuity he gained for his country an advantage from what appeared at first to be a most inconvenient situation. We must shortly explain the origin of this question, the most complicated that has ever occupied European diplomacy. The Duchy of Holstein had been part of the German Empire. For many hundreds of years, the Duke of Holstein had also been King of Denmark. The connection at first had been a purely personal union. It was, however, complicated by the existence of the Duchy of Schleswig. Schleswig was outside the Confederation, as it had been outside the German Empire, and had in old days been a fief of the Kingdom of Denmark. The nobles of Holstein had, however, gradually succeeded in extending German influence and the German language into Schleswig, so that this Dutch had become more than half German. Schleswig and Holstein were also joined together by very old customs, which were, it is said, founded on charters given by the kings of Denmark. It was claimed that the two duchies were always to be ruled by the same man, and also that they were to be kept quite distinct from the Kingdom of Denmark. These charters were not undisputed, but in this case, as so often happens in politics, the popular belief in the existence of a right was to be more important than the legal question whether the right really existed. The trouble began about 1830. There was a double question, the question of constitution and the question of inheritance. The Danes, desirous to consolidate the monarchy, had neglected the rights of old local estates in the duchies. This led to an agitation and a conflict. It was a struggle for the maintenance of local privileges against the monarchy in Copenhagen. Moreover, a vigorous democratic party had arisen in Denmark. Their object was to incorporate the whole of Schleswig in the Danish monarchy. They did not care what happened to Holstein. This party were called the Eider Danes, for they wished Denmark to be extended to the Eider. Against this proposed separation of the two duchies, violent protests were raised, and in 1848 a rebellion broke out. This was the rebellion which had been supported in that year by Prussia, and it had the universal sympathy of everyone in Germany, princes and people alike. The question of constitution was complicated by one of succession. The male line of the royal house which ruled in Denmark was dying out. According to a law introduced in 1660, descendants of the female branch might succeed in the kingdom. This law had probably never been legally enacted for the duchies. In Schleswig and Holstein, the old Salic law prevailed. In the ordinary course of things, on the death of Frederick VII, who had succeeded in 1847, the long connection between Holstein and Denmark would cease. Would, however, Schleswig go with Holstein or with Denmark? Every Schleswig-Holsteiner and every German declared that the two duchies must remain forever unverteilt. The majority of the Danes determined, whatever the law might be, that they would keep Schleswig, which had once been Danish. The king took a different line. He wished to maintain all the possessions in his house, and that the same man should succeed both in the kingdom and the duchies. There was no authority qualified to decide the legal question, and therefore the question of right was sure to become one of power. At first, strange as it may seem, the power was on the side of the Danes. Germany was weak and disunited. The Prussian troops who had been sent to help the rebellion were withdrawn, and the surrender of Olmütz was fatal to the inhabitants of the Duchies. The whole question was brought before a European Congress which met at London. The integrity of the Danish monarchy was declared to be a European interest, and the Congress of the Powers presumed to determine who should succeed to the ducal and royal power. They chose Christian of Glücksburg, and all the powers pledged themselves to recognize him as a ruler over all the dominions of the King of Denmark. Prussia and Austria were among the powers who signed the Treaty of London, but the Diet of Frankfort was not bound by it. At the same time, Denmark had entered into certain engagement, pledging itself to preserve the separation between Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark, and also not to oppress the German people in Schleswig. The Danes did not keep their engagement. Despising the Germans, they renewed the old policy, attempted to drive back the German language, and introduced new laws which were inconsistent with the local privileges of Holstein and Schleswig. The Holstein estates appealed for protection to the Diet. The Germans protested, but the Danes were obstinate. As years went on, the excitement of the Germans grew. They believed, and justly believed, that it was a matter of honor to defend the rights of the Duchies. Schleswig-Holstein was the symbol of German weakness and disgrace, and in defense of them, the national enthusiasm was again roused. With this popular enthusiasm, Bismarck had no sympathy, and he had no interest for the cause of Schleswig-Holstein. He had originally considered the inhabitants merely as rebels against their lawful sovereign. He had learned at Frankfort sufficient to make this indifferent to him, but he still regarded them as foreigners and looked on their claims merely from the point of view of Prussian interests. Both his sympathy and his reason led him, in fact, rather to take the Danish side. The maintenance of Denmark is in our interest, he wrote in 1857, but Denmark could only continue to exist if it were ruled more or less arbitrarily with provincial estates as it had been for the last 100 years. And in another letter, we have no reason to desire that the Holsteiners should live very happily under their duke, for if they do, they will no longer be interested in Prussia, and under certain circumstances their interest may be very useful to us. It is important that, however just their cause may be, Prussia should act with great prudence. He recognized that if the complaints of the Duchies led again to a war between Germany and Denmark, all the loss would fall on Prussia. The coast of Prussia was exposed to the attacks of the Danish fleet. If the war was successful, the result would be to strengthen the Diet and the federal constitution, and as we know, that was the last thing which Bismarck desired. If it failed, the disgrace and the blame would fall upon Prussia. The only thing which would have induced him warmly to take up the cause was the prospect of winning the duchies for Prussia, but of that there seemed little hope. So long, therefore, as he remained at Frankfort, he had endeavored to keep the peace, and he continued his policy after he became minister. The greater number of the German states wished to carry out a federal execution in Holstein. He tried to avert this and warmly gave his support to Lord Russell in his attempt to settle the question by English mediation. His efforts, however, were unavailing, for the Danish government, presuming on the weakness of Germany, continued their provocative action. On March 30, 1863, a new constitution was proclaimed, completely severing Holstein from the rest of the monarchy. The Holstein estates had not been consulted and appealed to the Diet for protection. The laws of the Federation enabled the Diet, in a case like this, to occupy the territory of the offending sovereign in order to compel him to rule according to the Constitution. The National German Party wished to go farther, to confuse the question of Schleswig and of Holstein, and so bring about a war with Denmark. Bismarck wrote to the Duke of Oldenburg to explain his objections to this. It would make the worst impression in England, and he insisted that they should attempt nothing more than federal execution in Holstein. As Holstein belonged to the Federation, this would be purely German affair, and no ground would be given for interfering to England or France. In consequence, the simple execution in Holstein was voted. Even now, however, Bismarck did not give up hopes of keeping peace. He brought pressure to bear on the Danes and was supported by England. If only they would withdraw the proclamation of March 30th and accept English mediation for Schleswig, he promised them that he would use all his influence to prevent the execution and would probably be successful. His moderation, which received the warm approval of Lord Russell, of course only added to his unpopularity in Germany. The Danish government, however, refused to accept Bismarck's proposal. They brought in still another constitution by which the complete incorporation of Schleswig with the monarchy was decreed. This was an overt breach of their treaty engagements and a declaration of war with Germany. At the beginning of November, it was carried through the Riksdag by the required majority of two-thirds and was sent up to the king to receive his signature. Before he had time to sign it, the king died. It was expected that the death of the king would make little difference in the situation, for it had been agreed that Christian of Glücksburg should succeed to all the provinces of the monarchy. The first act he had to perform was the signature of the new constitution. It is said that he hesitated, but was told by the ministers that if he refused, they would answer neither for his crown nor his head. On November 23rd, he signed. Before this had happened, the situation had received an unexpected change. A new claimant appeared to dispute his title to the duchies. The day after the death of the king, Frederick, eldest son of the Duke of Augustenburg, published a proclamation announcing his succession to the duchy under the title of Frederick VIII. No one seems to have foreseen this step. It was supposed that after the agreement of 1853, the question of succession had been finally settled. The whole of the German nation, however, received with enthusiasm the news that it was again to be raised. They believed that the prince was lawful heir. They saw in his claim the possibility of permanently separating the duchies from Denmark. Nothing seemed to stand between this and accomplishment except the Treaty of London. Surely the rights of the duchies and the claim of Augustenburg, supported by united Germany, would be strong enough to bear down this treaty which was so unjust. The question will be asked, was the claim of Augustenburg valid? No positive answer can be given, for it has never been tried by a competent court of law. It may, however, I think, be said that although there were objections which might invalidate his right to at least a part of the duchies, it is almost certain that a quite impartial tribunal would have decided that he had at least a better claim than any of his rivals. This at least would have been true 15 years before. When, however, the Treaty of London was arranged, it was necessary to procure the renunciations of all the different claimants. That of the Emperor of Russia, the Duke of Oldenburg, and others were obtained without much difficulty. The Duke of Augustenburg long refused. In order to compel him to renounce, the Danish government refused to restore to him his private property, which had been confiscated owing to the part he had taken in the late rebellion. He had been enormously wealthy, but was now living in exile and deprived of his revenues. By this means they had at last induced him to sign a document in which he promised for himself and his successors not to make any attempt to enforce his claims to the succession. The document was curiously worded. There was no actual renunciation, only a promise to abstain from action. In return for this, a sum of money, not equal, however, to that which he had lost, was handed over to him. Now it was Bismarck who, while envoy at Frankfort, had carried on the negotiations. He had taken much trouble about the matter, and earned the warm gratitude both of the King of Denmark and of the Duke. There is, I think, no doubt that he believed that the agreement was a bona fide one and would be maintained. Since then, the Duke had renounced all his claims in favor of his eldest son. Prince Frederick had not signed the contract and maintained that he was not bound by it. Of course, Bismarck could not admit this, and his whole attitude towards the prince must from the beginning be hostile. It is only fair to point out that there was no reason whatever why the Augustenburg should do anything more than that to which they were bound by the strict letter of the agreement. They had no ties of gratitude towards Denmark. They had not, as is often said, sold their rights, for they had received only a portion of their own possessions. However this may be, his claim was supported not only by the people and parliament, but by the leaders of the German government, headed by the King of Bavaria. Bismarck was now asked to denounce the Treaty of London to which Prussia had given her assent. To support the claims of Augustenburg, to carry out the policy of the Diet, and, if necessary, to allow the Prussian army to be used in fighting for Prince Frederick against the King of Denmark. This he had not the slightest intention of doing. He had to consider, first of all, that Prussia was bound by treaties. As he said, we may regret that we signed, but the signature took place. Honor as well as wisdom allows us to leave no doubt as to our loyalty to our engagement. He had moreover to consider that if he acted as the Germans wished, he would find himself opposed not only by Denmark, but also by Russia and England, and in military operations on the narrow peninsula, the power of the English fleet would easily outbalance the superiority of the Prussian army. Moreover, this was the point which affected him most. What good would come to Prussia even if she were successful in this war? I cannot regard it as a Prussian interest to wage war in order, in the most favorable result, to establish a new Grand Duke in Schleswig-Holstein, who, out of fear of Prussian aggression, would vote against us at the Diet. His policy, therefore, was clearly marked out for him. He must refuse to recognize the claims of Augustenburg. He must refuse to break the Treaty of London. This, however, would not prevent him from bringing pressure to bear on the new King of Denmark, as he had done on his predecessor, to induce him to abide by his treaty engagements, and, if he did not do so, from declaring war against him. There was even at this time in his mind another thought. He had the hope that in some way or other he might be able to gain a direct increase of territory for Prussia. If they recognized the Augustenburg claims, this would be always impossible, for then either the duchies would remain under the King of Denmark, or if the Danes were defeated, they would have to be given to the prince. In this policy he was supported by Austria. The Austrian government was also bound by the Treaty of London. They were much annoyed at the violent and almost revolutionary agitation which had broke out in Germany. It was with much relief that they learned that Prussia, instead of heading the movement as in 1849, was ready to oppose it. The two great powers so lately in opposition now acted in close union. Issue was joined at the Diet between the two parties. The prince brought his claim before it, and those who supported him proposed that, as the succession of the duchies was in dispute, they should be occupied by a federal army until the true ruler had been determined. Against this, Austria and Prussia proposed that the federal execution in Holstein, which had before been resolved on, should be at once carried out. If the execution were voted, it would be an indirect recognition of Christian as ruler, for it would be carried out as against his government. On this point, execution or occupation, the votes were taken. Bismarck was, however, greatly embarrassed by the strong influence which the Prince of Augustenburg had in the Prussian royal family. He was an intimate friend of the Crown Princess, and the Crown Princess and the King himself regarded his claims with favor. Directly after his proclamation, the Pretender came to Berlin. He had a very friendly reception from the King, who expressed his deep regret that he was tied by the London Convention, but clearly showed that he hoped this difficulty might be overcome. Bismarck took another line. He said that he was trying to induce the new king not to sign the constitution. The prince, to Bismarck's obvious annoyance, explained that that would be no use. He should maintain his claims just the same. The king disliked the Treaty of London as much as everyone else did. He had to agree to Bismarck's argument that it would not be safe to denounce it, but he would have been quite willing, supposing Prussia was outvoted in the Diet, to accept the vote and obey the decision of the majority. He even hoped that this would be the result. Bismarck would have regarded an adverse vote as a sufficient reason for retiring from the Federation altogether. Were Prussia outvoted, it would be forced into a European war, which he wished to avoid, and made to fight as a single member of the German Federation. Rather than do this, he would prefer to fight on the other side. Denmark is better allied than the German states, he said. The two parties were contending as keenly at the Prussian court as at Frankfort. Finke wrote a long and pressing letter to the king. Schleswig appeared again, supported as of old by the queen. The Crown Prince was still in England, but he and his wife were enthusiastic on the prince's side. How much Bismarck was hampered by adverse influences at court we see from a letter to Horn. I am far removed from any hasty or selfish resolution, but I have a feeling that the cause of the king against the revolution is lost. His heart is in the other camp, and he has more confidence in his opponents than his friends. For us it will be indifferent, 1 year or 30 years hence, but not for our children. The king has ordered me to come to him before the sitting to discuss what is to be said. I shall not say much, partly because I have not closed my eyes all night and I am wretched, and then I really do not know what to say. They will certainly reject the loan, and His Majesty, at the risk of breaking with Europe and experiencing a second Olmütz, will at last join the democracy and work with it in order to set up Augustenburg and found a new state. What is the good of making speeches and scolding? Without some miracle of God, the game is lost. Now and with posterity, the blame will be laid upon us. As God will, He will know how long Prussia has to exist, but God knows I shall be sorry when it ceases. The only ally that Bismarck had was Austria. Their combined influence was sufficiently strong by majority of one to carry through the Diet execution instead of occupation, though there was appended to the motion a rider that the question of succession was not thereby prejudiced. The execution took place. During the month of December, the Hanoverian and Saxons occupied Holstein. The Danes did not resist, but retreated across the Eider. At the end of the year, The occupation was complete. In the rear of the German troops had come also the Prince of Augustenburg, who had settled himself in the land of which he claimed to be ruler. What was now to be done? The Augustenburg party wished at once to press forward with the question of the succession. Let the Diet decide this immediately, then hand over Holstein to the new duke and immediately seize Schleswig also and vindicate it from Christian, the alien usurper. Bismarck would not hear of this. He still maintained his policy that Prussia should not denounce the London Convention, should recognize the sovereignty of Christian, and should demand from him as lawful ruler of all the Danish possessions the repeal of the obnoxious November Constitution. In this he was still supported by Austria. If the Danes did not acquiesce in these very moderate demands, the Germans should enter Schleswig and seize it as a security. Then he would be able, when he wished, to free himself from the Treaty of London, for war dissolves all treaties. The advantage of this plan was that it entirely deprived England of any grounds for interference. Prussia alone was now defending the London Convention. Prussia was preventing the Diet from a breach of treaty. The claim of Denmark was one in regard to which the Danes were absolutely wrong. Bismarck had therefore on his side Austria, Russia, probably France, and averted the hostility of England. Against him was German public opinion, the German Diet, and the Prussian Parliament, everyone, that is, whom he neither feared nor regarded. So long as the king was firm, he could look with confidence to the future, even though he did not know what it would bring forth. End of section 13. Section 14 of Bismarck and the Foundation of the German Empire by James Headlam. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by S.S. Kim. Managed by Shaw, Portugal. Chapter 8. Schleswig-Holstein, 1863 to 1864. Part 2. With the Parliament, indeed nothing was to be done. They, of course, strongly supported Augustenburg. They refused to look at the question from a Prussian point of view. On your side, Bismarck said, no one dares honestly to say that he acts for the interest of Prussia and as a Prussian. They feared that he proposed to hand back the duchies to Denmark. They refused to consider him seriously as foreign minister. They spoke of him as a rash amateur. It was to attack him on his most sensitive point. Here, at least, he felt on completely secure ground. Diplomacy was his profession. What did the professors and talkers in the chamber know of it? They were trying to control the policy of the state, but, he said, in these days, an assembly of 350 members cannot in the last instance direct the policy of a great power. The government asked for a loan for military operations. He appealed to their patriotism, but it was in vain. The House voted an address to the king, remonstrating against the conduct of foreign affairs, and threw out the loan by a majority of 275 to 51. If you do not vote the money, we shall take it where we can get it. Bismarck had warned them. The House was immediately prorogued after a session of only 2 months, not to meet again till January 1865. This policy of Bismarck was proposed by Austria and Prussia at the Diet. The other states refused to adopt it, as they wished to raise the question of succession. On a division, Prussia was outvoted. The two great powers therefore entered into a separate agreement in which, while still recognizing the integrity of the Danish monarchy, they undertook to force the king to withdraw the obnoxious constitution, and if he did not consent to do so, they agreed to occupy Schleswig. The Prussian House, in its address to the king, had declared that the only result of this policy would be to give back the duchies to Denmark. Was there no fear of this? What would have happened had Denmark, after all, given in, as England strongly pressed her to do? Had she withdrawn the obnoxious constitution and granted all that Bismarck asked, why then Prussia and Austria would have been bound to support the integrity of Denmark and, if necessary, by force of arms to eject the federal troops from Holstein. Bismarck had considered this contingency and guarded himself against it. Many years later, Boyce put the question to him. "Oh, I was all right," he answered. "I had assured myself that the Danes would not give in. I had led them to think that England would support them, though I knew this was not the case." He had, however, even a surer guarantee than this. The ultimatum presented to Denmark was couched in such a form that, even if he would, the king could not comply with it. The requirement was that the constitution should be revoked before the 1st of January. By the constitution, the king could not do this of his own prerogative. He must have the assent of the Riksrat. This assent could not be obtained for the following reasons. The Riksrat of the old constitution had been dissolved and had no longer a legal existence. A new assembly could not be summoned before the 1st of January. There was no time. If an assembly was summoned after that date, it must be, of course, summoned according to the new constitution. To do this, however, would be to bring the obnoxious constitution actually into force, and would mean, so to speak, a declaration of war against Prussia. If the king wished to give in, he must have time. He must be allowed to summon the new assembly, lay before it the German demands, and require it to declare its own revocation. The English government, still anxious to keep the peace, represented to Bismarck the dilemma in which he had placed the Danes. Lord Wodehouse, who was in Berlin in December, requested that at least more time should be allowed. Bismarck refused to listen to the request. These constitutional questions, he said, had nothing to do with him. The Danes had put off the Germans for years. They could not wait any longer. The king could always make a coup d'etat. He would have to do so sooner or later. Germany and Denmark could never be at peace so long as the Democratic Party had the authority. Denmark did not give way. The help from England, on which they have reckoned, was not forthcoming. The fatal day passed. The Austrians and Prussians entered Holstein, marched across that duchy, and in the early part of February began the invasion of Schleswig. The relations of the Allied troops to the Federal Army of Occupation were very remarkable. Both were opposed to the Danes, but they were equally opposed to one another. Had they dared to do so, the Saxons would have opposed the Prussian advance. As it was, they sullenly watched the Prussian and Austrian columns marching north to the invasion of Denmark. It was the first time that the remodeled Prussian army had been tested on the field of battle. Bismarck had brought it about that they were fighting for the cause of Germany and in alliance with Austria. As soon as war began, his own position improved. The king and the army were, of course, all the more confident in a minister who had given them so good a cause of war and allowed them to take the field side by side with their old ally. Their superiority in number and discipline ensured success in the military operations. The Danes evacuated their first position at Dannevirk. The German troops occupied the whole of Schleswig, then, after some further delay, advanced into Jutland, and finally began the siege of the strong fortification of the Duppel. The taking of this was a difficult piece of work, which, after some delay, was successfully carried out at the beginning of April. Meanwhile, The diplomatic difficulties had continued. There had now come from England the proposal of a conference. This, Bismarck, always wishing to preserve the appearance of moderation, accepted. Before doing so, he knew that he had gained a very important ally. Napoleon was displeased with the English government. He it was who suggested to Bismarck that the best solution of the difficulty would be the annexation of the duchies to Prussia. It was just what Bismarck himself desired. Would he be able to bring it about? This was what was in his mind when he had to consider the attitude he should adopt at the conference. He could not, of course, propose it openly. He might be able to arrange affairs so that in the universal confusion, this solution should be welcomed. He first of all began to change his attitude towards the German agitation for Augustenburg. Hitherto he had opposed and discouraged it. Now he let it have free course. He wrote, "The present situation is such that it seems to me desirable to let loose the whole pack against the Danes at the Congress. The joint noise will work in the direction of making the subjugation of the duchies to Denmark appear impossible to foreigners. They will have to consider programs which the Prussian government cannot lay before them. What this means is that England and Russia were to be convinced that Denmark could not regain the duchies. Then they would have to consider who should have them. Bismarck believed that Austria was irrevocably opposed to Augustenburg. She would rather see the duchies in our hands than in those of the prince," he wrote. Austria and Russia would therefore oppose this solution. If both Denmark and Augustenburg were impossible, then would be the time for France to ask why should they not be given to Prussia, and to join this proposal with another one for the division of the duchies according to nationality. Napoleon, in accordance with his principles, wished entirely to disregard the questions of law. He was equally indifferent to the Treaty of London, the hereditary rights of Augustenburg, or the chartered privileges of the duchies. He wished to consult the inhabitants and allow each village to vote whether it wished to be German or Danish. Thus, districts in the north where Danish was spoken would then be incorporated in Denmark. The whole of Holstein and the south of Schleswig would be permanently united to Germany, and by preference to Prussia. These revolutionary principles of Napoleon were, in the eyes of Austrian statesmen, criminal, for if applied consistently, not only would Austria be deprived of Venetia, but the whole empire would be dissolved. It required all Bismarck's ingenuity to maintain the alliance with Austria, which was still necessary to him, and at the same time to keep Napoleon's friendship by giving his assent to doctrines that would be so convenient to Prussia. In considering Bismarck's diplomatic work, we must not suppose that he ever deceived himself into thinking that he would be able clearly to foresee all that would happen. He knew too well the uncertain nature of the pieces with which he had to deal. No one could quite foretell, for instance, the result of the struggle which was going on in the English ministry or the votes of the House of Commons. Equally impossible was it to build on the assurance of Napoleon. "The longer I work at politics," he said, "the smaller is my belief in human calculation. I look at the affair according to my human understanding, but gratitude for God's assistance so far raises in me the confidence that the Lord is able to turn our errors to our own good, that I experience daily to my wholesome humiliation." This time he had been mistaken in his forecast. In a dispatch of May 23rd to Austria, he suggested two solutions: the Augustenburg succession and annexation by Prussia. He inclined towards the former, though, as he said, if the prince was to be recognized, it would be imperatively necessary to obtain guarantees for a conservative administration and some security that the Duchies should not become the home of democratic agitations. As he said elsewhere, Kiel must not become a second Gotha. He no doubt anticipated that Austria would refuse this first alternative, then the annexation by Prussia would naturally arise for discussion. Had Austria been consistent, all would have been well, but a change had taken place there. The government was not disciplined to win the popularity that would accrue to them if they took up the Augustenburg cause. After all, Austria would be rather strengthened than weakened by the establishment of new federal state, which, as all the other smaller princes, would probably be inclined to take the Austrian side. In answer, therefore, to this dispatch, the Austrians, throwing aside all attempts at consistency, proposed vigorously to press the Augustenburg claim. "It is just what we are going to suggest ourselves," they said. Bismarck therefore was compelled now, as best he could, to get out of the difficulty, and as Austria had not rejected it, he begins to withdraw the proposal he had made himself. To Bernstorff, his envoy at the Congress, he writes: Austria is endeavoring to establish irrevocably the candidacy of Augustenburg, in order by this means to render it difficult for Prussia to impose special conditions. We cannot consent to this. The dynastic questions must be discussed with special consideration for Prussian interests, and consequently other possibilities cannot be ruled out until we have negotiated with Augustenburg and ascertained in what relation to Prussia he intends to place himself and his country. If the person of Augustenburg meets with more opposition in the conference than the project of division, then let the former drop. The proposal, however, had to be made. For once, all the German powers appeared in agreement when they demanded from the neutrals the recognition of Augustenburg. But Bismarck proposed it in such a word as to avoid pledging himself to the legality. Of course, the proposal was rejected by the Danes and Russians, and it was allowed to fall to the ground. For Bismarck, the interest is, for the moment, diverted from London to Berlin. The time had come when Bismarck should definitely decide on the attitude he was to adopt toward Augustenburg. Hitherto he had avoided committing himself irrevocably. It was still open to him either to adopt him as the Prussian candidate on such conditions as might seem desirable, or to refuse to have any dealings with him. He had in fact kept both plans open, for it was characteristic of his diplomatic work that he would generally keep in his mind, and to some extent carry out in action several different plans at the same time. If one failed him, he could take up another. In this case, he intended, if possible, to get the Duchies for Prussia. It was always to be foreseen that the difficulties might be insurmountable. He had therefore to consider the next best alternative. This would be the creation of a new state, but one which was bound to Prussia by a special and separate treaty. There were many demands, some of them legitimate, which Prussia was prepared to make. Bismarck attributed great importance to the acquisition of Kiel, because he wanted to found the Prussian navy. Then he was very anxious to have a canal made across Holstein, so that Prussian vessels could reach the North Sea without passing the Sound. And of course, he had to consider the military protection on the north. It would therefore be a condition that whoever was made duke, certain military and other privileges should be granted to Prussia. On this, all through the summer, negotiations were carried on unofficially between the Prince of Augustenburg and the Prussian authorities. We cannot here discuss them in detail, but the prince seems to have been quite willing to acquiesce in these naval and military requirements. He made several suggestions and objections in detail, and he also pointed out that constitutionally he could not enter into a valid treaty until after he had been made duke and received the assent of the estates. I think, however, that no one can doubt that he was quite loyal to Prussia and really wished to bring the matter to a satisfactory issue. As might be expected, he was very cautious in his negotiations with Bismarck, but his letters to the king are more open. Had Bismarck wished, he could at any time have come to an agreement with the prince, but he never gave the opportunity for a serious and careful discussion on the detailed wording of the conditions. He did not wish to be bound by them, but he kept the negotiations open in case events occurred which might compel him to accept this solution. In his treatment of the question, he was to some extent influenced by the personal dislike he always felt for the prince. What was the cause of this enmity? There was nothing in the prince's character to justify it. He was a modest, honorable, and educated man, though deficient in practical ability. He had at a very critical time announced his claims to a decision and maintained them with resolution. Bismarck, who in private life was always able to do justice to his enemies, recognized this. "I should have acted in just the same way myself had I been in your place," he said. He always himself said that his distrust of the prince was caused by his dislike of the man whom the latter relied upon for advice. He was too closely connected with the Progressive Party. He had surrounded himself with a kind of ministry consisting chiefly of men who, though by birth inhabitants of the Duchies, had for some years been living at Gotha under the protection of the Duke of Coburg. They were strong liberals and belonged to that party in Germany, of which the court of Coburg was the center, who maintained a close connection with the Crown Prince, and who undoubtedly were looking forward to the time when the Crown Prince would become King of Prussia, Bismarck would be dismissed, and their party would come into office. This is probably quite sufficient reason to explain Bismarck's personal dislike of Augustenburg, though it is probable that he laid more stress on this aspect of the matter than he otherwise would have done, for he hoped thereby to prejudice the king against the prince. As long as the king recognized Augustenburg's claim, his own hands would be tied in the attempt to win the duchies for Prussia. He had, as you have seen, had a short interview with the prince at the end of the previous year. Now a new meeting was arranged, avowedly to discuss the conditions which Prussia would require if she supported the prince. The Crown Prince, who was very anxious to help his friend, persuaded him to go to Berlin and, if possible, come to some clear understanding with the king and Bismarck. Augustenburg was reluctant to take this step. Loyal as he was to Prussia, he much distrusted Bismarck. He feared that if he unreservedly placed his cause in Prussia's hands, Bismarck would in some way betray him. The position he took up was perfectly consistent. He was, by hereditary right, reigning duke. He only wished to be left alone with the duchies. He knew that if he was, they would at once recognize him, and he would enter into government. In order to win his dominions, he had required the help of Germany. It was comparatively indifferent to him whether the help came from Prussia, Austria, or the Federation, but he quite understood that Prussia must have some recompense for the help it had given. What he had to fear was that, if he entered into any separate and secret engagement with Prussia, he would thereby lose the support he enjoyed in the rest of Germany, and that then Bismarck would find some excuse not to carry out his promises, so that at the end he would be left entirely without support. We know that his suspicions were unfounded, for Bismarck was not the man in this way to desert anyone who entered into an agreement with him, but Augustenburg could not know this and had every reason for distrusting Bismarck, who was his avowed enemy. On the 30th of May, the prince, with many misgivings, came to Berlin. The evening of the next day, he had a long interview with Bismarck. It began about 9 o'clock and lasted till after midnight. There is no doubt that this interview was decisive against his chances. From that time, Bismarck was determined that under no circumstances should he succeed, and we shall see that when Bismarck wished for anything, he usually attained it. We would gladly, therefore, know exactly what happened. Both Bismarck and the Prince have given accounts of what took place, but unfortunately they differ on very important points, and no one else was present at the interview. It is clear that the Prince throughout, for the reasons we have named, observed great reserve. It would undoubtedly have been wise of him openly to place himself entirely in Bismarck's hands, to throw himself on the generosity of Prussia, and to agree to the terms which Bismarck offered. Why he did not do this we have explained. The conversation chiefly turned on the Prussian demands for the harbor of Kiel and certain other concessions. The prince expressed himself quite willing to grant most of what was required, but he could not enter into any formal treaty without the consent of the estates of the duchies. When he left the room, he seems to have been fairly satisfied with what had been said. If so, he deceived himself grievously. Scarcely had he gone, it was already midnight, when Bismarck sent off dispatches to St. Petersburg, Paris, and London, explaining that he was not inclined to support Augustenburg any longer, and instructing the ambassadors to act accordingly. Not content with this, he at once brought forward an alternative candidate. Among the many claimants to the duchies had been the Duke of Oldenburg and the Tsar, who both belonged to the same branch of the family. The Tsar had, at the end of May, transferred his claim to the Duke, and Bismarck now wrote to St. Petersburg that he would also be prepared to support him. We must not suppose that in doing this he had the slightest intention of allowing the Duke to be successful. He gained, however, a double advantage. First of all, he pleased the Tsar and prevented any difficulties from Russia. Secondly, the very fact of a rival candidate coming forward would indefinitely postpone any settlement. So long as Augustenburg was the only German candidate, there was always the danger, as at the Congress of London, that he might suddenly be installed and Bismarck be unable to prevent it. If, however, the Duke of Oldenburg came forward, Bismarck would at once take up the position that, as there were rival claimants, a proper legal verdict must be obtained, and that Prussia could not act so unjustly as to prejudice the decision by extending her support to either. It was not necessary for anyone to know that he himself had induced the Duke of Oldenburg to revive his claim. At the same time, he took other steps to frustrate Augustenburg's hopes. He caused the statement to be published in the Prussian papers that, during the conversation of May 31st, the prince had said that he had never asked the Prussians for help, and that he could have got on very well without them. It was just the sort of thing which would strongly prejudice the king against him, and Bismarck was very anxious to destroy the influence which the prince still had with the king and with many other Prussians. At that time, and always later, the prince denied that he had said anything of the kind. Even if, in the course of a long conversation, he had said anything which might have been interpreted to mean this, it was a great breach of confidence to publish these words from a private discussion taken out of their context. The Prussian press received the word, and for years to come did not cease to pour out its venom against the prince. This action of Bismarck seemed quite to justify the apprehension with which the prince had gone to Berlin. It is not necessary to look for any far-fetched explanation of Bismarck's action. The simplest is the most probable. He had not arranged the interview with any intention of entrapping Augustenburg. He had really been doubtful whether, after all, it might not be wiser to accept the prince and make a separate treaty with him. All depended on his personal character and the attitude he adopted towards Prussia. Bismarck, who had great confidence in his own judgment of mankind, regarded a personal interview as the best means of coming to a conclusion. The result of it was that he felt it impossible to rely on the prince, who, instead of being open, positive, and ready to do business, was reserved, hesitating, distrustful, and critical. Bismarck had given him his chance. He had failed to seize it. Instead of being a grateful client, he was a mere obstacle in the road of Prussian greatness and had to be swept away. Against him, all the resources of diplomacy were now directed. His influence must be destroyed, but not by force, for his strength came from his very weakness. The task was to undermine the regard which the German people had for him and their enthusiasm for his cause, work to be properly assigned to the Prussian press. The conference in London separated at the end of June without coming to any conclusion. It had, however, enabled Bismarck formally to dissociate himself from the former Treaty of London, and henceforward he had a free hand in his dealings with Denmark. Another brilliant feat of arms, the transference of the Prussian troops across the sea to the island of Olsen, completed the war. Denmark had to capitulate, and the terms of peace, which were ultimately decided at Vienna, were that Schleswig-Holstein and also Lauenburg should be given up. Christian transferred to the Emperor of Austria and the King of Prussia all the rights which he possessed. As to Lauenburg, the matter was simple. The authority of the King of Denmark over this duchy was undisputed. As to Schleswig-Holstein, all the old questions still continued. The king had transferred his rights, but what were his rights? He could only grant that which belonged to him. If the Prince of Augustenburg was duke, then the King of Denmark could not confer another man's throne. There was, however, this difference. Hitherto, the question had been a European one, but since the London Congress, no other state had any claim to interfere. The disputed succession of duchies must be settled between Austria and Prussia. It was a special clause in the terms of peace that it should be decided by agreement between them and not referred to the Diet. End of section 14.